Hello everybody, good morning and welcome back to Anglesey Circuit for the second day of this 750 Motor Club race meeting in this beautiful island setting off the north coast of Wales. We had 8 races for you yesterday, 10 more races to come up during the course of the day, including 6 this morning. My name's Ian Soman. I'll be joined later on by Marcus Pye for the majority of the day's racing. I've got Paul Thorpe with me for the first race of the day, which we'll bring to you in just a moment. We're on the coastal circuit here at Anglesey this weekend. That's the one outlined in blue, about a mile and a half, just over in length. And the weather is set fair. High teens, the temperatures. The sun is out, just a few clouds over the mountains that we can see from our commentary position here. And we're looking forward to a tremendous day's racing. We've got 6 races for you before the lunch break. We've got the Vulcan Racing Classic Stock Catch Championship, followed by the first of 2 races today for the Mr. Transit Swift Sport Challenge. They had their first race yesterday. The VSG Crypto Clio Sport Championship, the Nankan Tyre Sports 1000 Championship, and the Race Park 750 Formula Championship all have their second and final races of the weekend this morning. And then we have, before lunch, the first of 2 races today for the Race Park's historic 750 Formula series. And then after lunch, we've got the second Classic Stock Catch race, the third and final Swift Sport Challenge race, the 2-hour race for the Takiwa Club Enduro Championship, and then the Raceport's historic 750 Formula Championship will round out the weekend's racing. And the conditions a bit cooler than yesterday, but brighter than we had yesterday, and we've just had 2 practice and qualifying sessions this morning for the Takiwa Club Enduro Championship and the Raceport's historic 750 Formula Championship, the cars of which are just leaving the circuit now, and very shortly we'll have the cars released out onto the circuit for the first race of the day, which is going to be for the Vulcan Racing Classic Stock Catch Championship. And alongside me here in the commentary box, I've got Paul Thorpe, Formula representative for Classic Stock Catch, and a regular in the commentary box with us for their races. Paul, we've got, I think, 16 cars out this weekend on the first return trip to Anglesey. Yeah. What's the news from the paddock?
Well, good morning. Yes, where we had an exciting qualifying yesterday, whereas Titchcastle lost his gears, so he finds himself at the back of the grid. Prior to that, Harry Palmer, the young 17-year-old, who's really making an impression in his first ever racing, he had an engine go bang in testing, and they had to change an engine, so he had a brand new engine for qualifying yesterday. He finds himself mid-pack, but apart from that, it's been very quiet. We've just been sunbathing in this glorious weather with this beautiful scenery.
Absolutely right. So the situation at the championship coming into this weekend is that Jason Wood leads the way on 85 points. He's just 3 points clear of his son Jake Wood, so a bit of family rivalry there. They're both 20 points or so clear of Harry Palmer, who is 3rd, Lee Scott 4th, James Hazelhurst 5th, and Darren Bassingthwaite in 6th position. So far this season we've had 4 races, and we've had 4 different winners. Jake Wood, Lee Scott, Chris Deere and Neil Dudman the winners at Silverstone, but neither Deere nor Dudman here this weekend. Let's see if we can run you through the grid for this race, set by the times set in qualifying. Pole position went the way then of number 10, that was Jake Wood, alongside him 73 Ewan Lentz. The second row of the grid, 41 Jason Wood and 3 Andrew Thorpe. Third row will be 5 Pete Morgan and 2 Ted Cooper. On the fourth row, 31 Thomas Lintz and 1 James Hazelhurst. Row 5 will be 72 Lee Scott and 67 Matthew Stubbington. The sixth row, 53 Harry Palmer and 6 Terry Roughton. Harry Palmer a bit further back than we might have expected to see him. Then the 7th row, 13 Andy Philpotts and 7 Derek Rosier, 62 Alan Julie and 89 Titch Kelso will go on to the 8th and final row. And Paul, one thing we have to note in the Classic Stock Catch, of course, is that we have success ballast as well. So which drivers have got the most ballast on board this weekend?
Well, the person with the most ballast is Jason Wood. I think he did actually win a race. I can't remember.
Yes, he did. Yeah,
one race, but he's the only driver to have been on the podium for all 4 races. So he finds himself carrying 40 kilograms of ballast, whereas his son's only carrying 20. So let's see how that pans out on this very tricky circuit.
Okay, we've got the 1 minute board being shown now. Oh, that's the 5 second board.
5 second board.
So that was quick. Red lights are about to go on then for a 15-minute race. Red lights go out, away they go. It's a slow start from Ewan Lentz. It's a good start from Andrew Thorpe from the second row of the grid in the Citroen AX, and he's got his nose in front of the Nova of Jake Wood as they turn through turn 1 at target, so it's Thorpe that's leading. Jake Wood is second. It looks like Pete Morgan is in third as they head up towards the banking for the first time. And they're all safely through there. A bit of shuffling in the order a bit further back. But that was a great start from Andrew Thorpe.
Well, yes, the Citroen AX, it's only a 1.4, but it's got 3 valves per cylinder. It's incredibly light. It's one of the lightest cars on the circuit, and just showing how quickly you can get off the line. Now, it's obviously going to, towards the end of this straight, he's going to lack the power as they go up the hill. So watch Jake Wood catch him as they go up towards the hill. They're going up there, and it's a really tricky place to know when to brake. Because you are uphill, you can sort of brake low, slightly later. Looking at Ewan Lintz there, getting back on the inside of Ted Cooper and trying to go round the outside of Pete Morgan.
Yes, he didn't make a good start, didn't Ewan Lintz? He's up into 4th position now, though, as we've had the change of lead as well, haven't we? So up at Rocket, we've had Jake Wood getting ahead of Andrew Thorpe once again, back into the lead of the race. It's still Pete Morgan in 3rd place, the man from Wrexham, then it's Ewan Lintz in 4th. But these top 2 have made a bit of a break.
Yes, they have. They come down the hill now. This is a favour of the AX. It's a very tight turn. Listen to the tyres squealing as they go round here. And Andrew should be able to get slightly closer. A little bit of puff of smoke there as they went round that corner. There's Jake Wood still hanging on there. And there he is. Andrew Thorpe trying to get on the inside, but no, just sitting back.
Yeah, so these 2 have got a lead of about 1.5 seconds over the rest of them as they make their way up to the banking. Once again, Andrew Thorpe, he's been racing in Classic Stock Car on and off for quite a few years, whereas it's only Jake Wood's 2nd season of racing. Still a teenager, son of Jason, who at the moment is back in 6th place. As Thorpe here having a look up the inside.
Yes, he's
into
going
the fast right-hander at Church.
He's trying to go on the inside, but is he going to be able to make that stick? No, just the power of Jake's Nova just pulling away, and he'll pull slightly. But no, Andrew's got the toe as they go down this very long straight. Andrew's right in the toe of that Nova, and that's the best thing he can hope for, is to try and stay in that toe.
Yeah, but he's not close enough to make a move up into Rocket. Further back, it looked like Lintz was very out of shape. Yeah, Lintz has gone off there.
Yes, he's gone off.
He's kept it out of the barriers, fortunately, but he's exited stage right and out of 4th position then, so that will give Pete Morgan a bit of a respite now, and it moved Ted Cooper up into 4th position. And 5th will be Jason Wood now, but these 2 still leading.
As they were going up the hill, like I say, it's very difficult to judge his pace. You can actually brake a little later because they're uphill, and I think he was just trying to brake a little bit too late that particular time.
Yeah, that's right. He's keen because he had a great qualifying session to put him on the front row for both races, this and the one later on, but didn't make the best of starts. No doubt he was trying to recover from that one, maybe just pushing a little bit too hard. There's a brief moment, I think, possibly for Derek Rosier, but he's got going again and is right at the back of the field now.
And looking at Titch Kessel's now found himself up to 8th place. He started at the back of the grid because he didn't really get a good qualifying time. He's had a great couple of laps. He's quite keen to make amends for that failure in qualifying.
Yeah, we've got some fancied runners a bit further back. James Hazelhurst, last year's champion, who's only 9th. And Harry Palmer back in 12th. He's been contending for sort of top 4 or 5 positions all season so far, hasn't he? But,
he has. But this is a very tricky circuit. It's very tricky to master. Looking at people, like we were saying, about Pete Morgan and Andrew Thorpe, they've been racing for years. They've been here quite a few times over those years. And this is only our 2nd visit in 6 years. We were last here in COVID times. So we don't get to see this circuit quite a lot, but you can tell he's been here before.
Absolutely right. So there's Jason Wood, championship leader, then coming into this weekend.
And Darren Litz is doing quite well in the 31, the pink Nova there, staying ahead of Lee Scott. He's a multiple champion, and he's made all the journey all the way from Essex to come here with his family. And he's really come to form the last couple of meetings.
Yeah, absolutely right. But Lee Scott there in the middle of the pack at the moment, chased now by a similar car, the XR2i of Titch Castle, who's done well here to get up from the back of the grid after those dramas in practice yesterday when he lost his gears.
He lost all his gears, yes. It was quite lucky because when it broke, it got stuck in neutral, so he couldn't go anywhere, but they got it all fixed.
Lee Scott has made up a place there. He's got up to 6th position now, ahead of the pink Nova of Lintz. And so Scott next up will be trying to attack actually Jason Wood, won't he, for 5th position?
Well, yes. And no, so that banking on that the turn 2 there, that banking, there are 2 different lines you can use because of the banking. You can go around the outside to try and make the speed, but then get the people on the inside as well. It's interesting to see the different lines there.
Lindsay and Scott side by side. Oh,
look at this. Bit of a wiggle there, under braking. Is he going to hold it, Lee Scott? Yes, Lee Scott just hold it. What a brilliant fight back, but didn't quite pay off for Lynch Senior.
Bodywork went flying there.
Nearly, and Titch Kelsall nodded got on the inside of the Nova, the pink Nova.
Yeah, so that was Linz and Scott coming together there in the fight for 6th position. Leaders coming back down through the corkscrew again. The gap between them 7/10 of a second. 1.5 seconds back was Pete Morgan, but I think Pete Morgan might be getting a bit closer to the leaders here. Let's have a look at the gap as they come across the line this time. It was 1.5 and it's down to 1.2 because it's a new fastest lap of the race for Pete Morgan at 125.18.
That's that fast as that. That's still about a second and a half off the lap record for the Classic Stock Hatch, which was taken by Pip Hammond in 2009. And now, as put that in reference, Harry Palmer in the 53 machine, he was 1 month old when that occurred.
Change of lead, I can see out of the commentary box window because Andrew Thorpe has gone through. You can just see it at the back of shot there. Here they come. Thorpe has got through ahead of Jake Wood through the very fast right-hander at Church.
But now Andrew Thorpe's going to have to defend quite hard coming to this corner because Jake Wood in his injection machine will be catching. He's going to have to defend really hard and brake as late as possible. Let's see how they do. Jake's trying to go to the outside, trying to cut the cut back. But no, Andrew's just made that, just held that. What a brilliant move that was by that underpowered machine of Andrew Thorpe.
Yeah, these two.
He's got a bit wide.
Really good fight. And we've got to gap back to Pete Morgan. He was closing the gap. We'll see if that gap continues to come down. It's a different kind of race, the ones that we've seen at Brands Hatch and on the Silverstone National Circuit. It's a different kind of track though, isn't it, as you say? It's a bit harder to learn, more difficult to master than probably either of those two tracks, I would suggest, and the pack's not quite as close, but still the racing really good in this Classic Stock Hatch Championship.
Got a little bit better exit there by Jake. He's now back onto the AX bumper. That fiberglass bumper of the AX might get pushed in a minute as they go past the start-finish line. The gap between them is only 0.3 of a second, and I think Jake was going to try and... Oh no, but Andrew's got away on that corner, just showing you that lighter car is so much quicker around the corners.
So you've got the AX leading, you've got the Nova second, you've got the Fiesta in third, which is continuing to bear down on them.
He is definitely catching, isn't he? He's definitely visibly catching. He's only like a second back from the leader, Andrew Thorpe.
Yeah, we've got just under half of the race left, so it's probably going to be... We might squeeze 11 laps out of it, I think, in this 15-minute race. But yeah, the top three pretty much equidistant now. Best fight actually is for 5th position. And we're going to get a change here. You can't see it on screen, but we've got Titch Kelsall alongside Lee Scott now for 6th. And I think we're going to try and pick that up.
There it is. Yes, Lee Scott's got the inside line. He's going to try and hold him off, but Titch is definitely trying to go down the outside. Are they going to go side by side? No, he's just trying to squeeze out. It's still side by side as they go around this wrong right-hander. And they're still side by side, but Titch has made it stick.
He has.
What a move.
Yeah, great move that. And so from the back of the grid, he now is up into 6th position. That's a really good effort from him. Darren Linz has dropped back in the last lap or two down to 9th place, you see. And now it's going to be Jason Wood, the championship leader. It was a big slide from Jason there.
That is such a tricky corner because you're braking and all the weight gets lifted off.
And Jake Wood's into the pits. Jake Wood is into the pits from 2nd position. That's a drama we weren't expecting. The PDC racing crew will be down there to see what's going on, but that's a disaster as far as Jake's concerned.
I didn't see what happened there. He just seemed to pull off. I don't know, he was overheating. Oh, Andrew Thorpe has now got the fastest lap. Yeah, I didn't see what started that. I can't see where he is. They're just underneath us. Yeah. Someone's getting the black and white flag. I can't quite see who that...
That is for car number 1. That's James Hazelhurst. Here we can see Jake's car in the pit lane. Well, there isn't a PDC racing crew, much of them to help out down there. So he's out on his own, is Jake, by the looks of things. Kelsall is up now ahead of Jason Wood as well.
He is, yes. I'm wondering if the no's having trouble. I mean, I know Jason's carrying 40 kilograms, but it shouldn't make that much effect around here, 40 kilos. And it looks like Lee Scott was nearly having a look at Jason Wood. I'm wondering if both the neighbours are having a bit of an issue here.
Yeah, it's certainly not a great race for the Woods, with them leading the championship, 1st and 2nd coming into this one.
Now, of course, this does mean we are potentially on for another different winner.
Yes, well, we could. Well, it's likely now, isn't it? Because there's Thorpe and Morgan, who are first and second. Neither of them have won this season, so we could have 5 from 5, as we did with 750 Formula yesterday. Interestingly, so it's wide open, the Classic Stock Catch Championship.
It's been a fantastic season. Yeah, a few seasons in the past we've had the same winners, but these last couple of seasons we've been getting different winners. I mean, James Hazel's got the championship last year and he didn't win a race. That's how competitive this class has been over the last couple of seasons. Just looking at the background, Andy Philpotts went a little bit wide there onto the grass, but and Titch went very wide there. Oh, bit of grass track in there. He just caught that a bit too much, but he saved it very well. That was a brilliant save.
It was, yes, bouncing over the grass. You never quite know how that's going to work out, do you? If you're going to hit a bump that can send you absolutely flying, that's
he definitely found the bump. He got some air.
He did. Now, meanwhile, it's the lead for Andrew Thorpe now by 1.8 seconds over Pete Morgan. The Citroen AX, the 1.4, leading the way. We're watching the action a bit further back, though, because you've got Jason Wood and Lee Scott there in 5th and 6th position, just behind Kelsall. And Wood, the man leading the championship coming into this race, he'll still be leading it after this, I think, because obviously Jake won't be able to overtake him now. He's not coming back out of the pit lane, I don't think, so it's still in there. So Jason will retain the lead of the championship, I think, after this one, almost wherever he finishes.
Yeah, wherever he finishes. Yeah, looking at, I mean, that's a brilliant showing by Titch to get up to 4th from 16th on the grid. I don't know, we ain't got long left. We've got 3.5 minutes left, I think. Although he is going very quickly, I'm not quite sure he's going to catch Ted Cooper. Ted Cooper has been doing much better in the last couple of races. He didn't have a good start to this season, but he sorted out his engine woes and he's definitely on the pace. It's great to see him in 3rd place.
Yes, and he was the runner-up in the championship last
year. Yes, yeah, hence the number 2 on his car, yeah. There we're looking at the leader, Andrew Thorpe, as he takes that slightly 1 car width line, and Pete Morgan there hugging the apex. So seeing the different lines of the different cars.
Pulled out about 0.2 of a second on Pete Morgan on the last lap. Both of these drivers, lots of experience in Classic Stock Catch. Pete's done another racing as well, hasn't he?
This is showing it's definitely for the XR2. That's a car-breaded car. There it is on Pete Morgan. That's a car-breaded car. And you've got, so it has less power than the injection machines, and the Citroen AX has only got 1.4 litres, just showing this circuit is favouring the lesser powered but more nimble machinery.
That's absolutely right. So, of course, Andrew Thorpe after this will have to pick up some ballast for later on, won't he? For the
yes, he'll have to pick up for the win. He'll get 25 kilograms of ballast. That should slow him down a bit.
Of course, Jason would have been able to take some out, though, won't he? Conversely, if he finishes only in 5th.
He will. He's in 5th place at the moment, but he's definitely under threat from the 7.2 machine of Lee Scott.
So there's Pete Morgan in 2nd place, the drive from Wrexham.
That's a marvellous, that's an immaculate vehicle. If you're in the pits, go and have a look at that car. It's immaculately turned out. They do a great job on that car to make it look as good as it does.
He was the runner-up in the 2022 championship, which was won by Chris Deere. They had a bit of a slugfest throughout the season, didn't they, those two, that year?
Just looking at Titch there, he's 2.5 seconds going across the line. No, he's not making any headway, so this looks like it's fairly tame for a Classic Stock Catch race, isn't it?
Andy Philpotts is making
Andy Philpotts going on the inside of Lynch Senior there on the first bend. That's a brave move.
So that'll be for 8th position. We're on to the penultimate lap of the race now. The lead for Andrew Thorpe is 2.3 seconds, but watching Jason Wood and Lee Scott still disputing 5th and 6th position as they head to Church. With the right-hander with the Church just on the island beneath the circuit, really. Not too far away. There's Jake Wood. Yeah, looks like he's just going to head back into the paddock, unfortunately.
Doesn't look like it. Have to go and see what's going on there. We've only got a few hours. We'll be back out at 10 to 2, I believe, is our second race.
Yeah, not too many hours between now and then.
Just looking out the window there, Darren Lynch is definitely keeping up with the red XR2 of Philpotts. We're going sort of side by side, getting close together. It's very, very good out this window. There is, and there's definitely getting closer. Philpotts might have made a mistake there, but no, he's managed to gap him, so maybe it was a little bit of an hour down that long straight.
Last lap board goes out, meanwhile, to the race leader, as we're watching the battle for 9th and 10th come through. Just a glimpse of Matthew Stubbington, who's in 7th, so 8th and 9th, I should say, this battle is for. And that's Andy Philpotts at the moment in the number 13 XR2i, ahead of Lintz.
Yes, it always makes me laugh. He didn't have a lot of luck last season. He had lots of bad luck, and to improve his luck, he gave himself the number 13 this year. So it seems to be paying off at the moment.
Yeah, Ewan Lintz is there in 10th place in the orange car, just behind those two as well. Of course, he had that big off on the opening. No, it was the second lap, wasn't it, at Rocket?
Yeah, after start being, qualifying second, he's second again in the race later on today. So he'll have to sort of scratch his head and maybe tweak the tuning a little bit to try and make a better performance in the race.
Yeah, getting off the line better would be a big help. Meanwhile, Andrew Thorpe, got off the line really well, didn't he, to be into the lead by the first corner from the second row of the grid. And he's not held it all the way through, because Jake Wood did get ahead on the opening lap, but when Thorpe got back in front before Wood went into retirement. So it's not that he's looked into this at all. It's been a commanding drive, really, hasn't it? I don't think he tested on Friday, as some of the others did. No,
there was only really the Novas that tested. Most of the Novas tested on Friday, and there's Andrew Thorpe. He was well happy with this win. We don't see a lot of Andrew in the championship, but when he does come out, he always makes an impression. And as he comes across the line, he finishes in first place. Pete Morgan, a deserved second after his health woes. He's been poorly recently, but he's back on form now. And then third place, Ted Cooper.
Yeah, great win for Andrew Thorpe in the Vulcan Racing Classic Stock Catch Championship. There are the Linces together at the final corner.
Junior and senior, yep.
It's Darren just ahead of Ewan there, isn't it, for 9th and 10th
Father's
place.
ahead of son on that one, yeah.
Yeah, so...
And then Harry Palmer finished a respectable 11th place after qualifying 11.
Yeah.
So, very respectable from that young man.
Yeah, Andrew Thorpe did a 1:25.123. That was the fastest lap of the race, some way outside Pip Hammond's lap record from 17 years ago. I've got a feeling that might be when the circuit was first opened, before all the curbs had been put in.
Oh, yes, yeah.
Made a difference.
Oh, that'd be different. Yeah, it'd be different then, wouldn't it?
Let's have a look at the results then. Andrew Thorpe it was that took the win at the end of 11 laps of racing in the Citroen AX. He did the fastest lap as well. Second was number 5, Pete Morgan, 3.5 seconds behind in the Fiesta XR2. Third, number 2, Ted Cooper in the Vauxhall Nova GSI, 7.4 seconds drift. In fourth place was 89, Titch Kelsall. Fifth was 41, Jason Wood. Sixth was 72, Lee Scott. And it was Matthew Stubbington, 67 in seventh place. Andy Phil Potts made up some places to get to 8th in number 13. Thomas Lintz was 9th in number 31 ahead of Ewan Lintz in 73. And Harry Palmer, Terry Mountain, James Hazelhurst, Derek Rosier, and one other finisher was Alan Geely, who lost Jake Wood to the pits after just 6 laps, unfortunately. So, Classic Stock Catch returns just after lunch. Paul, you'll be back with me then
10 to 2,
for that.
10 to 2,
1:30 it's
well, we have to see what's going on with the Novas after an impressive qualifying session. They've got some head scratching to do on these Novas, so I'm going to go and find out the gossip, Ian.
Okay, see you later, Paul. Been good to have you with us, and we'll see you later on. And we'll be hopefully heading down to Parc Ferme in just a few moments for the first time. Well, Ben McCarthy's our man on duty down there today. Remind we've got 5 more races to come before the lunch break. We've got the Mr. Transit Swift Sport Challenge, the VSG Crypto Clio Sport Championship, the GT and Sports Car Cup, Race Part 750 Formula, Radical, I'm reading the wrong list now, Mr. Transit Swift Sports Challenge, VSG Crypto Clio Sport Championship, Nankang Tyre Sports 1000 Championship, Race Part 750 Formula Championship, and Historic 750 Formula as well, all before lunch. But first, let's head down to Parc Ferme for the first time today and say hello to Ben McCarthy.
Good morning, everyone, down here at Parc Ferme, and we're about to speak to our race winner, Andrew Thorpe, in the Vulcan Racing Classic Stock Catch Championship. Let's wander over to him right now, having a conversation there with runner-up Pete Morgan. He's just taking his helmet off, and we can speak to him, hopefully, as soon as we can. Andrew. Just letting you get your helmet off there. Yeah. Firstly, we're going to help you replace that balaclava with this race-winning hat. Congratulations on the victory. A fantastically executed race, aided by a fantastic start, it must be said off the line.
Yeah, it set off absolutely perfectly. Textbook start, but I only held it 3/4 of the way around the first lap, and then Jake got me back on the inside on the braking into the top corner up there. So I was following him round, he wasn't getting away. His car was leaking quite a lot of petrol, to be honest, and it looked on the first lap that it made him lose the back end coming onto the start-finish. But as the race went on, obviously his fuel burnt down, so it wasn't leaking as much. But then it was as if he had a problem on the back straight, and I just pulled alongside and then got in front. He tried to get me back like he had done on the first lap up there, but I defended this time, and then I didn't really see him again. So yeah, I'm really happy, chuffed to bits. Nice morning. Hope we can have another good one this afternoon. Have to put some weight ballast in for that one. So, but we're a position further forward on the grid, so we'll see how it goes this afternoon.
We look forward to watching it. Thank you very much. Let's head over now to Pete Morgan. Yeah. Pete, second place. That was a race full of incident at the front for Jake Wood there, of course. How did you feel about how you executed your race?
Well, all right, really. I mean, I haven't sat in the car for 12 months. Jumped in it yesterday morning, put it 5th on the grid. So I think, in all fairness, we're probably doing pretty well. Do a few more adjustments. As long as the young uns don't get away, we'll have a chance. You know, I'll give them a run for the money. Yeah.
Well, you gave him a very good run today. Fantastic work. Well done. Edward Cooper, 3rd place for you. How do you feel?
I'm very good. I've had the worst year so far, so to be back up the front, I'm very happy. It was, to be fair, a fairly boring race, pretty spaced out where I was, but it's a good result. Yeah.
But is that reflective maybe of your pace overall to be in that position rather than taking advantage of any chaos, let's say?
Well, chaos is always good to take advantage of, but yeah, the pace was fine. Yeah, it just, how it all unfolded, I'd ended up with too much of a gap in front, too much of a gap behind, if you see what I mean. So, but yeah, I'm happy with where I am.
Congratulations, well done. Right, we're going to head back upstairs to Ian and get the Mr. Transit Swift Sport Challenge race underway.
Thank you very much, Ben. We're not going to get through all of the grid for this one because we're already into the countdown procedure, but I can tell you that on pole position for this one, it is 87 Louis Woodward, who won the race yesterday. Besides him is number 19, Matthew Weymouth, who was second yesterday. Race 2 is James Saggers, the championship leader. Besides him is Sam Copeland, with Jake Spencer and Michael Sanford on row 3 of the grid. 5-second board has been shown. Red lights go on, and for 15 minutes we're underway in the second Mr. Transit Swift Sport Challenge race of the weekend. This packed field, first time we've had a capacity field for the Swift Sport Challenge, and it's been a good start by Matthew Weymouth there. Not such a good start by Louis Woodward. He's dropped down to second position, and there's 3 cars side by side just behind him, including Samuel Copeland, I can see, and also possibly Jake Spencer in all of that, but it's the car with the orange stripe, Matthew Weymouth, that has the lead at the moment. They all make their way around that banked hairpin, the banking, for the first time. It looks like they're safely through. One is a little bit delayed, but does get through the corner now, and it's Weymouth leading with the 2 of them side by side for second. That's the 69 car of Jake Spencer up from the 3rd row of the grid, and the pole position car of number 87, Louis Woodward, the all black car, up towards Rocket. They go for the first time. It's James Saggers, the championship leader, trying to join in on them as well, and it is Saggers that stays in 4th position, but a really intense start to this race, Marcus.
Yeah, Saggers there's a touch behind Saggers, but Saggers got landlocked at the start in the first corner. He lost a couple of places, but he got them back. He's now up to 3rd, and he's fighting really strongly. But behind him, it's door handle to door handle, wing mirror to wing mirror, and yeah, it's fantastic as they come into the corkscrew. There's going to be contact again. There is.
And it's Graham Coombs that's really unsettled by that. Through has gone the 707 car, which is that of Elliot Fuster. So he's gone up to P4, I think that is. But yeah, Graham Coombs, who's second in the championship behind James Saggers coming into this weekend. He's the one that lost out there, and he comes across the line in 7th place. As Weymouth leads, Louis Woodward had got to second, but he's all over the grass on the exit of the target, and he is going to hold on to second position somehow, Marcus.
How did he do that?
I don't know.
He just dive bombed up the inside, and yeah, he's lost out the place again on the exit to Saggers. But that was very dramatic. Louis Woodward bouncing over the curb or the grass, but somehow gaining momentum from it. A few revs, I suppose, with the wheels in the air.
25, James Saggers then up into second position, then chasing after Weymouth, looking for his first win in the Swift Sport Challenge. Saggers had wins towards the end of last season. He also won the opening 2 rounds this year at Donington Park. Lewis Stannard it was that won both of the races at Silverstone, but it is for the moment Weymouth still up ahead, Saggers second and Woodward third. Best of the novice drivers at the moment, Samuel Rolfe, number 85, in 8th position overall, just trying to fend off Jack Wood, who was yesterday's novice class winner. They were in the other order yesterday. Down through the corkscrew they come. It's a 4-car break for the lead of the race, really, then a gap back to a 6-car battle for 5th position.
Another touch on the inside there, a couple of touches. The second one sent the third place car, 87, off over the grass, and that was yesterday's winner, Lou Woodward.
Yeah, so this has he managed to hold on to that position. It certainly meant that the top 2 have broken away now, Weymouth and Saggers, and yeah, Woodward has managed to hold on to 3rd position, just ahead of Jake Spencer and Elliot Fuster and Michael Sanford in the number 66 car there, but it's Weymouth who shares the car with his son Alfie. It's a team effort. It's from Drake Yarmouth is Weymouth, the 54-year-old company director. He's been racing for 17 seasons now, and he's just ahead of 25 James Saggers at the moment.
Yeah, just about. Saggers trying for the outside as he goes up to Rocket, grabs the lead, and that was very impressive. Behind them, though, there's 3 pretty much abreast. One of those is Sanford in Mr. Transit car.
Saggers, who's been racing for some time, since 2002, including in Radicals and British GT in a Dodge Viper back in 2007. Racing something with a bit less power these days in the Swift Sport Challenge. There you can see the next battle. That's the battle for 5th, headed by Elliot Fuster in the 707 car. He's the 18-year-old from Beeford in East Yorkshire. He's a student, also is a marshal at the kart circuit at Topworth. Change behind, Graham Coombs there getting a little tap from Michael Sanford, who goes around the outside of him at the final corner but can't get through there. So Coombs, the veteran of the Will Hire 24-hour race of the 1980s, he is still holding on for 6th position at the moment.
I remember Graham Coombs in a BMW M3.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's the one.
It's amazing that they're gravitating towards this grassroots saloon championship.
Absolutely, it's proved so popular with all kinds of different people, which has been intriguing. Now, Louis Woodward had a good last lap. He closed in by about a tenth of a second on Weymouth, but it looks like the gap between Weymouth and Woodward is continuing to come down. So we'll see if Woodward, who's had a few dramas, a few off-circuit moments, if he can get back in contention. Meanwhile, it's Graham Coombs now getting ahead of Elliot Fuster for 5th position. Graham Coombs in the red and black and blue car, getting ahead of the sort of silver and green and black car of Fuster. A little bit of difference in the amount of years of racing experience between those two. Sanford and Jake Boydell, who was a winner last season, next up, and then behind them the 2 top novices, Samuel Ralph and Jack Wood. But great racing here all the way down the order, more than 30 cars out on track this weekend, and it's a very competitive field.
Yeah, that view as the field plunges down through the corkscrew is hugely impressive, isn't it? And they get so close on the apex of this last corner. Contact is almost inevitable. Look at that. Out over the curves, losing a lot of ground, but keeping it pointing in the right direction. That's the important thing. But out front still, it's James Saggers who leads the way from Matthew Weymouth.
Black and white driving standards flag has gone out to Eric Henrich in the number 13 car, but is running in 24th position and is 7th in the novice class at the moment. You get a view there of the cars just getting through the back of shot. That was Ralph and Jack Wood, our novice class leaders. The fight for second is on now, which is for Matthew Wood in number 19 and Lou Woodward, who was again quick on the lap to the tune of 0.8 of a second, and is right with Weymouth now. Through Rocket they go, 2 abreast a bit further back, or 3 abreast nearly. That's the 68 I should say, of Jake Boydell and 66 Michael Sanford, and they've both actually managed to get past Elliot Fuster there, so he's lost, I think, about 3 places since the start of the
There's
lap.
2 more homing in on them.
And that is Ralph and Wood, the 2 novice class leaders. And they've just changed round, actually. It's Wood that's got ahead of Ralph there up at Peel. In the 26 car, Jack Wood, he was the winner. Ralph won the first 3 races at Donington and at Silverton. Josh Bolsover was the winner of race 2 at Silverton as far as the novice class was concerned. It was Jack Wood yesterday, and it will be Jack Wood again today. Oh, and off goes Archie Carter. Now, he had dramas yesterday as well. He got involved in an incident with Thomas Littlechild, but the number 89 car for the 19-year-old from Basingstoke, the apprentice technician at Ferrari, looks like he's out of today's race. Meanwhile, the fight for second goes on with Jake Spencer in the number 69 car going after them as well now. The sales director from Derby, 32 years of age, raced at an Ariel Asim in Sport Specials last season. And this car has managed to home in on Weymouth and Woodward, and he goes alongside Woodward up towards Rocket, but it's no change in the order there. There's a corner marker that's gone flying, I can see. So second, third and fourth now really tight.
Yeah, it's an absolute prime spot for overtaking Rocket, isn't it? But if you lose momentum and get it wrong, you could easily be gobbled up by the next 2 or 3.
And we saw Eric Henrich in the pit lane on the inset there.
Green flags in the corkscrew.
Yeah,
Something's happened at the top.
Yes, just something's gone on at heel, which is out of our view. Does that affect the leading group? I don't think it does, although Jake Spencer looks to have got ahead of Louis Woodward now. There's 6 minutes of this race remaining. So it's Saggers, Weymouth, Spencer and Woodward now. So Woodward did lose out. 5th is 43 Graham Coons, 6th is 66 Michael Sanford, 7th is 88 Jake Boydell, no, 7th is 26 Jack Wood, because Jake Boydell's lost a position. Jack Wood actually in the novice class now has 2 cars between himself and Samuel Ralph, which is useful for him. There is Jack Wood in the number 26 car. It's the white and red one at the front of shot. Car for the 28-year-old from Derby. First season of circuit racing for himself and Josh Bolsover, who he shares the car with. Enjoys doing track days. That's his favourite circuit, is Cadwell Park. And he wants to do a few years in the Swiss Sport Challenge and maybe move on to something like Club Enduro. Just behind him, Jake Boydell getting ahead of Elliot Fuster there and up to 7th. So great racing between those cars as they go, but it's a really competitive field. It looks like pretty much everyone has got someone to battle with in this race. Absolutely marvellous.
It's a great snake of cars, isn't that? All the way back through to the centre of the pack.
About 5 minutes to go. James Saggs has got a decent lead of almost 3 seconds, but Matthew Weymouth's under pressure for second place now. Really close between them. Watching Elliot Fuster and Jake Boydell, and they're almost having a little love kiss as they come down through the corkscrew with Jack. No, it's Samuel Ralph just in behind them. So this is 8th, 9th and 10th. Jake Boydell gets a good exit from the final corner and I think makes the move into the next one. No, he can't quite do it.
Yeah, he tried the inside at Target. Now he's got the banking to contend with. Can you pick up speed around the banking, do you think, Ian?
Possibly, yes. If you, there's a few different lines swoop. You can take. Yeah.
Get that cut back.
Boydell's up the inside now. We'll have the inside for Church, which is a really fast sweeping right-hander. He's lost 2 places there as Elliot Fuster, because through 2 has gone Samuel Ralph in the number 85 car as well.
He saw the gap opened and thought, I'm going for that as well, and took the momentum with him.
Ralph, another newcomer, novice class, 41-year-old mechanic from Petworth. There's also done lawnmower racing in the past as
of course,
well.
at Wisborough Green, which is very close to Petworth, where it all started. Jim Gavin, the man behind that.
Despite the fact to have that season of lawnmower racing, he's still eligible for the Novice Award in Swift Sport Challenge.
Sterling Moss used to do those events, and David Purley.
Fastest way of getting your lawnmower, I suppose. We've got 3 minutes remaining. Fuster is sort of not looking quite as committed as he was. If he's got a problem with the car, having said that, he launches a move into the next corner, so maybe he's still committed. He's got back ahead of Samuel Ralph. Meanwhile, we've got probably 3 laps to go, I would think, in this race to make it an 11-lap contest. Saggs leading by 3.3 seconds from Weymouth. Spencer 7/10 behind him. Keep an eye on that battle as well, as we're watching for the moment Jake Boydell, a winner at Silverstone last season, in 8th position. We've also got the 11th and 12th place cars in shot now as well. That's Jonathan Woolley in the number 27 car.
So has the status quo changed since last year, Ian?
It has. I mean, last year Adam Blair was the driver that won the championship, but James Saggers did come on strong towards the end of last season and is on course here for a 3rd win from 6 races this year. But it's been a mixed up podium. Different drivers have been there or thereabouts. Elliot Fuster had a couple of second places at Donington, Louis Woodward a couple of thirds. Alfie Weymouth had a second place at Silverstone last time out, and so too did Saggers, with Lewis Stannard, who's not here, winning both of those races. Look at this, absolutely side by side at the top of the circuit. You can see the 27 car just in behind them as well, that being the car of Jonathan Woolley, the Nottingham driver. Izzy Woolley out there as well somewhere, a little bit further back in 23rd place in the 72 car. There's Michael Sanford with the Mr Transit livery on his car. This looks a bit close. That's Aaron Mullen in the 81 car trying to make a position on Woolley. Jonathan Woolley that is, and I think he's done it. Yes, he does. So he goes up to 11th place. James Saggers has gone on to his penultimate lap in the lead. But it's great racing here. It's so often the case, isn't it, when you have relatively underpowered hatchbacks like this. They produce great, very close racing, especially with the championship ethos being to control costs and make it as equal as possible.
And they're more in build, I understand. So it's just gathering momentum, snowballing.
Absolutely. Capacity grid here this weekend at Anglesey. 34 cars is the most that we can start here.
Wood's just gone past Sanford up towards Rocket, but Sanford's retaliated on the outside. I've got a car off on the grass opposite us.
And that looked like the 54 car of Dale Bamford that was off there. There's that battle Marcus was just talking about as well. We can see Jack Wood and Michael Sanford there. So this is the fight for final position in the top 6. Oh, and Wood just drifted out a little bit wide there, and Sanford, I think, had to take evasive action somewhat.
Hit the anchors. Yeah, get out of the way. There goes our race leader on to what should be, I think, his final lap.
Yeah, Sanford in the number 66 car. 40-year-old, I should say, from Doncaster Mechanic, racing since 2021. He's built this car himself to race in. He's currently in 7th position at the moment. The clock's counted down to 0, so we've got the last lap underway. James Saggers leading it. He's just onto the back straight now. So watching Elliot Fuster in 9th position. But here's Saggers. He's got the St George's Cross patriotically painted on the roof of his car. No doubt celebrating England's win in the football last night. And he's turning his way through comfortably ahead, nearly 4 seconds ahead now of Weymouth, but second still under dispute. Weymouth has got Jake Spencer right behind him. There's great racing going on down the field as well, as you can see here. That is the battle involving the 85 car of Samuel Ralph, isn't it? Yes. But here's Saggers through the corkscrew for the final time, and this is going to be his 3rd win of the season, having won the opening 2 races at Donington Park. Round 6 of the Mr Transit Swift Sport Challenge is won by James Saggers comfortably from number 19 Matthew Weymouth and 69 Jake Spencer, with 87 Louis Wood, yesterday's race winner, in 4th position. Graham Coombs 5th, and it's going to be Jack Wood across the line to take 6th. This scrap in the upper midfield still to be resolved. It's going to be Fuster at the head of this group, just ahead of Samuel Ralph, who's going to be the last car inside the top 10. And Aaron Mullen, Jonathan Woolley, Darren Lucas and Melissa Bexley all close up behind him. But really, that was a pretty exemplary performance, I'd say, from James Saggers.
Absolutely, just experience, and just kept it all neat and tidy, and picked them all off, got himself into the lead. It was a difficult start for him. He got boxed, but didn't panic. He don't win the race on the first lap, and works his way very quickly up into the lead by lap 3.
He did, and he went on to win by about 4 seconds. We'll bring you the results in just a second. There's quite a few cars coming across the line now. So 25 James Saggers the winner at the end of 11 laps by 3.8 seconds, from number 19 Matthew Weymouth. 69 Jake Spencer was 3rd, 87 Louis Woodward was 4th, 43 Graham Coombs was 5th. In 6th place was number 26 Jack Wood, 7th was 66 Michael Sanford, 8th 88 Jake Boydell, 9th 707 Elliot Fuster, 10th 85 Samuel Ralph, 11th was Aaron Mullen in 821, Jonathan Woolley, number 27, took 12th ahead of 70 Darren Lucas, and Melissa Beckley, number 2, was 14th. Top 3 in the novices, therefore, 26 Jack Wood, 85 Samuel Welford, 70 Darren Lucas. A bit further back, in 15th position, we had the car of Kerry LaFlamme, ahead of Colin Flanagan, number 33, Dale Bamford, Sam Copeland, who was up towards the top of the field yesterday, Gary Stanford and Mikey Brissenden rounding out the top 20. One more race to come this weekend for the Mr Transit Swift Sport Challenge. That's just before 2 o'clock this afternoon. But we've got cars heading into Parc Fermé now, and we're ready to head down to Ben McCarthy, who's going to speak to our successful drivers.
Getting out of his car is your race winner, James Saggers. 2 times a victor at Donington to kickstart the season, now a winner at Anglesey. And, well, a piece of wood has just flown off the fence there. Probably the wind, but we'll speak to him hopefully once he can get his helmet off and put the fencing back on.
I'm not going to get any penalty points for knocking the fence over, am I?
Hopefully you've not been caught on camera. Oh, James, we've got a cap for you. We've got a cap for you. A race-winning cap.
Yeah, that's not mine, mate. That says first.
That is first. Why is that? You're third. Exactly that. Let's say, James Saggers. There you are. Thought you were going out the other way there. There's your race-winning cap. Yeah, nearly did that. That was a mistake there. That was a little bit dramatic out at the front, it felt like. The wind, that's quite powerful. And the straight as well. It's so long. It feels like there's so many opportunities for overtaking.
Yeah. No, well, it's still not easy to overtake around here. I mean, there's a lot of quick cars and all very similar speeds at the front, so. But we got there in the end. So.
Exactly that. 2 times a winner at Donington earlier this season. What does it feel like to build upon that with a victory at another circuit?
That's great. Yeah, no, hopefully we can do it again in the 3rd race. We can have another go. But yeah, no, it's great. Good fun. Enjoyed it. That's what it's about at the end of the day.
And of your chances later on?
We'll see. Anything can happen, can't it?
Look forward to it. Matthew Weymouth, back-to-back 2nd places this weekend so far.
Yeah, fantastic. A big thank to Richard from RS Fishing again for the sponsorship he helps us with. Yeah, great year. I mean, me and my son, who's right behind you, Alfie, we started last year. He started racing last year, and we're doing the team challenge. And he's only young, and I've been racing for a few years, a bit of an old boy now, but he's pushed me all the way. And at the last round, he got our best ever position so far, a 2nd. And I think we're at this weekend, so I'm trying to keep on the toes of him. But yeah, loving it. And a big thank to all the guys that help out. Adam is the backbone of the team. He does all the work and getting us here. There's only 4 of us. We do everything ourselves. So yeah, but great day. Sun's out.
Pulling the family weight now with that 2nd place.
Absolutely, yeah. So we're leading the championship at the moment on a team challenge. We're defending, so we've got to keep it going. Keep clean, keep tidy, get points in the bag.
Congratulations, well done. All right then. Eventually we get to you, Jake Spencer. How was that?
Wow, that was fun. I can't believe such a great little car. I know obviously Shay raced it last year. He did really well in it. Yeah, it really come alive this weekend, the car has, and I think a little bit of it's to do with the driver, maybe just a little bit. But no, Hayden's set it all up ready for the weekend, and it keeps just getting better and better and better. So yeah, first podium of many.
Racing drivers love to talk up their ability, so you're certainly one in that sense. But what's the wind like? How is it? Is it affecting you in any way?
I don't know. Windy. No idea with the wind. No idea. It doesn't feel like it's pushing you out or anything. But no, it's fine. Track's good. Temp's good. It feels great.
Congratulations, well done. Let's head back upstairs then to Ian and Marcus for the VSG Crypto Clio Sport Championship.
Activating. VSG Crypto ready for deployment.
Cars on the green flag lap then for the VSG Crypto Clio Sport Championships, the 2nd and final race of the weekend for these cars. Championship being led by Greg Hill on 137 points from Matt Hipkins on 122 and Pete O'Connor on 117 coming into this one. Thanks to Josh Barrett for updating us with the points. We've got the cars coming to the grid then. This is how they're going to line up for this second race of the weekend. Pole position getting the way of yesterday's race winner, number 30 Darren Ransom, besides him 56 Chris Lawrence. Second on the grid, 72 Pete O'Connor, or third on the grid, 72 Pete O'Connor. Next to him is 35 Joshua North. The grid by the fastest lap in yesterday's race, by the way. Third row of the grid is 12 Matt Hipkins and 298 Scott Carruthers. Fourth row, 28 Taylor Norton and 18 Mark Witherington. Row 5, 75 Greg Hill and 29 Joey DePrato. On row 6, it's 11 David Redshaw and 31 Chris Page. Row 7, 58 Ryan Earl and 51 Oscar Swanton. Row 8 is 32 Graham Bishop and 57 Matthew Poncia. So Darren Ransom it was that won yesterday's race from Chris Lawrence and Pete O'Connor. Mark Witherington was the best of the Class A cars, the Clio 182s. Last few cars coming into position 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. It looks like they're all there, which is good news. And it's going to be a 50-minute race once again for the VSG Crypto Clio Sport Championship. Last car into position, the green flag shown at the back. 5-second board is raised. We're ready with the red light going on. And out it goes. It's a good start then for the pole man, number 30, Darren Ransom. A great start from Greg Hill. He's away very quickly in the green number 75 car, so he's making up places already.
And Joshua North swallowed at the start.
Yeah, again he made
from row 2.
Yeah, made a bad start yesterday, didn't he? From pole position yesterday, so he will try and make up places once again. There is North towards the back of the group, but it's a great start from Ransom, yesterday's winner. He's got several car lengths in hand over Chris Lawrence and Pete O'Connor as they turn through Church for the first time. It's North in 4th, Hipkins 5th, and Greg Hill has got to the front of the 182s.
Oh, Witherington got squeezed there and fell back a couple of places. He's lost another one. He lost momentum going up the hill to Rocket.
And that's Taylor Norton and Joey DePrato getting alongside one another in the 29 and 28 car, respectively, the two silver Clios that finished yesterday's races in 3rd and 4th, respectively, amongst the 182s, which don't have as much power, but they're not as heavy as the 197 and 200s that make up Class B of the championship, the slightly more modern cars.
It's Greg Hill in his screen, the bright green car, points leader coming to this race. But it is Ransom who leads from Chris Lawrence, who's going with him, and Pete O'Connor trying to bridge that gap with Joshua North in 4th place.
Yeah, Matt Hipkins in 5th, the man that is well up there in the championship coming into this weekend. Certainly was leading the Class B points at the start of the weekend. He had a win in the opening meeting of the season at Croft. We've had, after 6 races this season now, we've had, I think, 3 different winners. Darren Ransom has won 3 times, Joshua North has won twice, Matt Hipkins has won once so far. Ransom looking for his 4th win of the season here. He's had 1 each at Croft and Silverstone and Anglesey so far. And if he can win here, in this race he'll be the first driver to do a clean sweep of 100% of the races in a weekend so far this year. Pete O'Connor's got Joshua North challenging him there for position. North in the number 35 car. And Ransom leading there in car 30. Chris Lawrence is a bit closer than he was a lap ago though, I think, Marcus.
Yes, he is. In fact, 3rd and 4th have homed in, and trying to go with them is that 5th place car, which is Hipkins in 12. Greg Hill's got that buffer with 298 behind him, which is Scott Carruthers, ahead of Taylor Norton and Joseph DePrato in the 182 class.
Yeah, DePrato, 20 years of age, from Hertford, started racing in 2024 in Enduro Kart. His 2nd full season now in the Clio 182s. So Ransom it is, number 30, that leads. Then it's Lawrence in second, North third now. He's got ahead of Pete O'Connor. That was been up at the banking. O'Connor down to fourth, Matt Hipkins in fifth, and then the 182 leader, Greg Hill, has one car between himself and Taylor Norton. That's the car of 298, which is Scott Carruthers, the 34-year-old engineer from Worcester. Also done some time attack in the past as Scott.
Leader kicked up some dust up at the top, over by Peel. Down through the corkscrew they come. It's relatively slow stuff down the hill, but it's all about placement and exit at the bottom of the hill onto the start straight. That's what makes a difference here. Top 5 broken away, and here we've got Greg Hill holding on ahead of Carruthers, with Greg with his rival Taylor Norton just stuck behind Carruthers at the moment, and both are quicker than Norton through target, which makes them a bit of ground again.
There's Mark Witherington, yesterday's Class A winner. He's challenging Joey DePrato for third place within class now, having had to make up a bit of ground here. He did start ahead of Greg Hill, but Greg made a blistering start. So Witherington lost a couple of places, also to Taylor Norton as well, off the line.
Witherington is coming back, or trying to.
The 42-year-old from Melton Mowbray, who's done some MG Owners Club racing about 20 years ago. Some track day trophy, Ford Enduro car as well. And since 2022, he's raced in the Clare Sport Championship, had a win at Mallory Park home circuit, one of his home circuits last season, towards the end of the year.
This part of the circuit, it would appear that Chris Lawrence is making a little bit inroads into Darren Ransom.
Yeah, it does seem that way, doesn't it? What was the gap on the previous lap? It was it's actually come down by 18 hundredths on that lap, the gap.
I thought it had.
Lawrence has done the best lap of 1:22.410, or his personal best. The best lap for Ransom is a 1:22.386. Not quite as quick as Ransom managed yesterday. Greg Hill trying to keep Scott Carruthers behind him. Scott Carruthers would be useful to have him behind, but it's not going to be the case, I don't think, because Carruthers has gone through on the inside of banking, which means that Hill now is directly exposed to the advances of Taylor Norton. A couple of seconds behind the next group, Joe DePrato, Mark Witherington and David Redshaw in his Class B car.
Now Hill has got Taylor Norton in his mirrors, and now in the tow. We've got Carruthers ahead of them, and look at that, up the outside going up the hill. You've got Taylor Norton trying to seize the 182 class lead away from Greg Hill.
Absolutely side by side all the way through Rocket, and it looks like Taylor Norton has done it. He's breached the defences of Greg Hill, and he's got through into the class lead and up to 7th place overall, but Hill's not giving up on that. He's challenging at Peel, couldn't make it through there. Meanwhile, it's Mark Witherington and Joey DePrato side by side for third within that class. That's where much of the action is amongst the 182s today in the VSG Crypto Clare Sport Championship. Hill and Norton are still alongside one another as they come through the final corner. They're going to be pretty much dead heating over the timing line. It's going to be Hill with his nose in front, and he's managed to hold it, Marcus.
That was brave, wasn't it? Because the slightest tag would have spun Hill out there.
It would, but he's got back in front, but he's not completely ahead. He does now slot in behind Taylor Norton, ready to pick up the tow once again, and that tow will start any time now as they come through Church and about to head onto this long, sweeping back straight.
Yeah, Carruthers has escaped, and behind those two who are battling for the class lead, we've got DePrato and Witherington. Witherington is going to grab that place under braking, or is he not? The lighter car to his left can brake fractionally later, but he's got through. I think Witherington's got through in that next group.
Yeah, let's just have a look in the background. Yes, he has. So Witherington, we can see in the braking up to 9th place overall and 3rd within the class. Greg Hill retook the class lead at turn 1 at the beginning of the lap. Still going to be probably another 4 or 5 laps to go at the end of this one, probably 5 I think, for Greg Hill to try and defend from Taylor Norton. Greg Hill, who won the class yesterday, no, sorry, he was second yesterday, could have here a 1, 2, 3, 5th different winner in Class A this season if Taylor Norton can get ahead. He's yet to have a class win this season.
Yeah, it looks in a strong position at the moment, Ian, I'd say, because quite possible that Witherington will be able to drag himself back to them. It's quite a big gap at the moment. He's got Redshaw on his tail. David Redshaw in one of the more powerful cars with a sort of winged appendage on the roof.
First 4 overall, all Class B cars are pretty much single file. There's not a lot of battling going on amongst them. 30 Darren Ransom still the leader, only by 3/4 of a second from 56 Chris Lawrence, 35 Josh North, and 72 Peter O'Connor, with Matt Hipkins 5th and Scott Carruthers 6th.
Yeah, Hipkins has gradually fallen away over the last 2 or 3 laps.
Yeah, they're going on to lap number 8 of their race.
I'm intrigued to see what lap time Witherington can do, because he's, I think he is making a little bit of inroads towards Greg Hill in 75 and 28, which is Taylor Norton.
He was half a second faster than them both, but it wasn't a personal best lap. 124.3 compared to 124.9s for Norton and Hill.
If he can gain half a second a lap over the next kind of 3 laps, he'd be with them, can't he?
Yes, and that would make him in a position for an attack right on at the end of the race, with at the last lap, something like that. So there's the 298 car for Scott Carruthers. Here is Greg Hill, our Class A leader, by about 5/10 of a second, half a second from Taylor Norton, and then it's 1.8 seconds back to Mark Witherington, 3rd in that class. Greg Hill, radio controlled car racer. We're watching the leader now, Darren Ransom, who is putting a good run of results together here. He's had 3 wins already, looking to make it 4 now. He was had a non-finish in the opening round of the season at Croft, and a relatively lowly finish in race 3 there, so that's put him on a back foot a little bit in the championship. But
Chris Lawrence has caught the leader.
Yeah, it did take 8/10 out. Sorry, I can't read. 3/10 out that lap. It certainly got a bit closer than it was. You can see the leaders heading down towards Church once again. Chris Lawrence, the yellow front on his car. Joshua North having a better run than yesterday when he was the final classified finisher in 16th place. Having had some dramas, has an off. After making a poor start to the race as well from pole position. Trying to recover some of his pace and pride with a podium finish here. He's not been able to do anything about the 2 cars in front of him. He has shaken off Peter O'Connor though, who was 3rd in yesterday's race behind Ransom and Lawrence. Down through the corkscrew they come for the 9th time, I think, with 2 minutes 30 seconds on the clock. Yeah, they're going to get 2 more laps out of this. So again, it's going to be an 11-lap race for the VSG Crypto Clear Sport Championship, as it was yesterday. Ransom ahead. First 3 separated by 1.5 seconds, and another 1.2 back to Pete O'Connor, the 43-year-old from Bristol. Started racing in 2022 and was the champion in 2024, racing one of the 182s on that occasion. Ransom still ahead of Lawrence. If anything, he's just eked out a bit more of a gap on this lap, I think. Was 3/4 of a second They may have lost a little bit of that under braking for Rocket that time.
Yep, leaders come back down the escarpment through the approach to the corkscrew. Here they are. Plunge, plunge, plunge now to the bottom. It's a great bit of track. It's sensational set of corners that.
And through to complete another lap they come, and they'll go on to the. I was going to say they'll go on to the last lap. They're not getting the last lap board, but looking at the time left in the race, it looks like this is going to be the final lap. If I look at the race log, it's been a pretty uneventful race, this one. Just one incident of note: the Matt Hipkins running a bit wide earlier on in the race, but that was the only thing that was noted. He breached the track limits in doing so. But we've had some good racing, particularly amongst the 182s. 197 200s, it's been a bit more processional. So you see how much pressure Greg Hill is under. I don't think that much actually now, as he's probably got a gap of a second or so. Yes, he has, to Taylor Norton. So Greg Hill is going to look good here for a third win in the last 4 races, having won both of the races at Silverstone last month. Ransom, though, leading through the right-hander at Peel. Down through the corkscrew he comes. Chris Lawrence a bit closer to him. The good battler can see on the back straight for position way down the order. Pick up on that in a moment. But the leader coming through is going to be Darren Ransom, who completes a clean sweep this weekend in the VSG Crypto Clio Sport Championship at Anglesey. Beats Chris Lawrence, did it yesterday, but Joshua North this time in 3rd place, up on the podium, and Peter O'Connor 4th. Matt Hipkins, the Class A Championship leader, is 5th, so his grip on that Championship lead is ebbing away. And then it's Scott Cook in the 6th, and Greg Hill wins Class A from Taylor Norton, just about a second between them in the end, and Mark Witherington 3rd. He did close on them, but not enough to mount on track. Joe DePrato 4th in that class, and Oscar Swanton 5th in that class. This one battle to still come over the line, and it's Chris Page who's got ahead of Graham Bishop on the final lap to go through and take the position. Let's have a look at the results. Darren Ransom then the winner at the end of 11 laps, number 30. 6/10 of a second, his advantage over number 56 Chris Lawrence. 3rd was number 35 Joshua North. 4th was 72 Peter O'Connor. Matt Hipkins with number 12 was 5th, and Scott Carruthers 298 was 6th. Then we find our first Class A entrant. That was Greg Hill, number 75 in 7th place. Taylor Norton 8th, Mark Witherington 9th, and then from Class B, David Rudshaw completing the top 10 ahead of Jerry DePrato, Oscar Swanton, Chris Page and Graham Bishop, with Matthew Poncia and Ryan Earl completing the finishers with 44 seconds separating the field at the end of 11 laps of racing. So that was a relatively becalmed Clio race, really, Marcus, and Darren Ransom a comfortable win.
It was, yes, Ian. He looked absolutely on top of it, and Greg Hill, great drive to maintain his points lead from the opposite class.
Indeed. Let's go down to Parc Ferme, and Ben McCarthy's down there ready to speak to drivers in the Clio Sport Championship.
Welcome back to a blustery Parc Ferme, where we're still awaiting our winner, Darren Ransom. Speak of the devil. Here he is, his 2nd win of the weekend, 3rd this season, and he's setting a form that no one else in the series has matched thus far. He's accompanied on the podium in 2nd place by Chris Lawrence, and you can see in 3rd place Josh North. But we're going to speak to our winner first, who is still inside of his car, just removing his helmet. And yeah, making his way out. What I must say is a very, very nice blue livery. Hopefully, I said we can have a word with him. Darren, here's another hat for you. Take that. 2nd win of the weekend. You're setting a pace here that no one else is quite matching.
No, not in a minute. We had a bit of a bad start at the start of the year at Croft. We broke out from the lead. I was on pole and then sang up to the car. So I've been due a good weekend. We had a good weekend at Silverstone, but yeah, this tops it, I think. I love Anglesey, I love coming here. I have to come a long way as well. It took me 8 hours to get here, so it's well worth the trip.
I was going to say, worth the journey. Congratulations, Darren. And just very, very quickly have a word with our second place man, Chris Lawrence. Yeah, again, on the podium this weekend, you two are setting a good pace.
That'll do. Darren had a slightly better start than himself, but apart from that, managed to hold on. When I got the slipstream, it comes to rock.
The red lights go out at the start of the race for the Nankang Tyre Sports 1000 Championship. Got cars heading off up towards the first corner, and it's the car of Noah Osbaldeston that's in the lead. He was a retirement from yesterday's race, but he is out in front this time. He's got Dan Clues behind him. It looks like Carl Austin, who was yesterday's race winner, is in third spot.
Yeah, Austin braved it out on the inside of Jonathan McGill going through the first corner. In fact, McGill's dropped down to fifth. And Osbaldeston, so stretching away. Yesterday he had a problem where he spun on his own water, and that was something to do with an electrical connection to the water pump, which had failed before the race. They couldn't even get the car to start. Lots of action. They changed all sorts of electrics, etc. Scott Mittal and his boys got it going, and but unfortunately the contact, very, very light contact with him and Clue, put them both out. Neither car suffered substantial damage.
20-minute race this for the Sports 1000 Championship. Carl Austin leading the championship now by 2 points after his win yesterday. He's on 124, Osbaldeston 122, and Dan Clues on 116 points. It's a 20-minute race this for the Nankang Tyre Sports 1000 Championship, so slightly longer than some of the other races that we've had during the course of this weekend. And the winner of this race was, I say, Carl Austin by 0.4 of a second from Dan Clues, and Johnny McGill took a rare podium for him. We're watching Johnny McGill now. He's in fifth position at the moment. There's a spin for Naeem Hack there over the banking, and also for Ian Hutchinson, seemingly in sympathy, but I wonder if there's some fluid or something down on the circuit there that caused two drivers in quick succession to spin at the banking. And I can see that there's a 10-second penalty for Noah Osbaldeston, the race leader, so that's a jump start for him. So Noah Osbaldeston had a retirement yesterday. His weekend not getting much better. So although he's 1.3 seconds ahead at the end of lap one, he's going to have to get at least 10 seconds ahead now to win the race.
Yeah, incredible, isn't it? And these cars powered by a mixture of engines. Some have got Suzuki's in them, Gixxer engines, and others Honda Fireblades. It was the Honda Fireblade that won yesterday in the hands of Carl Austin, his second win of the season. He won one of the races at Croft. And here's Osbaldeston. He's going to go some now to try to get that, negate that penalty.
Well, he's pulled out another second, 2.3 seconds now, the gap over Clues, so he's got his clog down to try and maximise his chance of doing it, and he could well do it, because with 20-minute race they're going to get probably, what are they going to get, 16 laps, something like that, maybe a little more, maybe 17, if there's no safety car or anything like that, or no restart.
That's right. He looks like he's set out at a pace so he could make that gap up.
Yeah, he's still just 18 years of age, from Bury St Edmunds. Esports driver as well as a real world racer. Second season of racing. Done some karting at a good standard. But only did that since 2024. Had coaching from Neil Ridderford over the years as well, has Osbaldeston. There's Daniel Ashby though, the number 33 car, the Spire, in fourth position. The red car for the man from Milton Keynes. And Osbaldeston's done the best after the race, 1:11.856. His lead now 3.9 seconds. So I would say, Marcus, that there is a good chance that he will pull out 10 seconds in this race.
Yes, that might be the sort of the product. Pod that he needs, but he's certainly going about it in the way that suggests that it's a formality if the car remains consistent and reliable.
Yeah, that's the Mattel. that he is racing, the MC53. 3 examples of this out there today with Dan Clues and Tony Williamson racing the other one. It's prepared by Scott Mittal and his father Ian and the team, who run cars in all kinds of different categories now, up to including Formula 1.
F1000, he's coming back out in Scott's coming out at Silverstone in the spare Higginson car. So here's Osbaldeston. Just going away from the rest. Second place is Dan Clues. Third is Carl Austin, the Bovey Tracy motor engineer, 51 years old. John Fogwell Motors, of course, John Fogwell, a special saloon racer back in the 70s and 80s. Maguire Mini, I think, at one point.
There is Austin. So leading the championship by a couple of points now, although a lot of the winning this year has been done by Noah Osbaldeston. 4 wins he's had, including all 3 at Silverstone on the Grand Prix circuit, where it was really impressive there. Ashby 4th, Colin Chapman 5th, Johnny McGill in 6th place. Marco Di Pieri, Chris Brayshaw, Vincent Dubois and Ian Hutchinson completing the top 10 at the moment. Then the 2 spinners from the banking on lap 2, Tony Williamson, no, actually it was Ian Hutchinson, wasn't it, that had a spin, but Hutchinson and 9 Hack coming back after that, their spins. Osbaldeston coming through again. We're watching on Carl Austin on screen. So he's got the, I think, a wheel mark on the side of his car from a close shave with Clues yesterday. They come through to complete lap number 5. And Osbaldeston's lead now is 6.1 seconds.
There's a big gap between that top 6 and the rest, aren't there? And the car that comes through next, I'm sure has an issue. I was listening to the gear changes earlier on. It didn't sound like it was changing very cleanly. 88 chasing them on. That is Chris Brayshaw.
Yeah, Chris Brayshaw, the 39-year-old accountant from London, in his first season of racing. So watching Dan Clues there, the reigning champion in Sports 1000, an F1000 champion as well in the past. Clearly favours motorcycle-engined racing cars of varying descriptions. F1000 also in the 750 Motor Club stable, of course. Sports 1000 for cars which are 2-seaters, but they run these unmodified bike engines. There's no wings or anything like that, so limited aero. They run treaded control tyres.
6.9 seconds the gap, by the way, Ian, from first to second.
Yeah, and then it's about 2.6 seconds back to Carl Austin in 3rd. So it's the Mittals having a good clean run of it at the moment. Watching Daniel Ashby there in that Spire, the number 33 car. Spire's out of Derbyshire. Paul Nightingale as the man behind those.
Used to race in Formula 4. Paul Nightingale had a Delta.
Yeah, the Spires have proved very popular cars and really took Sports 1000 racing to a new plane.
Changed down at the back because name Hacks has gone past the other Mittal, that of Tony Williamson, into target.
Yeah, he's gone past Tony Williamson there, the 59-year-old from Leeds, in his 2nd season of racing. Did the last race of last year at Donington. He's in the Mittal MC53, the ex-Phil Hutchins car. There's Hack in 15 from Salisbury. Looking to come back after that spin, so he's up to 11th place now. He's got probably 10 seconds to make up on Ian Hutchinson, who was his fellow spinner out of the banking on lap 2. And there is Hutchinson, number 69. He's racing on with the 61 car there, which is Vincent Dubois in the Sabre T2. The ex-Tim Hovard machine. To Tim developed. Vincent's an ex-Alfa Romeo racer. Been racing on and off in Sports 1000 for quite a few seasons now. Of course, Marcus, Sports 1000 grew out of RGB, which was road-going bike engine sports cars, which was created in the late 90s, I want to say.
So, and I always remember that some of the early RGB stuff, and Robin Knight was very enthusiastic about it. He was sort of the 750 competition boss at the time.
Yes, it reflected what was a growing trend in particular sort of the kit car world at that point, wasn't it? To put bike engines
Colin
in.
Chapman pulling out.
Oh, he is, I'm afraid. Yeah, he's heading into the pit lane. He's one of the drivers that's probably done more of Sports 1000 and RGB races than anybody, really. He's been racing in it since 2004. Reckons he's done about 250 race starts in the championship. Out of Fisher Fury for a few seasons. But for the last few years, we've been racing this ex-Richard Morris car. Had it since 2021, actually, and prepares the car himself. Sadly,
Chemical engineer, worked all over the world.
That's right. Yeah, worked in the oil industry. Into the second half of the race now, as Balderston's lead is not yet 10 seconds. He's coming through again. That's across the timing line. It was 8.074 seconds the gap a lap ago. And Clue's coming over the line now. And the gap is out to 8.586. So the pace at which he's been pulling out has decreased. Now Hutchins and
I'm wondering whether the track isn't quite as quick as it was early on.
Possibly. Hutchins and Dubois here. Hutchinson, I should say, and Dubois battling for 9th and 10th. Oh, and a big slide there from Dubois up at Peel. Managed to get it pointing back in the right direction again as they head down through the corkscrew. Sports 1000 drivers who hosted the Marshall's barbecue last night. I'm sure was well appreciated. Over the line goes Dubois again. These two disputing 8th and 9th now with the demise of Colin Chapman. Here's Hutchinson, has a look at the inside of Dubois into the banking, but decides against making the move there. Meanwhile, the race leader whilst Bolton's down into the traffic. He's lapped Tony Williamson, his Mattel teammate. Nine seconds now the gap for now at Osbaldeston. And Vincent Dubois there is slowing. And he's got a problem, so it looks like he's the second retirement from this race. We lost Colin Chapman a couple of laps ago. Is Dubois going to make it to the end of the lap, or is he going to have to pull off somewhere here?
Now that could be a problem, which potentially, if he stops, could trigger a safety car.
Yeah, is he going to get? It looks like he is going to get to the top of the hill.
I think he is going to get to there, but if we had an interruption, that might nobble the leader.
It would do, wouldn't it? It certainly would, because he'd be unlikely, I think, to be able to reel out 10 seconds again. He's very nearly done it once in this race. There is Osbaldeston, just to keep tabs on him. The young driver who is looking to move on to the upper echelons of the sports. He says that racing's always been his escape and his passion. He feels most himself as someone with autism, ADHD and dyslexia. This is where he thrives in motorsport. So
10 seconds and a bit of change, Ian.
Yes.
He's made it.
He has. He's done it, so that's a great effort from Noah. Just to get his head down after the disappointment of yesterday. And although he's in his eagerness to get off the line, may have jumped the start very slightly. He's managed to reel out the 10 seconds he needed over Dan Clues in any case. So that's been the point of drama in this one. We've got a Spire and Sabre car park down there in the pit lane now. As Dubois pulls in behind Colin Chapman. Osbaldeston still pushing on. You can see the car is right at the limit of the adhesion that those control tyres, Lancan control tyres, would give him there through Peel. Really working hard at the wheel through the corkscrew, coming through to the envelope. What he's got to be mindful of now is not making a mistake that gives away too much time.
Yes, having done the hard work, it would be an awful shame to throw it away.
He has pulled out another half a second that lap though. But yeah, he's still pushing on. I don't think those tyres are giving them as much grip as they were early on in the race though, which wouldn't be a surprise.
Ashby had a moment coming out of the last corner. His hand went up and McGill has swept past.
I think Ashby's got a problem, hasn't he? I think that's the third car that may well head into retirement. Yeah, he's still had his hand aloft, and yeah, he's pulling off onto the grass up at the banking, and yeah, he's going to pull up behind the barriers there. So that's good, sensible driving actually, to get the car out of harm's way. So that's not going to cause an interruption. Again, if he'd parked that less considerately, that might have been to Noah Osbaldeston's disadvantage. There is Osbaldeston. He's got 4.5 minutes of the race left to go. These Mattels are impressive pieces of kit, aren't they, Marcus?
Oh, they are. I mean, the Mattels and the Spires, they're really well done and very well thought out. And they deliver phenomenal performance.
It's a great story, the Mattel story, isn't it? I mean, from a dad and lad, Ian, when his lads got to low-cost championships 15 years ago now, probably, that would have been.
Absolutely. I mean, Ian raced minis himself.
Yeah.
Back in the day, he was a sort of a head of craft at a secondary school, wasn't he? All that sort of metalwork and stuff. He was always a clever fella. But what he's done is inspired not only his son, but a cohort of young team members around him, and just some great cars. Look after a Formula One Tyrrell for Dan Gore, don't they, these days?
Yeah. Dan, who raced with them in sports in F1000, I should say, and Sports 1000 as well.
Yes, he has. Yeah.
Chris Brayshaw making up a place now. He's gone up to a position, taking advantage, of course, with the demise of Daniel Ashby. Brayshaw with Marco Di Pieri behind him. Brayshaw got for a few laps ago, heading for 5th position now. He was 7th yesterday. I'm just looking to see what his previous best result has been. Yeah, this would be his best result. Chris Brayshaw, 5th place, if he can bring it home. I'm very pleased with that. Johnny McGill putting a lap on Tony Williamson there. He's not going to repeat the podium of yesterday, I don't think. I suppose it makes them all the sweeter when they do come, though. It's the rarity value, but he was very pleased with a 3rd place finish yesterday. For McGill, the Spire driver from Doncaster. Two minutes or so to go in this race. Osbaldeston's lead has increased to 11.7 seconds now. And he's going to come through now, and he's going to have 2 laps to go. So that'll be a 17-lap race for him. His laps pack now, who's in 8th position. Still chasing after Tony Hutchinson. He's got that gap down a little bit compared to where it was earlier in the race, to about 8 seconds, but I don't think he's going to improve on that. Carl Austin, just gone through, didn't seem to be quite as quick as he was in the earlier stages of the race, but actually when you look at the times, only a few tenths off his best lap.
And he's comfortably clear of McGill, so he's not going to gain a place, he's not going to lose a place, as it would appear.
So this meeting's the 3rd of the season for the Sports 1000 contingent. They go to Brands Hatch on the 8th of August, Snetterton 300 circuit at the end of that month, and then Thruxton for 2 races on the 26th of September. rare 750 motor club event at the Hampshire venue. So we look forward to that.
Balderston acknowledged the last lap board as he went through.
And yeah, his lead still 11.6 seconds, because Clues did the best lap that time, a 1:11.901. Whilst Boston still with the best lap of the race, a 1:11.586. So
I think Osbaldeston's skill is that he can get down to those times very, very quickly. He doesn't seem to have to work up to them. He switches it on and is straight away in his operating zone.
A couple of seconds outside Billy Orbone's lap record from 2018. Different tyres that the cars race on since then. And I think that was a late season meeting, so although it's not as hot as it has been, it's still a warm track temperature today than it may have been September when that record was set.
That's a good effort. 34's now come back. That's Marco De Pieri. Come back at Brayshaw.
As Osbaldeston comes across the line, he takes the checkered flag. Now let's just make sure he is still 10 seconds clear of Dan Clues. So he's taken the checkered flag. Has he won the race? Here comes Dan Clues. And yes, he has, by 1.6 seconds on corrected times. Noah Osbaldeston wins then the 8th round of the season in the Lancang Tyre Sports 1000 Championship. It's actually only the 7th race. So that's got his championship hopes back on track. I think he'll go back ahead of Carl Austin in the championship. Dan Clues second, Carl Austin third, and Johnny McGill is going to take 4th place. So really, Marcus, that turned into a race against himself for Noah Osbaldeston.
Absolutely, and it was only a marginal start advantage. I'd have thought he get. It didn't look to be anything overt, but the sensors in the timing systems pick these things up pretty well, and there's observers looking on. And last corner, there's a battle there, and there was a change, and it's now changed back by the looks of things to Brayshaw ahead of De Pieri. That's for what, 5th and 6th places.
Result then, 24 Noah Osbaldeston was the race winner. 17 laps completed by him. He was more than 11 seconds ahead, but only 1.6 seconds once the penalty was taken into account. That was over Dan Clues, number 1, so Mattel MC 53.12. Carl Austin, number 44, yesterday's race winner, was 3rd, ahead of Johnny McGill in 4th, number 72. Chris Brayshaw, number 88, was 5th. Marco De Pieri was 6th. They were battling right to the end of the race. Ian Hutchinson, number 69, took 7th place ahead of Namehack in 15 in 8th. And Tony Williamson was the last of the finishers in number 22 in 9th position. We lost, though, towards the end, Daniel Ashby, and earlier on, Vincent Dubois and Colin Chapman. So, as I say, they resume at Brands Hatch at the beginning of August, the Lancang Tyre Sports 1000 Championship. 2 more races to go before lunch, but first let's head down to Parc Fermé and hear from Ben McCarthy.
A spin yesterday, a win today for Noah Osbaldeston in the number 24. Some would say it was redemption. We'll hear if he agrees with that in a moment or two. But he's joined in 2nd place by Dan Clowes. We spoke to him yesterday. We'll speak to him yet again today. And the number 44, Carl Austin, in 3rd place. Let's have a quick word with our race winner, who's going to be accompanied by his winning hat, as is customary at the 750 Motor Club. And we can indeed speak to him now. Noah, hello. I said spin yesterday, win today. The word redemption, does that come to mind?
Yeah, no, it was alright. It was a decent race. Had a good start for once. Yeah, no, it was decent. Decent start. Sort of ploughed out the laps, nice and consistent. Just tried my best, really. And well, it wouldn't be possible without the Mittel guys as well, and Nova Motors Esports, all my sponsors, I know Remote Coach, they all make this possible. They get me on the grid, and without them, there'd be no funding to go racing. So it's all thanks to them. But yeah, no, from start to finish, it was a good race.
Good to maybe underplaying it. Absolutely dominant. Congratulations, Noah. Very well done. Dan Clowes, 2nd place. We're getting to have a habit of seeing you. Oh God! Oh, sorry, I forgot about the hat for Noah. But Dan, 2nd place, making a habit of this.
Yeah, a lot of seconds this year so far. Noah keeps pipping me. I could, a few laps into the race, once I'd gapped away from from Carl. I could looking at the pit board and going, okay, right, we're in front here. Head down, fast as you can. See if we can just keep that gap down. But probably about 4 laps from the end, it had evaporated. And fair play to Noah, he's driven really well.
Congratulations, well done. And now, Carl, congratulations on 3rd place. What do you make of that?
Yeah, that was good. I mean, keeping with those guys, or trying to keep with those guys, should I say, was best I could do. I mean, Dan, I was sort of like, he was in my sights all the time, and I just kept sort of trying to keep with him, but if I pushed that a little bit harder, I think I would have been off. So I thought, right, let's just relax and go for 3rd after first. Yesterday was to come 3rd and 1st in a meeting is brilliant with these guys. These guys, I mean, Noah's in a different league, so, you know, you never keep with Noah, unfortunately.
Oh, congratulations on your 3rd place. Very well done. Let's have a final word with Noah, not least because I need to give him his hat. Noah, very sorry about this. There's your hat. And just finally, just talk us about the challenge of Anglesey. You've certainly mastered it on 1 lap pace with pole position in both races, but what does it take after all those laps to succeed here?
A lot of practice in the simulator. I think it does take a lot. Unfortunately, the angle mod is a bit suboptimal for a set Corsa, but yeah, it's a lot of time in the simulator, a lot of time with people like George, who is he's over here. He's been doing loads of stuff with our remote. You know, we plough out 6 to 8 hours every week doing sort of this preparation. So, and it's everything to do with like the mentality and sort of the psychology behind the racing. So to me, it's not really track to track. It's more just like preparing for each weekend as it comes along. It could be the Nürburgring, it could be Anglesey, it could be Brands Hatch. It doesn't really matter. It's just as long as you're prepared for it, right, then you should be able to conquer any circuit.
Noah, again, congratulations, well done. We're going to head back upstairs to Ian and Marcus and head into the race parts 750 Formula Championship.
Thank you very much, Ben McCarthy. A bit of clearing up to be done at the end of that Sports 1000 Championship race. Now, news here is yesterday that we had our 5th different winner from 5 races in the race part 750 Formula Championship. That was David Winter, and I see on my screen he is a confirmed non-starter for today's race. Now, he did have some dramas towards the end of yesterday's race. I didn't know that he wasn't actually going to make the start of that until I've just seen the notification on my screen. 2 other non-starters as well. Mark Windley, who was off yesterday in the Rod Hill Mystic, number 57, and Thomas Llewellyn with the ADR, who I don't think made the start of yesterday's race. So it is at least 3 cars down compared to the published grid. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, 13 cars in the assembly area, which I think is probably what we'd expect after those 3 non-starters. Let's have a look. Let's do the grid now for this one, if we can, because the cars are going to be released onto the circuit shortly. So we'll have 77 Bill Cowley on pole position and 33 David Reed next to him. No David Winter, number 35, on the inside of row 2. 37 Richard Rothery is there on the second row. We had 2 Chris Goff and 57 Mark Windley. Well, Mark Windley not there on row 3. Row 4 is number 5, that's Peter Higton in the Derby, and number 12 Conway Dorr in the race kits. Row 5 is going to be 11 Hugh Davison, 4 Matthew Unwin. Row 6 is 6 Simon Bolter and 42 Martin Kemp, Mr. Race Kits himself. Row 7 of the grid will be Martin Depper and Peter Hackett. Peter Hackett in the first of 2 Clubman's cars. Then Bob Yarwood in the other, number 79, and no Thomas Llewellyn at the back of the grid. So 13 cars we'll have for this race part 750 Formula race. Championship wise, now it is Bill Cowley, despite an on-finish yesterday that still leads the standings. He did get the fastest lap yesterday, I think, so he's up to 90 points now. And then it's Jake Doherty, despite not being here this weekend. He remains second on 70 points, although Chris Goff has joined him on 70. David Reed, who he had dramas yesterday, but did manage to come home in second place somehow, despite various issues. He's moved up to 69 points now, and David Winter, who won yesterday but not starting today, on 65. And Bill Cowley is out there on the grid. Bill himself had dramas yesterday though, Marcus.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Ian, I didn't manage to catch up with them in the paddock. Couldn't find them, but technical issues yesterday. What was interesting that the car of David Reed lost quite a lot of its bodywork.
Yes.
There's now an awful lot of black tank tape on that, so I don't think it's going to be happening again. Looks like it should be all right. But first, he lost the tail cone, and that caused all kinds of dramas. But we've got a problem down here.
Yeah, for Matthew Unwin, number 4. His race kit's fault has not made it off the grid for the green flag lap. Yeah, I'm not sure if we found out what the issue with David Winter's car was. He was, as I did come home with the win, but not able to start yesterday. Looks like Unwin's car is going to be pushed off the grid, unfortunately, and back into the pit lane. Marshall's working hard there.
Such a shame, isn't it? Because so much effort is put in, and Matthew Unwin from Kettering in Northamptonshire. I wonder if he can start from the pit lane potentially.
That's his best hope now, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah. If they can get that car fired up once it's in the pit lane. But yeah, good work by the marshals to get it off the circuit at least.
Got Bob Yarwood in the old Ladybird at the back. It's an early clubman's car. Built by Derek Walker, one of many Ladybird cars he built over the years. So the ultimate one being a special saloon space frame Skoda.
Yeah, clubmans have been invited to join 750 Formula grids this season. They're the sort of B Sports 1600 cross-flow engined cars that are joining the grid. They're sort of broadly similar in performance to the 750 Formula cars these days.
They've got sort of the early clubman's cars. A lot of them have got the Formula Ford engine, a sort of Kent engine in them. But support has been kind of spasmodic, hasn't it? It seems to be very regional.
Yes.
Whether they come out. If it's in the heartland of the country, down Silverstone, you might get a few.
Yes, exactly.
But it's good that we've got some here. Peter Hackett with his Mallock. He's got another Mallock on the go at the moment, apparently, which he bought as a project recently. And the Ladybird, an example of very early clubman's car. Clubman's Formula having started in 1965.
Yeah, quite some years after 750 Formula, which has been around since the late 1940s.
And the Cowley that's appeared in many guises over the years was basically conceived in 1969. The car that sits on pole position. It's a stunning little car. It's made originally by Bill Cowley Senior, granddad of the current Bill, father of Nigel Bilstad.
Red lights go on then for the 15-minute race. And out go the lights. It's a good start from Bill Cowley. He immediately moves across in front of David Reed, as he did yesterday. Looks like Matthew Woodman is going to start from the pit lane, by the way. So it's Cowley leading, David Reed second, Richard Rothery already quite a few car lengths behind in third position, just ahead of Chris Goff. And I think Hugh Davis there, as they turn their way through the banking for the first time. Yeah, Woodman has got away from the pit lane, so his trip from Kettering not completely wasted. And he will be able to get into the race, but it's Cowley from Reed, and Reed has maintained his bodywork all the way through Church Corner on the first lap, which is more than he did yesterday.
There you go. David Reed in the slipstream of the Cowley. Comes up the outside, looks for perhaps a cutback at Rocket.
Yeah, but it's Cowley that's held on there, hasn't it? As Martin Kemp and one of his race kits designs is doing battle with. That's the ex-Ian Barley car, but now being driven by Conway Dorr. So it's Bill Cowley that should be leading when they come back into our sight. Here they come. From our contracts winner at the Corkscrew. There's Richard Rothery and Chris Goff going through. And here's Cowley to end the lap with a 1.2 second advantage over David Reed. Rothery third, another 1.2 seconds behind. And then it's Chris Goff. Peter Higton leading in Class B. Class B in 750 Formula is for not different specification of car, but for drivers that have had less success in the championship previously. No sort of top 3 results, top 6 in the championship or in any season. Those things preclude you from racing in Class B for up to 4 years. So up to Rocket go the leaders, Cowley and Reed, and Rothery there in the PRS that's won championships in the past in the hands of David Bartholomew in 2024 and then back in 2015 as well. It's been around for quite a few years, that car now.
It has, always in the same colours, and has a big flat bottom plan which generates quite a lot of downforce apparently at Thruxton, place like that. It's absolutely brilliant. Leaders back towards us, that is the PRS 1B, the Pither Rothery Special, Ed Pither, Richard Rothery, and then behind it David Bartholomew, its most successful driver, as you say. We've got a couple of works livery derbies there. The colours have slightly changed over the years. The Batten's in there as well, I see, and Unwin is no longer at the back. He's splitting the clubman's cars of Hackett and Yarwood.
Yes, so he's come through to 12th position now. It's Yarwood ahead of Hackett, isn't it, on this occasion?
And the cars with the majority of the 750 cars with 1108cc Fiat engines, and so when you're in battle with a 1600 type clubman's car, you are giving away quite a bit of torque.
Historically, 750 Formula has always been the playground for the amateur designer and constructor and engineer to build a new and innovative car.
Yarwood has shot past Hackett, going through the long curve up towards Rocket. Lead us back with us though.
Yeah, just watching this battle here with Martin Kemp and Conway Dawn and Simon Bolter there in the number 6 car. That's the Batten. That was driven by Bill Rutter for a time, and before that by Billy Allbone very successfully. He took it to the 2014 championship, another car that's been around for longer than you realise. 12 years ago that Billy Allbone won that championship, beating Bill Cowney that season. Bill Cowney's first championship came in 2017. Number 12 car for Conway Dawn, 58-year-old from Orwell in Cambridgeshire. Started racing 10 years ago this year. Class B winner in 2017. 6th overall in last year's championship. The car that he's racing, originally built in 2011. Built by the late Rick Collins, raced by Ian Barley for 10 years, but it's losing a position there to the Batten of number 6, but then gains it again and gains another position very nearly as well. No, it does gain the position from Martin Kemp as well, so he gets ahead of the Kemp car, and so too does number 6 Simon Bolter, the driver from Sudbrook. Bill Cowley's got the best lap of the race, the blind screen best lap of the race, a 1:14.279. Interestingly, half a second faster than he went yesterday. A 1:14.75. David Bartholomew has the lap record here from 2015, a 1:12.56. So 9.5 minutes to go in this race. Cowley leading by 3.2 seconds from David Reed. There's 7 seconds between Reed and Richard Rothery in 3rd. Chris Goff in 4th position, the 62-year-old from Telford, so he'll have had a trip more than likely up the A5 to get here today, or this weekend. Business consultant by occupation, been racing since 1986 now.
Interesting, isn't it, that the Batten is left-hand drive.
Yeah.
All about weight distribution with the transverse engine, I guess, and transverse engine and gearbox, and cleverly designed car, distinctive looking.
Absolutely, it's good to see it back out as well. Having not seen it on track for a few years, there's a few 750 Formula drivers that have actually sort of swapped cars between themselves. There's obviously a relatively limited pool of cars available that have already been built for the championship, and well, it would be great to sell them to newcomers to the championship. It's interesting how drivers fare as they swap, exchange cars and buy cars between themselves. Clan Bolt has been racing a Derby previously in the championship. Coming up to halfway through the race, and that's Bolter chasing after Conway Dorr for 7th position. The leader is still Bill Cowley by 4.3 seconds from David Reed, and then there's 9 seconds or so back to Richard Rothery in 3rd, who in turn has got a couple of seconds in hand over Chris Goff. So it's not the closest motor race we've ever seen, to be absolutely blunt, at the front of the field, but drivers that are there will be enjoying this challenging driver's circuit.
Yeah, looking at the next pair of derbies, the 11 car goes through there, which is that of Hugh Davis, isn't it? The Derby Mark 4-5, and he's ahead of Peter Higton in that little battle for class honours.
Number 70 going across the line there, Martin Depper, driver from Stourbridge, 55-year-old CNC programmer. Started circuit racing in 2014. It's his 5th season in 750 Formula. He did 6 years in historic 750 Formula. He held on a highly modified Mini for 22 years as well, with some success, taking a number of records that still stand today. Car that he races, the Derby Mark 5, was built by Dick Harvey for Rick Goodyear. Then it was sold to Dave Hartle, then Colin Wolstenholme.
Dick Hartle, wasn't it?
Yes.
Dick Hartle team.
And then remodelled the chassis to its current suspension configuration. It's been to the hands of Darryl Beckwith and Matthew Twynham.
Oh, Darryl Beckwith
well.
now racing in historic Formula 4 2000. And yes, remember the Beckwiths, Colin Beckwith, the dad, wasn't it?
Mm.
Used to race minis and things as well.
There is the Depper car, we were talking about that. He's just lost out actually to Matthew Unwin, number 4, who had to start from the pit lane, of course.
There's Unwin, isn't it?
Yeah.
In that car with the nice blue, like a royal blue livery.
I guess he must have just stalled on the line at the green flag lap and couldn't get the car restarted again without some assistance.
Quite a few of those race kits, Falcons, weren't they? I mean, I should imagine towards 10.
I would think so, yes. There's certainly a few that we've
One else
on
we've
here.
probably never seen on track. I think one was built by a college and there's been just a project for them, an engineering project. At that, side by side, the baton goes through.
Yeah, that's Bolter getting ahead of Conway Dorr for 7th position then. Bobby Orwood still ahead of Pete Haggett in the Clubman's
green
dispute.
here.
Oh, Cowley's out. Cowley is out of the
They're
race.
gone. There he is. He's parked up.
Yeah, he's at the side of the track. He's marching up to the top of the hill to a position of safety, and Bill Cowley, for the 2nd time this weekend, is a retirement. Non-finisher yesterday when David Winter won. Going to be a non-finisher today, and if Chris Goff does finish in 3rd place...
He did, what, 7 laps yesterday? About the same today?
Yeah, exactly. Yes, he's done 7 laps today. That seems to be the limit for that car. Chris Goff, I think, will go level on points with him if it finishes this way. Wow, so that's a surprise. Double failure this weekend for Bill Cowley, the championship leads. That's going to keep the championship wide open. Which actually, just thinking about it, might be David Reed that takes the championship lead. Let me just refer back to the spreadsheet that Josh Barrett sent to me. Yeah, because Reed was on 69 points. So yeah, with this win, it'll be Reed that actually takes the lead of the championship rather than Chris Goff, although Chris Goff's 1 point ahead of Reed in the championship. Of course, he's going to finish 2 places behind him. So it's Reed now leading by 14 seconds from Richard Rothery. There is the race leader, number 33. He's got 3 minutes of the race to go, probably 3 laps to go to make it a 12-lap affair, which is how many laps we got out of yesterday's contest. Reed, who was the runner-up in a very dramatic championship last year. It was a 3-way fight for part of the season with Bill Cowley and Mark Windley. Went down to the final meeting at Croft. But Bill Cowley, the more experienced driver of the two, won out. Reed there in the number 33 car. The man from Brinklow near Rugby, 47 years of age. Started racing only in 2023. Originally sharing the ex-Ollie Collett race kits Falcon with James Jeffrey. Done plenty of autograss racing with a Space Frame Mini pickup over the years. And a 160 brake horsepower Vauxhall engine. And he's been racing this HRD for a couple of seasons now. He said it's yellow for the moment and a new colour scheme coming soon, but he said that last year, so it should not come that soon.
To concentrate on keeping the bodywork on it, I think, first before he risks scuffing it.
Yeah, probably wise. It's the ex-Dave Hodkin car. Hodkin, who was the champion in 2013 and appeared in this car about 5 years ago, something like that. Had a couple of wins in it, showed some good speed, but wasn't able to bring it out very often. Now being more regularly used by David Reed. Battle between the two red cars, Conway Dorr and Simon Bolter continues.
And one of the derbies has slowed.
Yeah, that's the number 11 car of Hugh Davis. I can just see out of our commentary box window coming to a halt. I think he's going to pull off into the onto the club circuit link there. So Hugh Davis again, another driver to retire from both races this weekend. And again, he did get one further lap than he did yesterday, 10 compared to 9. But yeah, this is Bolter against Dorr for 5th position it will now be, with the demise of Hugh Davis, who was leading Class B. So Peter Higton is going to more than likely take a 2nd Class B win of the weekend in the number 5 Derby Mark 5. There's the baton coming down through the corkscrew.
Ooh, a bit of a wiggle from number 12, which was the Conway Dorr car, got out on the curb.
Meanwhile, the leader is on his last lap, I can tell you. Last lap board has gone out. Up at the top of the hill is David Reed at the moment. As we're watching the baton go through, there is Reed, just heading towards Peel, the right-hander. And then he'll drop down through the corkscrew for the final time. The clock's counted down to 0. There's a yellow flag because of Bill Cowley's car that's off the circuit. Also parked up in the middle of the infield is Hugh Davis now, but it's going to be David Reed that comes through to win here at Anglesey in round 6 of the Race Part 750 Formula Championship. He's the first driver to win 2 races this season, adding this to his victory at Silverstone in May. So Reed takes the win. Richard Rothery is going to come home in 2nd position, number 37 in the PRS, and Chris Goff, number 2, is going to be 3rd. So it's going to be David Reed that is our new championship leader here after this weekend's racing, with 2 non-finishes for Bill Cowley. He will be able to drop those at the end of the season, so it might not all be lost for him. But 2 times having mechanical woes during the course of this weekend, Bill Cowley.
It was Higton, Bolter and Dorr who finished the top in the 4th, 5th and 6th places. Bolter with Dorr all over the back of him crossing the line.
Martin Kemp just going through. I think he is not going to be the last finisher, because that's going to be Matthew Unwin, who's just heading down the hill. He was the last unlapped runner, so he's going to take 8th position, having started from the pit lane. We'll be able to have a look at the results in just a moment of that race, which I think in the end we had 11 finishers from the 13 cars that started. One more race to come before the lunch break. That's going to be for the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula cars. They'll be released out onto the track shortly. But it was a win that for David Reed in the Race Parts 750 Formula Championship. And he won that race by 17.8 seconds in car 33 from number 37, Richard Rothery. And yes, it's just disappeared from our screens, unfortunately, just at the crucial moment. But I can tell you that third place went the way of Chris Goff. The Class B win went the way of Peter Higton. And of course, the main news there was the retirement of Bill Cowley, the race leader, championship leader, coming into this weekend, having 2 non-finishes during the course of the weekend. The 750 Formula Championship continues at Cadwell Park on the 18th and 19th of July. Let's head down to Parc Fermé now. Ben McCarthy is going to speak to our race winner.
David Reed it is then who takes victory for the second time this weekend. For so long it looked like Bill Cowley was going to, well, take this hat, but in the end it's going to fall to the number 33. We're just awaiting him to arrive to Parc Fermé. Obviously we want to make this quite quick, as coming up we have the Race Parts historic 750 Formula before we head into lunch. So just one more race before lunch. But you can see, actually, if we turn round, you can see all of the cars filing their way in. The number 37, the blue car there of Richard Rothery, second place for him. He was on the podium yesterday. Behind him, number 2, Chris Goh, who has claimed third place. Still awaiting the number 33, our race winner. You can also see the black car in front of you. There is Bill Cowley, who led this race for so long, but pulled up towards the corkscrew, and that for the second time this weekend arguably has deprived him of victory. Let's speak then to, where is David Reed? In fact, David Reed, race winner again. Take this hat firstly, put it on. You'll need it on a day like this. For so long it looked like Bill Cowley, it was his race, but you were there to seize the moment, and you did.
Yeah, I think a lot of effort to get there, because I'm not sure if you're aware, yesterday I had an issue. The front of the car came apart, the back of the car flew off. Well, the front of the car punctured the radiator hose, so I then went over the line yesterday at 160 degrees. So last night we put a new cylinder head on, new head gasket, got the engine going, and this morning we then patched the bodywork together, which is why it looks like a bumblebee at the moment.
Actually, just turn around there. You can see actually the sellotape all on there. But no, terrific effort, David. Congratulations on the victory. Right, I can hear cars revving in the background. So, Ian and Marcus, we're going to head back to you for the final race before lunch. It's the Race Parts historic 750 Formula.
Yes, so we've seen the 750 Formula cars, now their historic brethren, taking to the track for the first of their 2 races this weekend. And it is going to be a 50-minute race. They'll have another one at the end of the day as well. They had their qualifying session earlier on this morning. These cars don't take part in a championship. It is just a series of races they have, and it's for a mixture of cars from the early days of 750 Formula and recreations thereof, cars to sort of similar kind of specification and performance, and some Austin 7s as well. Let's have a look at the grid then. On pole position, it's the number 47 car of Ian Elliott. Beside him is number 80 Joe Zosso. The second row is 16 Sam Wright and 6 Richard Verheyden. The third row 72 Trevor Slatter and 7 Graham Wilson. On the fourth row 14 Ambrose Butcher and 31 Greg Catton. Row 5 is 67 Paul Mason and the 13 car of Ben Bolt. Row 6 is 8 Peter Marsh and 37 John Donnelly. Row 7 40 Mike Kenny and 25 Timothy Bradley. Row 8 is 22 Charlie Plain Jones and 33 Gareth Cordy. And row 9 3 David Rose and 26 Phil Livingston. So that's the way the grid is lining up, and once they are onto the grid we'll go straight into this 15-minute race for the Race Parts historic 750 Formula Series. The story of the season so far is that we've had 4 races and 4 different winners. I wonder if we'll keep that up. It was Sam Wright and Joe Zosso at Brands Hatch. It was Ian Elliott and Richard Verheyden that took the wins at Silverstone. I'll say Elliott is on pole position here, so he'll be hoping that that run does not continue, and he's able to get a second win of the season here. He's in the Jomo. You've got Joe Zosso in the number 80 car, the driver from again in the DNC. Revs rising, red lights go on, red lights go out, and not a great start from the second row of the grid by Richard Verheyden in number 6, but everyone else does manage to get away, including eventually Verheyden. I think it's Elliott that has got the lead of the race as the cars head through first couple of corners. Sam Wright in the Village V2 has managed to make a good start to the race as well. He's up into second position, but goes a bit wide there at the banking and is level pegging, I think, with Joe Zosso as they head through the first couple of corners. Down through Church they go. It is still Elliott in the 47 car in the lead of the race. It is Wright second. I think then it is the 80 car of Joe Zosso in third as they make their way along the straight towards Rocket.
Yeah, Zosso's also racing in classic Formula Ford. Van Diemen 79 or Van Diemen 80. Another Swiss driver to come and play. Must be the second or third competitor from Switzerland to enjoy historic 750.
Yes, quite a...
yellow flags waving and yellow lights also at Rocket.
Yes, let's see if we can pick up what's happened there in a moment and who might have been involved. There's Trevor. Oh, and a spin there for number 6, Richard Verheyden. Well, he didn't make a very good start, and now he's had a spin at Peel. He's got it onto the grass, out of hopefully harm's way. Verheyden from who travels across for these races as well. He's in the race kits Merlin, the car known as Miss Moneypenny. Car number 7 is going slow. That's Graham Wilson in the time 3B that's been raced here in the past by Anthony Reid. That car, but is going to head into the pit lane, unfortunately, at the end of the first lap.
Yeah, so we've lost several cars already, but out front, Elliott from Zosso from Trevor Slatter.
Yeah, so it looks like Wilson's going to head straight back into the paddock. Knows that he's got nothing he can do about that. And also heading into the pits is a car that needs some assistance to get there. That's the 40 car, I think, of Mike Henny. Here's Lotus 7, the driver from Bristol. He's going to get some assistance from the marshals and the fire crew, I think, to get that car out of the way.
Verheyden's charging back, isn't he, in that number 6?
Yep, after that drama up at Peel and the slow start, we can see him on screen now actually. He's behind, I think that is Peter Marsh, is it not? In the Austin 7, number 8. So he's making up ground somewhat. Down through the corkscrew they're going to come. It's Ian Elliott still leading, by the way, from Joe Zosso and Trevor Slatter. They're already on to their third lap of the race. So I think the one we lost on lap 1 up at Rocket was probably Sam Wright. He dropped back quite a long way.
Yes, he's at the back of the pack here in the number 7, the Village, built by John Village, the 1979 European Formula Ford champion. But he's picked himself up. He's not at the back any longer.
Yeah, so we'll see how far up the order he can get on that lap. He did a 1:30.076, but Elliott in the lead did a 1:25.530, so quite a bit quicker. Lap record here at Anglesey is a 1:24.63 from Richard Price, so it's not beyond the bounds of possibility that he could get down to that during the course of this race and claim the new lap record.
Another Cowley in this race, and that's the car of Charlie Plain Jones. It's an earlier design from the late great Bill Cowley. Grandfather of the Bill Cowley we've seen racing today.
There's 13, Ben Bolt, who was the driver of the year in Class C last season. Looks like he might lose out a position to Sam Wright here. Sam looks to his right, looks to his left as he goes into Peel. Sam, who took over this car for the, I think, the second event last season at Alton Park from John Village. He had raced it with success for about the previous 3 or 4 seasons. It's a recreation of his the car that he raced in the 70s. And the 67 car we see on screen there as well is Paul Mason in the Whippet historic 750 Formula, evocative name. And there's, as you can see, he's got past Ben Bolt. He's also got past Peter Marsh now as well. So his next target is going to be Richard Verheyden in 6th position.
Yeah, Sam Wright's really pushing on. His lap times will be, once he's in the clear, will be impressive.
Yeah, exactly. He's done now there's another 1:30 on that lap. So no faster, but of course he's trying to pass cars, and that inherently is going to slow you down as he does so. So he must have had that moment to put Rocket on the first lap of the race. So climbing the hill towards the left-hander. Rocket goes this group. There's the 37 car going through. That is John Donnelly there. He's out there in the Race Kits Merlin. A few of those on the grid. And Dave Winter won in the 754 race in a sort of modified version in terms of the bodywork of these cars, and obviously with a different engine in it. The Fiat engine in it for the contemporary 750 Formula. This running a Reliant 850cc unit. John Donnelly there in 11th position. There's a recreation of the cars to the spirit of the regulations. The Whippet has expired, I'm afraid. Paul Mason pulling off the side of the circuit.
That is a stunning looking car, isn't it? Such sleek bodywork on it, but it's not in a very safe place, is it?
Yeah, it's not a great position for him. Meanwhile, this is Greg Catton and I think Ambrose Butcher, is it? No, that's Richard Verheyden.
Verheyden,
yeah. Verheyden with him now, so this is for 5th place.
And they're being caught by Sam Wright in the village.
He is.
What Sam Wright is probably very keen to see is a safety car right now,
yes,
because it put him right back in the thick of things.
He has got into the 128s now, Sam Wright. As Catton goes through in that number 31 car, the Dyson.
I think Zosso appears to be closing in just a tad on the leader. Trevor Slatter goes through in 3rd place in 72.
There was a slower lap for Ian Elliott, a 127.6, but it was a personal best for Zosso, a 125.8, so 1.8 seconds gained on that lap. Here's Verheyden in that number 6 car, the 49-year-old from the Alsace region of France on the Swiss border. Allied Technical Department is where he earns his living. And this car with a Reliant 850cc engine in it, he's owned it for 18 months now. It goes all the way around the outside of Catton in that Dyson. Ex-Gordon Wilson and Ian Grant car. Is still clinging on though, is Catton. And finally Verheyden manages to squeeze through around the outside.
The Catton car, reminiscent of a Lotus 23 bodywork-wise car from the early 1960s, but I recall seeing one driven by Angelo Farina, who was from Swindon, and he called his car the Farina Dyson. And Catton dived through, hooked a wheel over the curb on the inside there, and managed to have enough momentum to get through. Still the Whippet just parked up there at the side. Whippet's gone to have a drink.
Yeah, I think the officials are happy that's in a safe enough place to continue racing. Just tucked around the corner, I guess, from Put Rocket. So Ian Elliott's leading overall. Greg Catton's leading his class, Class D, which is for any pre-74 car under 1500cc.
Ooh, a bit of a squeeze there. That was interesting.
Yeah, Verheyden was in danger of getting squeezed towards the pit wall there, wasn't he? He's gone to the outside now through Target, turn 1. Catton driving a wide Dyson there. He's having to go to the outside line through.
Wide and slightly
banking.
wayward Dyson.
Yeah. And now the inside is for Hayden into Church Corner, and Wright is with them now as well, isn't he?
Yes.
As these have battled, and it's for Hayden that goes through there as they pass one of the Austin 7s. That's the 26 car that they've gone past, to Phil Livingston. In his car, the man from Carnarvon, just over the Menai Straits. And right now has got to the front of this group, so with a good run, but he's off on the grass there. He's going to lose it again. He got to the front to put Rocket, and now he's rejoining at a snail's pace. Second time he's been off at that part of the circuit. Meanwhile, Ian Elliott's just in the line screen best lap of the race, a 1:25.435 now, so he's improved his lap time, but still not getting into lap record territory, which we said was a 1:24.63.
He's not far adrift, is he?
He's not, less than a second.
Hasn't dampened Wilson's ardour, has it? He's come back. He's got Catton to get past again, which is interesting.
Yes, absolutely. Joe Zosso has got is within 1.6 seconds of the leader, Ian Elliott. There's the number 3 car, that's David Rose with the Lotus 11 just going through shot. And we have got less than 5 minutes, less than 4 minutes of the race indeed left to go.
Ben Bolt used to be a very good sprinter and hill climber, specialised in imp engines, as I recall. Here's the leaders, and that's it's 25 just moving out of the way. This was Tim Bradley with one of the Centaurs, Tim from Leominster. Centaurs designed by the late Richard Scott.
So round the banking goes our race leader. There's the second place car, Joe Zosso, number 80 in the DNC. So far this season, Joe has had a win. That came in the second race at Brands Hatch. So it looks like we're going to get a first 2-time winner in Ian Elliott at the moment, because he won at Silverstone. Yeah. It's the 2 scratch races here at Anglesey this weekend. The next meeting at Cadwell will feature a handicap race in the second race there. They'll also have a similar handicap race at Snetterton in August over the bank holiday weekend. Dropping down through the corkscrew. Probably going to be 2 laps to go then at the end of this one to make it an 11-lap race. This is also catching. It was 1.5 seconds at the start of the lap. It probably is around about the same margin now, I'd think, between Ian Elliott and Joe Zosso. Jomo and the DNC. Sweep through turn 1 at Target. The next car through is going to be the number 25 Tim Bradley car for the 58-year-old from Leominster, the operations manager at Tiger Helicopters. Started racing a couple of years ago. He's done some hill climbing in the past.
Jomo, we see a Jomo winning a lot in historic Formula Ford and classic Formula Ford with Ben Sims driving it. The Jomo Formula Ford's made in Birmingham. Verheyden under pressure now from
Sam
Wilson, from Wright, Sam Wright in 16, the Village V2.
This is for 5th and 6th positions. We'll put the banking then on the penultimate lap of the race for these cars. Turn their way through. Right there in car number 16. Climax engine, I think, in that car. mixture of different eligible engines for Class C.
Yeah, it's a light alloy engine, the Coventry Climax, derived from a fire pump unit.
Up the inside he goes, Sam right into the position at Rocket, and this time he has managed to get the car turned in successfully, so he goes up to 5th place ahead of Verheyden now. So 2
We've got
drivers.
yellows here, got a spinner in the corkscrew.
That's Bradley, isn't it, I think, that we're just talking about with the Centaur. Yes, it is, number 25. Looks like he's out of it, he's unbuckling his belts.
The winged horse is flying no longer.
Last lap board's gone out already, so the race leader Ian Elliott already on his way. He's pulled out a bit from the Jomo. Now there is Bradley getting out of his car. Next, Mike Whitby and Tim Allison car, self-prepared by Tim Bradley. But there is Ian Elliott on the final lap of the race. He's
or spin.
Oh yes, it's Ben Bolt who's now going along the start-finish straight, absolutely in 100 in reverse, as it were, coasting up. He's managed to get that car turned around his back, pointing in the right direction. That was dramatic. Meanwhile, Ian Elliott is heading through the corkscrew for the final time in this left hooker, number 47 Jomo historic 750 Formula car, and he turns his way through the final corner, and he's going to take the checkered flag here and win the first of 2 races today in the Race Parts historic 750 Formula Series. Joe just also 1.4 seconds behind at the end, so gap staying pretty significant, pretty similar to what it had been. And then it's going to be quite a long gap, I think, to Trevor Slatter, actually in 3rd position. The top 2 had pulled away quite a long way. Trevor Slatter.
Yeah, Slatter's coming down through the corkscrew now.
Yeah, in that number 72 car, the Centaur, back in his car, Rachel Linden Thurston's car, I think earlier on in the season. But he now gives a wave to acknowledge the checker flag and his 3rd place finish. Ambrose Butcher, only a second and a half behind him in the end. Didn't see too much of Ambrose in the number 14 DNC Mark C. 6, one from Shipton on Star. He took 4th place, Sam Wright 5th. And Richard Verheyden in 6th, with Greg Catton 7th, winning his class in the Dyson. It looks like it's going to be a class win for Peter Marsh, and also for Charlie Plain Jones in the 2 Austin 7 classes, supercharged and non-supercharged respectively. You can see Charlie, he's just about to come through to take the checkered flag now. And there he goes through shot. Charlie Plain Jones winning in Class A, and still waiting for Peter Marsh to come through to win Class B. I think he's going to be the last driver to take the checkered flag in actual fact. Ian Alex actually come through to take the checkered flag for a second time though. I thought it looked like he'd missed it first time round. And Peter Marsh there taking the Class B win for the supercharged Austin 7s. So we'll have a look at the results for that race in just a moment or two. We're going to go into our lunch break very shortly. We'll be racing as soon as we can after 1 o'clock, so probably a little bit earlier than the timetabled 1:30. But confirmation that number 47 Ian Elliott took the win at the end of 11 laps of racing in the Jomo by 1.4 seconds from number 80 Joe Zosso in 2nd. Number 72 Trevor Slatter was 3rd. 14 Ambrose Butcher was 4th. Sam Wright in number 16 was 5th ahead of Richard Verheyden. Greg Catton, number 31, took 7th and won Class D. Then 13 Ben Bolt was 8th, despite going backwards at one point. John Donnelly 37 was 9th, and Peter Marsh number 8 completed the top 10, winning Class B. David Rose 11th. Charlie Plain Jones number 22 was 12th, winning Class A ahead of Phil Livingston, who I think was the last of the finishers. So I say, racing underway just after 1 o'clock probably for the Vulcan Racing Classic Stock Catch Championship. But for now, I'll hand you down to Ben McCarthy in Parc Ferme.
That concludes the pre-lunch action here at Anglesey. Ian Elliott, the number 47, triumphing. The 2nd place man, Joe Zosso, in his number 80 car, has just got out of it as the rest of the cars come into Parc Ferme. It's actually a great view, this Parc Ferme. The reason why, particularly in this series, you can see the range of cars, not only in terms of makeup but design as well, is such a tremendous sight as more of them do come in. Just, going to wait, hopefully, for our race winner, who will hopefully be here soon. Trevor Slater, the number 72, in third place. We'll also try and see if we can speak to him as well. Might speak to Joe Zosso first, actually, second place man, whilst we wait for our race winner. Joe, second place. Congratulations on the drive. How did that feel, and how satisfying is the result?
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to say hi to Switzerland, everybody watching us. And thank you, a special thank you to Jörg, to Roland, and to Hovi, to helping me preparing the car after Brands Hatch. So the race was good, very good. Start it was not so easy, but gearbox is not so easy. But the rest was okay, was very good. Yes. In front is a Climax engine. It's difficult it's difficult. But with the 850, it's difficult to follow the Climax. But it's okay.
More than okay. Second place. Very well done, Joe. Thank you for speaking to us. Right then. So, Ian Elliott. I said with my back to the rest of the cars, that was not going to help. Oh, Ian. There we go. Congratulations on the victory. Firstly, your hat. Put that on. I think the weather is kind of calling for it. How does that feel out there? Quite a narrow winning margin in the end. Does that keep you on your toes?
Definitely. Continuously looking in the mirrors, seeing how big the gap is, and the temperature out there. I didn't expect it today. Thought it was going to be cooler, but yeah, very hot. Very good race, very good.
Just talk us through when you have particularly Joe right on your tail. Is it are you almost distracted by it, or does it almost kind of get you more?
It makes me push slightly harder, but then you make more mistakes, go into overcook it and stuff. Yeah, in the end, just try to settle down and keep it consistent. Yeah, brought it home.
Well done for that. Thank you for speaking to us. Right, Trevor. Congratulations. How was that?
Oh, it's great. It's great to get a podium finish. It's been a while now. I've had a few issues, a few accidents, but yeah, and I was determined to. No heroics today, I decided, but when you're in third, you just go for it. I thought I could keep up with Joe, but no, the man's too fast. Yeah, brilliant. Ian, amazing win again, and Joe, brilliant competitor. Yeah, great fun though. Yeah.
You make a fantastic podium. Thank you very much. Well done. Right then, well, the time is now lunch. You'll see us in a moment or two when myself and Tim head down the pit lane. But yeah, well, you'll see us in just a few moments' time.
Yes, thank you very much, Ben. Ben's going to relocate to the pit lane now with Tim, our roving cameraman, and he will be chatting to some drivers in the pit lane, hopefully, ahead of the Club Enduro Championship race, which we'll see later on this afternoon. As I say, racing back underway shortly after 1 o'clock with the Vulcan Racing Classic Stock Hatch Championship. But for now, we'll take a short break.
The Driver Media Programme, powered by Blind Screen, with over 1.6 million followers, more than 1 billion views. Now, you get that same social media vehicle for motorsport. The Blind Screen Backs Driver Media Programme turns your season into a sponsor-ready content engine for drivers. Plus, you get access to the hospitality trailer at 750 Motor Club events. Join the Blind Screen Driver Media Programme.
welcome to the pit lane, everyone. I hope that sign makes that abundantly clear. Here at Anglesey, a couple of stuff I want to talk about during this lunch break. We're going to start off actually with this pit entrance. Why? What we've seen quite a lot of, actually, and you may not have seen this during the coverage, the amount of drivers actually having to take liberties, almost carrying too much speed. When you come into the pit lane, you almost need to just get to the outside there and then swing instantly back, or else you've got a couple of tyre walls awaiting you. Another thing worth mentioning about Anglesey is the elevation. Much of the first half of the lap really is pretty much flat. Once we get to the second half, though, you can see kind of in the hills and banks behind me a lot of elevation. In fact, there's 36 metres of elevation on this coastal circuit in total. The bottom of it is Church Corner towards the start of the lap, turn 4, and then we have Peel Corner, turn 9, which, like I said, 36 metres above it. Another thing, actually, towards the end of the lap, because of the nature of the corners, some of them are a little bit longer than others, but also in terms of how quickly they come at you. We've heard a lot of tyre screeching towards the end of the lap, both when you're heading downhill and uphill, but particularly downhill. Myself and Tim, you've seen us many times, or you've seen me many times in Parc Fermé. We have quite a good view and quite a good sound, actually, of what's going on as the drivers really are battling not only the track, but the temperature as well. Yesterday was very hot. Not as hot as we have seen in some parts of the UK this week, but hot nonetheless. And a lot of times the drivers were talking about having to manage the tyres enough, or else they were going to get swallowed up. Also, the safety car very much demonstrating the liberties that need to be taken on this pit lane. Not at racing speed, it's got to be said, but nonetheless demonstrating to us of just that. But today, you can probably tell, probably from my hair actually, how windy it is. Yesterday, towards the last race, it did get very, very blustery. Today's been a lot more consistent, but you've also heard in some of the interviews earlier on about how that's not been so much of a problem. If we turn around, Tim, actually, maybe have a word. Is that the safety car driver we could have a word with if my walks are fast enough? Oh no, they're going to be heading back into the safety car. I'm not too sure. I think they're going through a demonstration right now. I actually saw when I came into the track this morning the safety car actually heading out of the premises, probably just to get a test under its belt, or else going to look for something. But yeah, let's head down the pit lane. As you can see, there's not many people here at the moment. We have a driver's briefing going on, which was meant to start at 12:30. That'll probably carry on just a little bit. We're going to head down the pit lane now. In fact, you can see race control, race direction above us there, above the Anglesey circuit sign. Above that is where you're going to be here, where you have heard Ian and Marcus throughout the day and very much through yesterday as well. But we'll continue on down this pit lane and see if there is anyone to talk to here in particular. The marshals having their lunch at the moment as well, and it goes without saying the terrific work that they do, not just at Anglesey but all of the circuits that 750 Motor Club heads towards. Let's see if we can go and have a word with one or two of them very quickly. You can see also as well with this pit lane, in fact, you have, well, a bit of a drop here. Normally, most people are stood on the bricks by the side of the track getting a better view than what you would get here, because I'm not the tallest person, but I actually cannot see the tarmac on the start-finish line. Hello, marshals. Could we have anyone with a very quick word? I know it's your lunch break currently. Hello there. Well, some marshals are more eager than others. We're all eager. Well, yes. They're all eager, as one says, but yes, let's have a very quick word with one of them. Also remind ourselves of the terrific work that they do. Hello there. Could I ask for your name, please?
Maria.
Hi, Maria. How long have you been a marshal here at Anglesey, or how many events have you done here as a marshal?
3 or 4.
What got you into it?
My brothers. Yeah.
Are you from the local area? Has Anglesey always been the track to go to, or?
No, I'm actually local to Alton Park.
Have you done marshalling there as well?
Yeah, a lot of times.
Just tell us, in terms of what does a day of the life of a marshal actually look like? I imagine quite demanding in terms of the cars, getting them ready before the race, and also in Parc Fermé after.
Very tiring. But yeah, wake up at 6:30, something like that in the morning. Obviously, we're gonna either like, here we're gonna get obviously signed on at like 7:45 to like 8 o'clock, but at Alton we don't need to do that if we're in assembly. Then obviously we're gonna call the cars up with the microphone, which is mainly my job when I'm at Alton and when I'm in assembly. Obviously we do the qualifying first, which we're going to line them up. We're going to make sure that they've got their scrutineering tickets from when they've been scrutineered, making sure that they've got their gloves, their hand device, their helmet on, that their overalls are done all the way up, and make sure like if it's an open top car, make sure when they go up they've got their visor down. And then for the races, obviously we get a grid sheet, and it's obviously got the name, the number and the position. We've obviously got to work in a team in assembly and tell each other where the cars go, and they obviously help back them in, you know, do all that jazz. And yeah, and obviously when they go out we obviously do the same as we do for qualifying, make sure that their hands device is secure, they've got their gloves on, that their race suit is all the way done up, their helmets on and all of that, so they're making sure that they're safe when they go out to be ready for when they go onto start line, ready for the race.
Well, Maria, I think I'm pretty much living the life of a marshal with that description. Thank you very much, and thank you for not only you but also the incredible work of the marshals. Thank you for your work. Thank you, Maria. Thanks for talking to us. Right, you can see some of the garages are in fact open as they are awaiting their races this afternoon. Of course, we have the Club Enduro Championship, which is scheduled at the moment for a 2:20 start, although that's just a provisional timetable. That could start earlier, that could start later. We don't know. This is ultimately racing club action, but you could see also in there sort of what goes on behind the scenes. You can see some of the people giving us a wave, which is fantastic. We've got another marshal there coming over to us. Hello there. Can I ask for your name?
Sorry, I'm just chatting on the radio. I'm sorry about that. That's very bad timing. However,
still chatting on the radio. And lost his hat as well. That's not ideal. Either way, we'll continue to follow him as well.
when the safety car comes back in, we actually have two visiting marshals from Texas and Florida who've come over, and they're actually marshalling at the Grand Prix in a week's time. But we thought we'd get them to see some proper motor racing. So we're better than the 750 MC at Anglesey.
Exactly that.
As I say, after they're used to COTA and the Miami Grand Prix circuit, and they're having a whale of a time up at Rocket Inn. But as I say, they'll be back round in the safety car if you wish to have a chat with them.
We will. So we'll have a look at the time constraints, but absolutely we'll have a word. How long have you been a marshal?
I did my first event in 1989 on the old RAC rally, and did a couple of years of rally marshalling and started circuit in 91. So not decided whether I like it or not, so I'll give it another few years and see what happens.
Terrific. Well, thank you for your work. It doesn't go unnoticed here at the 750 Motor Club. Thanks.
We didn't enjoy it.
I'm glad to hear that. Well, you can see also in the garages further down as well, water being drunk, because that's important in this heat at least. But yeah, you can see sort of the work that goes on throughout the garages as well. Across the pit lane, it must be said, not all the garages are open from the front at the moment. But yeah, no, looking all very, very organised ahead of their races this afternoon. I also want to show you something. I probably should have shown you this earlier, but Tim, if you follow me onto the start-finish straight, one thing that we've also noticed very much, and it kind of goes along with what I talked about earlier in terms of about the tyres squeaking as the drivers are really pushing their cars hard. If you look beyond the marshals again, and you can see coming out of the final corner, kind of after the corkscrew, you can see there the yellow and black curbing. It's not the thickest curbing in the world, and we've seen actually a couple of times drivers becoming very, very vulnerable down this start-finish straight because of how wide they're ultimately running. Some drivers haven't taken that liberty and maybe not carried as much speed as they have done, but kind of that final corner leading onto this straight, which because of the quick first corner isn't the biggest overtaking opportunity, but you can lose time through that final corner, not only on the curb, but you can sometimes see as well from what we've seen both in the pit lane but also up in the commentary box, drivers actually getting onto the grass that have amount of oversteer that they've carried into the final corner, or just the rear tyres ultimately going. But I thought that was another interesting thing to look upon. Heading towards the end of the pit lane now. And in fact, we've got the competitors for the next race are very, very shortly going to be heading to get their cars ready. So we're just going to very, very quickly conclude this pit lane walk. But Tim is going to continue to follow me. See if there's anything else to spot as well. It's probably also worth mentioning, and Tim, I probably should have done this beforehand and you'll have to forgive me for it, also the absolute scenery, the joyous scenery we have at Anglesey. You can see kind of behind me the mountains as well. It's a terrific sight. It has been on both days, even in the sort of gloom that we had a couple of times yesterday. It's still a terrific sight. And yeah, no, there's not many better places to be than on this Sunday afternoon than here at Anglesey. But I'm pretty sure that's going to be that for this pit lane walk. Coming up to now, just a few more open garages, but everyone's going to be getting ready for this afternoon's races. 4 more of them today here at Anglesey for the 750 Motor Club, including the 2-hour Club Enduro Championship. Well, thanks for joining us on this lunchtime pit walk, and we will see you later on.
So welcome back to Anglesey and the final 4 races of this 750 Motor Club race weekend here on the coastal circuit. We've got Classic Stock Hatch coming up, we've got the Mr Transit Swift Sport Challenge, we've got the Tequila Club Enduro Championship and the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series as well. First up, it's going to be the Classic Stock Hatches. Paul Thorpe once again is alongside me here in the commentary box. Paul, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
What can you tell us from the Classic Stock Hatch paddock?
So if you remember, Jake Wood, unfortunately, while at the front, had to pull out into, he got a black and white flag. They had fuel leaking from the fuel tank. They believe they've sorted that out. We actually lost one car. It wasn't evident during the race, but when he came in, Terry Relton found a crack in his fuel tank, so he thought it wise not to continue. So we are one car down, but let's see if we can have if Jake can keep his fuel in his tank and not on the circuit, and see if he can make amends for what happened earlier today.
Yeah.
Also, we've got to watch Ewan. He's got to get a better start. He was really kicking himself over the start, so let's see how they do.
Yeah, let's have a look at how the grid is going to line up then. It's going to be another 15-minute race for the Vulcan Racing Classic Stock Hatch Championship, and the grid's here set by the second fastest times in qualifying. So it's Jake Wood, number 10 on pole position, alongside him number 73, that's Ewan Lintz. I hope he makes a better start than early on, as you say. Andrew Thorpe, the race 1 winner, is on the inside of the second row of the grid, that's number 3, and next to him is number 41, the championship leader, Jason Wood. Row 3, number 5, Pete Morgan, and number 2, Ted Cooper, both of them on the podium in the earlier race. Row 4 of the grid, 31, Darren Lentz, and number 1, James Hazelhurst. The 5th row will be 72, Lee Scott, and Matthew Stubbington in 67. 6th row, 53, Harry Palmer, and 13, Andy Philpotts. The 7th row, no Terry Router, number 6, but we do have 7 Derek Rose here. And at the back it's going to be 62, Alan Julie at 89, Titch Kelsall. So 15 starters will have, Paul. And again, we have success ballast, do we, for this one?
We do, but Jason Wood, who was carrying the 40 kilograms in the last race, because he was outside the top 3, he's dropped 15 kilos, so he's now carrying 25 kilos, which is the same as what Andrew Thorpe had to carry for his win in the first race. So Andrew Thorpe's got 25 kilos, Pete Morgan has got 15, and Ted Cooper got 10. This is from their first, second, third finishes in the first race.
Okay, 5-second board is about to be shown to the drivers. A bit of an earlier start than anticipated after the lunch break for this 15-minute race for the Vulcan Racing Classic Stock Hatch Championship. Red lights go on and they go out and away they go. Pretty even start from the two on the front, but again Andrew Thorpe gets away really well in the Citroen AX from the second row of the grid, and he's got the lead by the time they get to target, Paul.
Yes, Citroen AX showing how quick it is off the line. It's the lightest car out there and the smallest engine, but just showing that lightness gets him off the line and it makes him quite nimble around the corners. But what a lightning start, and a better start from Ewan Lintz, who finds himself fighting for second place with Jake Wood.
Yeah, it does. So Thorpe from third to first, and then the next two have sort of held their positions really. Jake Wood staying ahead of Ewan Lintz. Then it's Ted Cooper.
Ted Cooper made a
fourth. He's got
dive around the outside there, Pete Morgan, and Jason Wood finding himself left back with Matt Stubbington trying to come on the inside of him as they go up this fast, long straight, hitting over 100 miles an hour, and it's finding your braking point in the right place. There's a right old gaggle. They're 3 abreast as they go up there, Ian.
Almost 4 abreast, I think, in fact, and it's Lee Scott trying to make up move on the inside of the white Fiesta number 72. He's alongside Ted Cooper now for 4th position as they head through Rocket and towards Peel for the first time. But Andrew Thorpe is leading, Jake Wood is second, Ewan Lintz third, and then it's this battle for 4th really. Ted Cooper, Lee Scott and Pete Morgan. Lots of experience in that group.
There is, yes. Ted Cooper, he's been in the championship a number of years. Lee Scott, multiple champion. That's tricky bit. It's tricky to get your braking right. Look at this, 2 abreast around there. How is that possible? And Lee Scott's holding in, he's trying to keep it in. And how did they not touch? That was immense driving.
Yeah, so Lee Scott there goes up to 4th position. That's a good start from him because he started 9th on the grid. So he's made up 5 places on the opening lap. He's got ahead of Ted Cooper and Pete Morgan. Morgan, who was second in the earlier race, is back in 6th place here.
Yes, and it's good to see Ewan Lintz. He made a good start and he wanted to get his head down because he was kicking himself over the start, and he's definitely got a little gap, but Lee Scott will be chasing hard. He's breaking away from Ted Cooper at the moment, so he'll be looking to catch up with Ewan Lintz to try and get a podium.
Yeah, so top 3 pulling away from the rest of the field, it would seem. Then Lee Scott 4th, Ted Cooper 5th, Pete Morgan 6th, and then Jason Wood in 7th, the championship leader. So he's a bit further back, the would have been expected. He's been short about 3 places from where he started on the grid.
Yes, he's not having a good meeting. I just can't. He said the car feels fine. It's just not happening for him. But this is exactly what happened in the first race, where those front 2 got away, and the rest were just chasing them, wasn't it, Ian?
That's right. Yeah. So we've got the 2 leaders together now, and Drake was closing in on Andrew Thorpe up at the top of the circuit. There, he took the lead from Andrew Thorpe in the first race, then lost it again, then had to retire, didn't he? But we'll see if we can get back ahead of the that Citroen AX here.
Yeah, Jake was disappointed to come off. He felt he could win that, and look, he's got a good exit as they come past the start finish straight in front of us, with a less than a second gap between them, half a second between the 2, and Jake is going to be desperate to go up towards this next fast right-hander. It's got an interesting bank on it, so there are 2 different lines. Let's see which one Andrew takes. He takes the 1 car width, Jake takes it cutting the apex, so 2 different lines there for the same corner.
Darren Lintz had an off at the corkscrew and rearranged the cones. He's dropped to 13th position as a result of that.
Oh no, he was doing so well.
Working lap 3, it is Andrew Thorpe leading, Jake Wood second, Ewan Lintz is there in 3rd place, then Lee Scott, Pete Morgan and Ted Cooper completing the top 6. There's the top 2, and it looks like Thorpe's got a bit of a break on Wood.
He has got a bit of a break there. Obviously got a really good exit round that long left-hander before the long straight. Got a little break, but I'm sure Jake will get his head down and try catching as we watch this battle here with Lee Scott. Pete Morgan has also got past Ted Cooper, so now Pete Morgan, who was he was 3rd in the first race. Sorry, 2nd in the first race, wasn't he? Yeah, he'll be wanting to try and get past this, but these 2 characters, they've been in this championship for many years. There's some definitely some old heads out there. They're definitely going to be fighting right to the last minute.
Just seeing on my race log here, I don't think Darren Lintz was unaided in his off. It looked like there was a bit of contact with Titch Kelsall possibly that sent him off at the corkscrew on the previous lap. But here's this battle for 4th and 5th, Lee Scott and Pete Morgan. There's Ewan Lintz going through shot, then Scott and Morgan together. Best lap of the race so far with Jake Wood, a 1:25.381. A couple of tenths slower than Andrew Thorpe's fastest lap from the earlier race, which was a 1:25.123.
Yeah, was able to catch 1/10 up on that lap. So we might have said, Lee Scott went a little wide there, and Pete Morgan is ready to pounce. Look, he's got a better run out of that corner, and is going for the inside line, and has got the place off Lee Scott.
Yeah, he has. He's gone up to 4th position there, but Scott's fighting back. Bit more power maybe in that XR2i compared to the carburetted XR2.
Yes, you've got a bit more power, and indeed he's showing it up that long straight. Oh, look at the battle there. Jake has got right back onto Andrew Thorpe, and they're fighting, and Jake's going for the inside line and has got the lead. I'm not quite sure where that happened. He must have got a really good speed down the straight.
Yeah, he has, and he's taken the lead there up at Rocket. So Jake Wood, the teenager from Lincolnshire, takes the lead of the race then from Andrew Thorpe, the race 1 winner, the driver from Ilkley and the Citroen AX. He's down to 2nd position then.
As you just see on that picture, we've just seen of Jake Wood, the fuel was actually coming out of his fuel tank, and I can see they've actually taped it up to make sure that it won't happen this time. And look at this battle here between Lee Scott and Pete Morgan, still fighting tooth and nail, trying to... Oh, Pete went a little bit wide there, a bit of puff of smoke on this dry grass here at Anglesey.
Yeah, so not too much harm done there, though. He's still just behind Lee Scott then. Those 2 battling it out. They're 2 different iterations of the Fiesta.
Yeah, you got the XR2i, the newer version, the Mark III, being followed by the Mark II. Now the Mark II's only got a carburetor, but it's a much lighter vehicle, so they are good at the wiggly bits and good at late brake and accelerating out of corners. But the XR2i, with its injection, has got more power. Look, as we look in the background, as Matt Stubborn took a very wide line at that corner. Some more dust up in the air.
Yeah, it's Titch Kelsall that will try and capitalise on that lack of momentum, or loss of momentum for Matt Stubbington there. So they're going to climb up to top of the circuit at Rocket. And it's Scott and Morgan still nose to tail for 4th position.
Pete is right behind Lee Scott. I thought for a moment there he was going to hit him, but no, that was very good. This is going to definitely favour the XR2, this particular section. But if Lee can keep his wide XR2 in front down this corkscrew, which is a very tricky set of corners, I'm sure he'll be able to hold that lead.
Yeah, there's the battle for 4th then. Jake Wood, being one, is extending his gap over Andrew Thorpe.
Yeah, nearly a second now. So,
more
yes,
than
he's
that.
definitely pulling away now.
Yeah,
2 seconds now.
Yeah, so that's a good advantage he's got. So I don't think Andrew Thorpe's got an answer, but look at this queue of cars. Ted Cooper, Jason Wood, Matt Stubbington and Titch Kelsall all together.
All together, yes, and James Hazelhurst, last year's champion, desperately trying to get on terms with them.
Still not had a win, has he, this year? Or last year, James Hazelhurst?
No, things aren't just happening. He's just not getting the luck. There is a certain amount of luck involved in racing. He's just not getting the luck, as we see Matt Stubbington just forced Jason Wood a little wide there onto the grass. I'm not quite sure if that was actually for position or not, or whether they were just protecting it. It was interesting to see them side by side, but they are still side by side as they come down here. Matt Stubbington into 2. No, Jason's just managed to get in front of him, but Kessel was trying to go down the outside of his mate, Matt Stubbington.
Great racing. Stubbington is going to be on the outside line, Kelsall on the inside line for the left-hander.
Oh, that's a cracking shot there as they come up through that very tricky left-hander.
Yeah, it gives you a great sort of impression of the approach to the corner, that it's a blind crest effectively.
You have quite a few corners like that where you just cannot see where you're meant to be going. You have to be fully committed when you make the moves. And there's still this battle there with it between the Mark III and Mark II Fiestas. Pete Morgan's not letting Lee Scott get away.
He's not, is he? So this is battle for fourth. We've got 6.25 minutes of the race left to go. Leader's just gone across the line once again. 2.5 seconds now the advantage for Jake Wood. So it looks like he's going to redeem himself after the retirement in the first race. Not his fault, of course, the fuel leak, but looks like he's going to be able to hopefully bring the car home with a good win this time over Andrew Thorpe. And Ewan Lintz also, he'll be pleased that he's had a much better race than he did.
Better exit there from the Mark II Fiesta. The Pete Morgan machine gets up the inside of Lee Scott, and he's now got the inside line for the right-hander. And is he going to make that move stick, or are they still side by side? As we look at Ewan Lintz, they are still side by side as they come round this corner. So get down to the start straight now. So this is where the power of the XR2R is going to kick in. But Pete Morgan is holding his own. But Lee Scott's going to have the inside line. They are side by side as they go up this hill. Who's going to be the late breakers? And it looks like Lee Scott is just going to hold him off on this left hand, but he's Pete going to hang on the outside. He's still on the outside as they go round this. He's on the grass, but he's still side by side. What a fantastic display of driving.
It was really, really good, really exciting, isn't it, between these two old campaigners. Lots of race wins between them in Classic Stock Catch over the years.
That was an amazing move, because I mean that it was quite nearly a quarter of the track that went on for. They were racing side by side and didn't touch at all. Brilliant driving.
Absolutely, really good stuff. So over the line again goes Jake Wood with just under 5 minutes to go. Now gap is more than 3 seconds from over Andrew Thorpe and Ewan Lintz, who's looking, I think, will this be his first podium, I think?
I believe this will be his first podium, but of course now the problem is you got to getting towards the end of the race. You're getting tired, the tyres are getting tired, the cars are getting hot, and of course he's going to look in his mirror and he's going to see Pete Morgan. And let's hope he doesn't drive on the mirrors. Oh, as we see Ted Cooper get a bit sideways on the entry to that corner. But he's just got to keep his head down. And we're looking at Titch Kelsall still battling with Jason Wood in the lower positions.
Yeah, there's 1.5 seconds between Lintz and Morgan. Morgan took 0.3 of a second out from him on the last lap. And now Morgan's got away from Lee Scott, as you can see there. I wonder if he's just going to be able to catch the back of that orange Nova of Ewan Lintz and maybe challenge it in the last few minutes of the race.
Well, Ewan's only a teenager, but he's just got to not look at his mirrors, just do what he's been doing. This is a brilliant display. He was kicking himself from the race earlier, you know, getting a poor start, and he wasn't happy with his driving throughout the race, and he ended up, I think, about 11th or 12th, I think, in race one. And he's definitely making amends here. It'd be wonderful to see him on the podium, but of course, just look what's in front of you, Ewan, as we see Matt Stubbington got on the inside of Ted Cooper. Now, Ted Cooper didn't have a very good start to the season, but he cured his engine woes. But he's definitely having to fight for his battle here. As Titch Kessel goes on the inside as they go down this very tricky corkscrew side by side. But Jason was just holding his own. A lot of understeer on that corner, but they didn't touch at all. This is fantastic driving.
Yeah, really good entertainment here from the Classic Stock Catch.
Oh, and again, Titch Kessel was going on the inside, trying to go for the inside line, but didn't make it stick. They're going to battle towards the end.
They are. Only 3 minutes to go. Probably going to be 3 more laps to go, including the one they've started. Kelso on the inside of Wood here. And that's going to put Jason Wood down to 8th place. 9th place, in fact.
9th place, in fact, yes. 9th
So
place.
Really gone backwards in this race, hasn't he?
Yes, just not working for him today. We'll have to go back and have a look what's going on. And look at this, Pete Morgan is right on the boot of Ewan Lintz. It hasn't took him less than a lap to catch Ewan Lintz. Now, Ewan, just keep your head down. Look what's in front of you, not what's behind you. Make him work for this.
Yeah, it's got to do that. That's been a great comeback here from Pete Morgan on the podium in race 1, looking to be on the podium again at one of his home races. He's pretty close to Walton Park. Than he is to Anglesey,
a little bit of touch there.
Bit of a touch, and he's up on the inside of Lintz now, and he's going to get 3rd place here as they go to Peel. And Pete Morgan, a lot more. He runs out wide there,
very
Peel,
wide,
doesn't he?
And he was going to get on the inside, but of course, as they come towards this corkscrew, this section of corners, it will favour the lighter XR2. But no, he's going to hang in. Ewan's hanging in for the best he can. No, he hasn't quite. No, the two. Oh, and it would have been wide again, back to side by side. But no, it looks like Pete's going to make that stick, taking the 3rd position.
The black and orange flag for number 31, which is Darren Lintz's car, the pink one. So that's got a problem of some kind that is being. Something trailing under the car, apparently. That's possibly after the off earlier on in the race. Just picking that up on the camera now. On the rear right, we can see something dragging. It's just hard to make it from that.
Oh, yes, it looks like a piece of trim or something. As it goes past our window, there's a piece of trim or something hanging off.
It doesn't look hugely problematic to me, but the officials want to bring him in to have a look at that.
A little harsh, maybe.
Yeah.
But as we look towards, Ewan's actually still keeping with Pete.
He is, and here's Stubbington and Kelsall. He's battling for 6th and 7th now. Last position inside the top 6.
Yeah, these are 2 great friends from Norfolk. They come all the way down from Norfolk for this trip here to Wales with all their family. It's great to see them make the long journey, and they are good friends. But as you can see, they definitely put a battle on for us.
Yeah, great racing from these two. Stubbington, he's raced on and off in the championship for quite a number of years now, hasn't he?
Matt Stubbington has for a very long time, yes.
Yes, I'm sure I had a big role at Snetterton many years ago. Up at Brundle Nelson, that part of the circuit, I think. Meanwhile, on to the last lap that'll be for
This
Jake
should be
Wood.
the last lap.
Yeah.
We've got 30 seconds, so it looks like Jake is definitely making amends for earlier. He's just keeping his head down. This will be another win for this young man who's only his 2nd season in the classic stock hatch, a 2nd generation son of Jason Wood, and it's really strange. I think I've said this before. He never really showed much interest in actually motor racing, and then a couple of years he goes, Dad, can I go racing? And sure. And then look at it. He knows how to pedal a car. He's done superbly well.
Yes, often the case in the teenage years, isn't it? People can look to do anything, but yeah, clearly he's enjoying it now. And there's his dad, Jason, in 9th place. He's still not had a win this year, leading the championship coming into this weekend. He's been very consistent, of course, and this is more useful points for the championship as Kelsall pulls alongside Stubbington.
Here they go again, side by side as they go up this hill. Who's going to be the last of late breakers? And it's like Matt's going to hang on the inside. Has he got a little bit of puff of smoke there, a little lock up. Titch ends up going quite wide. I think he tried to brake as late as he could and nearly outbraked himself.
Great racing between those two. Meanwhile, it's Jake Wood coming through the final few corners now. Opening race of the season at Brands Hatch. He won it right at the very end, right at the last moment of that race. But there's a more comfortable win for Jake Wood, his 2nd win in the Vulcan Racing Classic Stock Hatch Championship. He gives a bit of a punch of the air in the car there. Andrew Thorpe, 2nd place here to go with his win earlier on today. And Pete Morgan, having got the better of Ewan Lintz, takes 3rd. Lintz is 4th. Lee Scott 5th. Matt Stubbington gets the better of Titch Kelsall in the fight for 6th. Ted Cooper is 8th. Jason Wood 9th. And James Hazelhurst completed the top 10. So the current championship leader and last year's champion, 9th and 10th. It shows how wide open
How
this
weird is
category
this? Yeah. I mean, it's great to see. It's definitely been an open championship the last couple of seasons. And I really don't know where it's going to go at the end of the season here. I mean, I think it's favouring Jason Wood. He's got the consistency. Obviously, this isn't his best finishes, and I think we've got Cadwell next. And although he's local to Cadwell, it's not his favourite track. So we'll have to see what happens after Cadwell to where things are in the championship.
There might be. Is there going to be a P. Hammond appearing at Cadwell?
I have heard a rumour. Yes, I have heard a rumour.
Okay, we'll see about that. The result of that race, though, Jake Wood it was that took the win. in 11 laps of racing. Number 10 from number 3, Andrew Thorpe in second, 5.4 seconds behind. Third, number 5, Pete Morgan. Fourth, number 73, Ewan Mintz. Fifth, number 72, Lee Scott. And sixth, number 67, Matthew Stubbington. Then it was 89, Titch Castle in seventh. Number 2, Ted Keefe in eighth. Jason Wood, number 41, was ninth. And James Hazelhurst, number 1 in 10th. Ahead of Andy Philpotts, Harry Farmer, Darren Ince and Derek Rosie, with Alan Julie, the final finisher on the lead lap as well, which you'll be very pleased about.
Yes, I don't think he was on the lead lap. Yes, like I say, he's wonderful. He comes to most meetings, and his only aim is not to be lapped, and he succeeded again. He's been having a whale of a time.
Excellent. Well, thank you, Paul.
Thank you.
You're at Cadwell Park next. I'm not there.
Yes, we're at Cadwell Park in 3 weeks' time, so we haven't got long to turn around. So 3 weeks' time at Cadwell. Let's hope the weather's just like this.
Fingers crossed.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Paul. See you again soon. And all the best. 3 more races to come here this afternoon. We've got the Mr. Transit Swift Sport Challenge up next, and then it's the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship, the 2-hour race, and the race parts historic 7:54. But it will end the day. But we're going down to Parc Fermé now, and it's going to be Ben McCarthy to speak to our winners.
The number 10 there of Jake Wood, parking his winning car in front of the board. We'll get to speak to him in just a few moments' time and give him his 750 Motor Club winning hat as well. Frustration in race 1 very much amended in race 2. A shake of the hand with his competitors, including that of Andrew Thorpe, who, with a lightning start it must be said, seized the lead, but a delightful response there from Jake Wood. It earned him the lead back. Let's go and speak to him now, in fact. Jake, congratulations on the win. There's your hat.
Oh.
Well, maybe the start didn't go to plan, but the overtake to win it back was, well, it was the perfect response.
Yeah, I mean, this guy's so quick off starts. I mean, you look at it, he's sat on the second row, you're like, he's going to be leading by turn 1, there's nothing you could do. I mean, but yeah, the comeback was there. I knew the pace was there, it's just converting it really, but yeah, it's good.
Well, you did just that. Congratulations, Jake, on the win. And very quickly, Andrew, great start, great defence, but it could only last for so long in the end.
That's it. Another great start. Really pleased with the first few laps. I was driving the car as hard as I could, and I think I overheated the tyres a little bit. It started to get a little bit more understeer, and then Jake came past. But I'm still pleased with second. Good result, first and the second. On to Cadwell. Looking forward to it.
A terrific day's work. Congratulations. So we're going to head back up to Ian and Marcus for our next race, which is the Mr. Transit Swift Sport Challenge, after this ad break.
So we are awaiting the start of the third and final race of the weekend for the Mr. Transit Swift Sport Challenge. We've had wins already this weekend for Louis Woodward and for James Saggers, who continues to lead the championship. And a big grid, 34 cars we should have. There was a disqualification, by the way, for car 13, which was Eric Henrich after some contact, but we had 31 finishers in the earlier race, and hoping for a similar result this time out. Grid is set for this one by the finishing order of race 2. So front row is 25 and 19, that's James Saggs and Matthew Weymouth. Row 2 of the grid is 69 Jake Spencer and 87 Louis Woodward. Row 3, 43 Graham Coombs and 26 Jack Wood. On the 4th row of the grid, 66 Michael Sanford and 88 Jake Boydell. On row 5 it's 707 Elliot Fuster and 85 Samuel Relf. On the 6th row, 821 Aaron Mullen and 27 Jonathan Woolley. Row 7, 70 Darren Lucas and 2 Melissa Bexley. On the 8th row, 7 and 33, that's Kerry LaFlamme and Colin Flanagan. On the 9th row, I should say, 54 Dale Bamford and 28 Sam Copeland. Row 10 of the grid, 9 Gary Stanford and 52 Mikey Brissenden. On the 11th row, it's going to be 77 Tom Simons and 16 Joshua Copeland. Row 12 will be 93 Guy Povey and 72 Izzy Woolley. On the 13th row, 79 Paul Harris and 5 Ben Munro. On the 14th row, 73 Luke Jones will have 333 Thomas Flanagan besides him. 15th row, 31 Maddie Griffiths and 55 Andrew Wilson. The 16th row, 71 Jake Lucas and 18 Thomas Littlechild. On the 17th row, 99 Lewis Noon and 89 Archie Carter. The grid goes all the way around the corner here at Anglesey. Yes, we've got. Do we have Archie? I think we do have Archie Carter at the back of the grid. He was struggling to change the gearbox on the car. I think he's there by the looks of it. We're almost ready for the off. 30-second board is shown. So first triple header of the season for the Swiss Sport Challenge. They'll have another at Croft later on in the year. Revs are starting to rise down on the start line because the red lights go on and they go out now. It's a pretty good start. Looks like everybody is aware. In fact, it was the 13 car of Eric Henrich that took the place of Archie Carter at the back of the field, but they're all off through the first corner then, and it's James Saggers leading with that red car. Oh, and that's Louis Wood was bouncing all over the grass. He did that in the earlier race as well. And there's and a big moment there. That's for Saggers. He must have been tagged there at the banking to go off stage left. He pirouettes around and rejoins pretty much at the back of the field. That was elegantly done. Not what James Saggers was looking for there, though. He's rejoined the race, and that means it's Louis Woodward that has got the lead then from Jake Spencer in second. Matthew Weymouth is third, but he's coming back now at Jake Spencer. They're absolutely alongside one another as they go past the school buildings and up towards the Rocket for the first time. And we've got a slow car at the back. That's Thomas Littlechild. He's going to be out of the race, I think. But up at the top of the circuit, it's the 87 car in the lead of Louis Woodward, our winner from yesterday afternoon. Jake Spencer second, Matthew Weymouth in third, and then it looks like Graham Coombs in fourth.
That was really dramatic, wasn't it? Up at the banking. Watch for Saggers to recover. He was already past 3 or 4 cars as he left our sight. But, this is fantastic through the corkscrew. What a fabulous climax to each lap that is. Hooking over the curbs there, diving down. And it's still who leads then from Spencer and Weymouth. Where is Saggers?
He's going to be right. Oh, here he is.
Here
He's
he
just
is.
come through. That's made up probably about 8 or 9 places, I think.
He's got a good biff just ahead of his left rear wheel.
Yeah. Must have had just that tag that sent him off as a corner marker now gone flying at the banking as well. So it's Woodward by a quarter of a second at the end of the first lap from Jake Spencer, and Matthew Weymouth, who's had a couple of second place finishes so far during the course of this weekend. Keen to at least get that, if not improve one position this time around. It is Graham Coombs in the 4th place by the looks of it. Michael Sanford is behind him now in the pale blue car. Up towards the top of the hill they go, and it's Spencer taking time out of the race leader. He's alongside Jake Spencer. That's going to put him on the outside line for Rocket. Woodward robustly goes back up his inside to reclaim the lead. Weymouth there in 3rd place, Coombs in 4th, Sanford 5th. It's really 7 cars in this lead group. Jake Boydell and Elliot Fuster are there as well. And then it's Jack Wood, number 26, in 8th position. He's our novice leader and novice winner as well from earlier on today. Down through the corkscrew they go, and it's Sanford and Coombs alongside. Sanford reclaiming that position that he held at the beginning of the lap. Over the line they go. Aaron Mullins made it up to 8th place now and getting the fastest up of the race as he does so. Jack Wood there in 9th is the best of the novices by quite a margin. Leaders coming towards the right-hander at Church once again. Pretty equidistant the first 5 cars, but then you've got Coombs, who's just lost out to Jake Boydell actually for 5th position. He might lose another position here because Fuster is up on the inside of him. Fuster climbing the hill, up towards Rocket once again. On the outside there of Coombs. Coombs here looks like he might have lost 2 or 3 places on this lap.
Yeah, it started out at this corner just before the timing line, and they'd lost some momentum, and he's been swallowed. Graham Coombs, one of very many really experienced drivers in the fact Guy Povey's name takes me back probably 35 or 40 years.
Oh, there's a car pointing in the wrong direction up at the top of the hill.
Yeah, spinner at Rocket in the back of that shot of Cascades.
So down through they come and complete another lap. It's still Woodward from Spencer and Weymouth and Sanford in 4th. So he's going well. This will be one of his best results. New Woodward there gets the best lap of the race. The race in a 1:27.826, but that's a second and a half off the time James Saggers set in this morning's race. Saggers has come through where at the end of that lap? 17th he now is, so he's made up pretty much half of the places that he lost on the opening lap of the race at the banking. Here's a really good scrap going on. This is for 6th position. It's the Graham Coombs car at the head of it, and 2 cars side by side, Aaron Mullen and Elliot Fuster. So Coombs has got himself back ahead of Fuster, and Fuster and Aaron Mullen now are side by side up towards the Rocket left-hander. There are leaders though, they're nose to tail, and Weymouth's with them as well as they head through Rocket and towards Peel. They've made a bit of a break now from Michael Sanford in 4th position. And there is the number 70 car. It's a bit further back down the order. That's Darren Lucas, 2nd of the novices, doing battle with Sam Copeland in the number 28 car. And there you can see as well 26, which is our novice class leader, Jack Wood, in about 9th position.
Got Suzuki Swift over the whole of the corkscrew area, right at the top, still coming through, but out front is Louis Woodward, yesterday's winner, ahead of Jake Spencer by 1/4 of a second, with Matthew Weymouth a class leading 3rd. Where is Saggers? He's certainly moving up the order. He's 15th now. James Saggers up to 15th.
Michael Sanford here in 4th place, I think, heading for his best result of the season so far, so he'll be pleased with that. That's the number 66 car to watch out for. Michael Sanford, he goes just through shot, but he's got Jake Boydell and Graham Coombs not too far behind him, so he can't afford to rest on his laurels just yet. Here are the leaders up at Rocket once again. The 3 of them all right together. Woodward looking for his 2nd win of the weekend, 3rd win of the season, to add to one that he had in the opening event of the year at Donington Park. And then so the opening win of last year was at Silverstone, I beg your pardon.
Cut back from second in that shot, and a really good tight tussle. But here are leaders. 87 Woodward still from 69 Spencer and 79 Matthew Weymouth. Sanford in the pale blue, just a transit car. But there's a slipstreaming, some jostling now among the leaders as they go into target, and they come round that long left-handed sweeper up towards the braking area for banking. Can Chaser Spencer use the banking, come off it and dive? He's switched, he's gone down the inside. He may well be able to hook the lead here, but we're just about getting away with that one. Really tight, and they're staying tight to the right, and that's going to help the driver in 3rd place, as Matthew Weymouth.
Well, it's also bringing the next 3 onto it as well. So we've had a change in that 69 has gone through to take the lead, Jake Spencer. I think that's the first time he's led a Swift Sport Challenge race, but there was some gesticulating going on by Louis Woodward. Not quite sure what that was all about, but up at Rocket, it's 6 for the lead now. It's Jake Spencer ahead of Woodward. Sanford's got to 3rd. This would be his first podium, I think, as they... of this season anyway. Had a couple of podiums at Cadwell last year, I should say, but he's ahead of Matthew Weymouth now, who's also got the fastest lap of the race as Weymouth, with the 1:27.784. Here's Jake Boydell and Graham Coombs. This is the fight for 5th, the back of that lead sextet. and it's Coombs in the 43 car. It's going to be on the inside line for this part of the corkscrew, but on the outside line for the next bit. They're also gathering in the next group as well, including, I think, Aaron Mullin, the 821 cars right there as well. So battle is intensifying for the lead here with just under 6 minutes of the race left to go. And that more and more cars are getting involved. Jack Wood, the novice class leader, in 8th place. He's just in the best lap now, 1:27.549, as he's trying to get onto the coattails of Aaron Mullin in 7th place, number 821. Over the line, the rest of the field go, including, I can see out of my commentary box window, the number 5 car, which is Ben Munro, another of the novices, the driver from Harrogate, 25-year-old piano teacher by occupation. Here we're watching Graham Coombs up the inside of Jake Boydell for 5th position into Rocket. Has he made that work? Well, they're still absolutely alongside one another. I think it's going to be Boydell that prevails here, and Coombs has got to be careful he doesn't leave the door open for Aaron Mullin, who's part way up his inside and might well have the inside line for Peel as well, the right-hander. But no, he's not quite able to get ahead there. Great racing this in the Mr. Transit Swift Sport Challenge. We had an interruption from the safety car, which restricted the number of racing laps yesterday, but touch wood, we didn't have one this morning, and hopefully we'll get through safely in this final race of the weekend, the triple header weekend for the Mr. Transit Swift Sport Challenge. Encouragement from the drivers' team members on the pit wall, urging their drivers on. Here's Boydell and Coombs up towards the banking, and around the right-hander they go. A bit of damage, I think, to the rear of Boydell's car. The right bumper just sort of flapping a little bit in the breeze, it seemed to me.
So Weymouth shaping up for a run on Sanford as they head up the incline towards Rocket. Leader still Spencer from Woodward. Sanford clings to the inside line, which enables him to hold on through the left-hander.
Leaders are side by side. Again, it's Woodward to the outside, and there's some more door handling going on there. It was Woodward having to go to the outside of Spencer up at Rocket, but the held on. I suspect there'll be a few scars on some of these cars when they come into Parc Fermé after the race. There's been a bit of paint swapping, or vinyl swapping it probably is these days. Down through the left-hander, and then the right-hander, then the next left-hander at the corkscrew. Sanford, you can't rule him out of the possibility of a win here.
He's got a very good exit here, and he's quicker out of the corner than second place Woodward. They're trying to gap Weymouth, who might be well advised just to hang back those 3 or 4 lengths if he doesn't get caught by those running behind him there. Gives him room for manoeuvre should there be some drama.
Yeah, and Weymouth right in there as well, so it's 4 cars for the lead now with just under 3 minutes of the race to go. Probably going to be an 11-lap race. We're working lap 9 now, so 2 more after this. And it's Spencer and Woodward with just a slight break over Sanford and Weymouth here. Weymouth in the black and orange car. He shares with his son Alfie. Matthew, the dad, doing the driving this weekend. And we're going to get a change of lead here because there's some big moment for the race leader, and Jake Spencer has dropped from 1st to 4th. Just going too deep, I think, into Rocket. Woodward was through on the inside, and Sanford and Weymouth were close enough to pounce. Spencer's got 3rd back, I think, from Weymouth at Peel, but might lose that again down through the corkscrew. So in a race that is so close, first can become 4th or 3rd in, as it is now, very quickly indeed. See Graham Coombs in the background, as well as Jake Boydell, still in 5th and 6th, but it's Woodward then that is the leader over the line at the end of lap 9, 2 laps to go. Jack Woods made it up to 7th place at the expense of Aaron Mullin now as well, I can tell you, so our novice leader making good progress. The car was showing with Josh Bolsover, who's also had wins this season. There you can see quite a bit of damage on the on Spencer's car now. It's a bit bashed up after earlier exchanges. Spencer's going to pick up the tow here from Sanford. As they climb the hill, he jinks out of the slipstream, goes to the right-hand side of Sanford, who was up to second place. But actually, Sanford carries more momentum. Does he go too deep into the corner? No, he gets the car turned in okay. We've got second, third, fourth and fifth now together because Graham Coombs has joined in.
This is awesome stuff, isn't it? And that last couple of laps have changed the whole complexion of this race, with Louis Woodward gunning for 2 from 3 this weekend, with a slight break on Michael Sanford.
James Sackers is up to 12th, by the way. Can he break into the top 10 by the end? Not beyond the bounds of possibility, looking at the gaps, actually. On to the last lap they go then. It's Woodward leading by 0.7 of a second from Sanford. Similar gap back to Jake Spencer, and Matthew Weymouth 4th and Graham Coombs 5th. Those three covered by just over 2 seconds. And Jake Boydell leads the next group with Jack Wood, Aaron Mullen, Elliot Fuster, Colin Flanagan, and James Sackers now 11th. So top 10 beckons for him. He's 2 tenths behind Colin Flanagan at the start of the lap, so he may well do this.
Funny, isn't it? You can see how quick the third place car is as he reels in Sanford again, like he did last time round. He goes up the same side to the right, up towards Rocket. He won't get it turned across. Sanford outbrakes him and gets his car turned in, crucially.
Yeah, he does, and he's going to, I think, hold on to second place here. He's given a bit more of a gap to Woodward, however. So top 5 together. Weymouth's dropped behind Graham Coombs, actually, so he's been in the podium places for much of the race, but looks like he's not going to finish inside the top 4 on this occasion. But it's Louis Woodward. He's got some damage to the back of his car as well. Number 87, he's going to come through. Very experienced racer now, and he's going to take his second win of the weekend in the Mr. Transit Swift Sport Challenge. Checkered flag goes out. It's Woodward that wins by just over a second from Michael Sanford. That's his best ever result in the Swift Sport Challenge. Jake Spencer 3rd, having led for a while. Graham Coombs 4th, Matthew Weymouth 5th, Jake Boydell 6th, Jack Wood 7th, Aaron Mullen 8th, Elliot Fuster 9th. Into the top 10 on the last lap went James Saggers, and that's a good comeback, having dropped to 30-something on the second corner of the race. So well done to him, but the championship leader will be frustrated, I think, by dropping back in the first place there. But Louis Woodward, I think, drove fairly robustly during that race, but I think others gave as good as they got as well. And Woodward it was that took 2 wins this weekend.
2 out of 3 ain't bad, that's for sure. And it's a superb series. It's my first time seeing it, and hope that I see many more in the years to come. That's the standard.
Yeah, just looking at the novice class results as well. Congratulations to Jack Wood. So he's had a good sweep of the novice class results, and second in the novice class was Bamford, and then it was Mikey Brissenden 3rd. Let's have a look at the results then. Louis Woodward it was that took the win at the end of 11 laps in car 87 from 66 Michael Sanford. 69 Jake Spencer was 3rd. 43 Graham Coombs 4th. 19 Matthew Weymouth 5th. 88 Jake Boydell was 6th. You can see how dominant Jack Wood was in the novice class because he was 7th. No one else on that first screen was a novice. 821 Aaron Mullen was 8th. And it Fuster 707 9th. James Saggers 25 was 10th. Then Colin Flanagan, Jonathan Woolley, Melissa Bexley and Sam Copeland. Dale Bamford, as you can see there, 15th overall, 2nd of the novice class. And Mikey Brissenden in the 52 car, he was 3rd. The 17-year-old gearbox builder from Sidcup, and he was 17th, 3rd of the novices. Darren Lucas 4th, and Eric Henrich 5th in that novice class. And I think we had 33 finishes actually, because I think Thomas Littlechild did make it to the end. So that's the Mr. Transit Swift Sport Challenge. 2 more races to come. We've got the Tequila Club Enduro Championship coming up next, and Race Parts Historic 754 minute. But first, here is Ben McCarthy.
race winner, Louis Woodward, about to get out. Yep, he's going to come and chat to us then. Louis, that was a battle.
Yeah, a bit of a battle, yeah. People seem to have their elbows out. I seem to be on the receiving end, but I think a bit of experience and a bit of patience paid off at the end, where this chap made a mistake going up into Rocket and I managed to get the lead and keep everyone else behind. So yeah, good end to the weekend, I think. Race 1, race 3, happy with that.
Exactly that, and even on the first lap as well, it was a carnage towards the front, I'd say.
Yeah, I had to get the mower deck out because I got pushed on the grass, so there's some nice stripes down there for Anglesey circuit, so yeah, thanks for that. But there was nowhere to go, so I ended up on the grass, but recovered back okay and you're happy.
Congratulations on your win. There's your hat to go with it. Cheers. Thank you very much, Louis. Well, the time is approaching for the Tagawa Club Enduro Championship round. So to take you through that again will be Ian and Marcus.
Yes, the Tagawa Club Enduro Championship coming up next. 2-hour race, the penultimate race of the weekend here at Anglesey. And with a grid of almost 30 cars, we should be in for an excellent race. It is the third round of the season for the Tagawa Club Enduro Championship, with the 2 meetings so far this season held at Croft and at Silverstone. Leading the championship coming into this weekend, it is with 28 points, Johnny Hayes and Paul Subiani from Class C in their BMW E36 Compact. On 27 points we have the Andrew Cooper, Ethan Simmons, Neil Primrose Honda Civic Type R. On 25 points we have the Stuart Mead and Tim Hartland and Mark Lloyd Jones Scirocco. That's the car from Class B. They have 25 points. And then Class A, Jonathan Packers in 4th in the championship on 21 points in his Golf. And then the first of the Class A cars is 5th. That's Christopher Nyland and Will Pottergill in their Motion Motorsport Audi RS3 TCR, just ahead in that class of Oliver Harris and Jack Collins in the German Auto Works Audi. So the cars coming out onto the grid for this 2-hour race. In fact, they're going to go straight onto their rolling lap. So let's see if we can tell you about how the grid is going to line up for this one. 2-hour race with a rolling start, of course, and pit stops to go on as well. Let's have a look at how the grid lines up though. Pole position, that has gone the way of the Wayne Lawson and James Pickford car, the Audi, and it's going to be Wayne Lawson starting that car, but Will Pottergill and Chris Nyland lining up beside them. Will Pottergill going first. Row 2 is the Zach Cooper TCR and the Golf TCR. The 23 car will be started by Simon Mason, and number 100 started by Luke Woodhouse, who won yesterday in Road Sports. Row 3, Oliver Harris starts the BMW M2 CS Racing, car number 1. Scott Parkin is going to be alongside him in number 13, the Audi TT TDI. On the 4th row of the grid, it's 55 Paul Simerson and number 888 David Hudson, he's showing with Nigel Greensall. On the 5th row of the grid, it's Ben Brooks in the Lotus Elise and Joe Williams in the Seat Cooper, that's 34 and 88. And on the 6th row, 97 Alex Wilkinson Hughes, and besides him is number 14 Tim Hartland. Row 7 of the grid, we've got 297, that's Jan Whittaker in the Porsche Cayman, and 46 Alistair Lindsay in the Audi TT. The 8th row is 101, started by Carlo Turner, that's the BMW M3, and Johnny Hayes, the champion leader in the BMW 328. Row 9 is number 7, Nathan Stevens in the Lotus Elise, and 333, the Mazda MX-5 of Thomas Stedman. On the 10th row, 76 Michael Downey in the Porsche Boxster, they're having 2 green flag laps here, and the number 24 car of Charlie Hayes. The 11th row, that's going to be 171, started by Senna Osman, that's an E30 M3, and Dan Jude, number 42, starting the Lotus Elise. On the 12th row, 269, it's Richard Hammond in the Mazda MX-5, and besides him is going to be a similar car with Matthew Simonite. On the 13th row, it's 481 Edward Christie and number 36 Nick Wright, BMW beside Honda. And on the 14th row, 3 Dan Gibson and 207 Tom Illingworth. With at the back of the grid, that's going to be the number 47 car, which is now just Robert Greenwood. Robert Rand not driving that car, we understand. So 2 hours ahead of us, an endurance race, this with pit stops to come. They have to make 1 3-minute pit stop, and that cannot be made in the first 30 or the final 15 minutes of the race, or under safety car conditions. So a bit to think about there, and the cars have to be stationary for a minimum of 3 minutes, longer in the case of certain drivers who've got success penalties from previous races. So Rob Baker's got 30 seconds, Wayne Lawson and James Pickford have 20, Will Puttergill and Chris Nyland have 10. Those are the drivers from Class A. From Class B, the Mead number 14 car has 30 seconds, the Osman and House BMW has 10 seconds, and in Class C, Johnny Hayes and Paul Subiani, the championship leaders, they have a 30-second extra penalty to serve. There on screen you can see the number 269 car being driven by Richard Hammond of Top Gear and Grand Tour fame, and taking part in this race in the Mazda MX-5 that he'll be sharing with Lewis Packham today. But we're waiting for the start of the race now. The car's coming through the corkscrew, the safety car has pulled into the pit lane, the red lights are on the gantry across the start and finish line, and the race about to get underway. And it's Wayne Lawson and Will Puttergill that are going wheel to wheel at the start of this race. It's Lawson that's leading into the first corner in the orange Audi. It's the mainly blue car in second place of Will Puttergill, and they're heading off up towards the first corner. Action a bit further down. It's still, yes, the orange car that is in front as the cars make their way through the banking for the first time. There you can see the 269 car of Richard Hammond going through. He's alongside the 169 car of Matthew Simonite. But here are the 2 leaders as they thunder up towards Rocket for the first time.
It's fantastic, isn't it, to see these 2 beautifully turned out Audis ahead of the Golf in third, and Parkins in the mix with the Audi T2. It's a VAG fest because Baker's the Baker and Woodhouse car is there as well, another of the Golfs. But it's a VAG top 5 folks. There's a BMW in there. We've got the Simonson Porsche as well. But Wayne Lawson leading in the hand-controlled Audi.
Yeah, and is he still going to be leading by the end of the lap? It looks like he is, but very close run thing with William Puttergill just behind him. Then it's the 23 car, Simon Mason in the Cupra TCR, and Scott Parkin in that diesel Audi TT in 4th, and Luke Woodhouse in the number 100 car in 5th position. As I say, won in Road Sports yesterday in a different car. This is the car I think that Rob Baker took to success at Silverstone a few weeks ago. In the Road Sports race there, and yes, only 2 minutes into this 2-hour race. There we can see a bit of movement down the order, pick up what's going on there. We're getting a change, are we? Yes, so Scott Parkin's getting ahead of Puttergill, and already Simon Mason had got ahead of Puttergill as well, so that's what was going on. Mason's up to second, Scott Parkin's up to third, and Puttergill, the championship leader in Class A, having had 2 third place finishes so far this season, down to 4th spot. And then it's Rob Baker, or Luke Woodhouse more to the point at the moment, in 5th position. So through the sinuous sequence at the corkscrew they go. Simon Mason's made up 1 position already in this race. Is he going to be able to make another and get ahead of Wayne Lawson here? Round through Target they go for the first time in the races so far this season. We had Scott Parkin won the opening race of the season at Croft. Rob Baker and Alistair Camp shared the car, the Golf, at Silverstone, and took the victory there. Puttergill and Nyland have had 2 third place finishes, say, but second places, Chris Ball and Simon Mason were second at Croft. Lawson and Pickford were second at Silverstone.
Simon Mason looks like he's on the warpath. He's right up there alongside, tries to outbrake, goes up the inside into Rocket, takes the lead from Wayne Lawson, and Scott Parkin is there as well, nibbling away in the black and red Audi TT. The Darkside Developments car is in very good fettle.
Yeah, it's going well here. So had that win at Croft at the beginning of the season. Scott Parkin, the driver from South Yorkshire, and he's up the inside of Wayne Lawson, and he takes the place. So he goes to second place. Great move that at the corkscrew. Bold manoeuvre there to get ahead of Wayne Lawson. And Scott Parkin probably wanting to not see Simon Mason get too far away, dives up to take second place at the corkscrew. So at the end of lap number 3 now, it's 23 Simon Mason leading, 13 Scott Parkin second, 19 Wayne Lawson third, 100 Luke Woodhouse is fourth, and the Hudskill car's down to fifth. I wonder if all is not well with that car, because it's gone backwards.
Ginetta off the track, the Ginetta Coupe. It's now back on again. It's flicked onto our screens.
Yes, this is the third event of 6 that we'll be having this season. Alton Park, Snetterton and Donington Park to come before the end of the year. The Tequila Club Enduro Championship has been running for several seasons now, since 2018. It's gained a lot of popularity over the years and regularly getting grids of around about 30 cars, even at one of the further flung venues such as Anglesey Circuit. And it's run in 3 different classes, of course, as well. And that is based on power to weight ratio. So Class A is for cars of up to 300 brake horsepower per tonne. Class B, the limit is 240, and Class C, the limit is 180. Not so many of the Class B and C cars as there are Class A cars here this weekend, but still reasonable numbers across all of them. Simon Mason's done the best lap of the race now. He's in the lead at 1:13.479. He was over a second faster than Scott Parkin on that last lap. There's Richard Hammond. This race being filmed for some broadcast content. Got his film crew with him following him around, and he'll be sharing the car, this 269 car, with Lewis Packham. We'll see out in the second part of the race. They qualified pretty well, actually, and at the moment Richard Hammond is running in 27th position overall and 6th within his class. Thumbs up, I think, to the team as he crosses the line. He's done some racing in historics, and here's sampling Club Enduro for the first time with the 750 Motor Club. In 6th position, he's been shown a clean pair of heels by the likes of Matthew Simonite and also Nick Wright in the Honda Civic within that class, though, so far in this race. There is one of the cars that got the better of him. That was the Nick Wright Honda Civic that he shares with Keith Fryer. But Hammond heading through the right-hander up the hill now towards Rocket. He's in a little bit of no man's land at the moment. He's not got any cars too far or too close to him, either ahead or behind.
Curious, did you get that waft of brake pad which came through the commentary box window? Quite something. Some super BMWs in this field, including this glorious E30 M3, the Senna Osman and Jody House car. Classic M3. That's the 481 going through there later. Certainly 36 by the looks of things.
Yeah, that's the car of Edward Christie. He started that car, drive from London. He's just behind the Nick Wright car. So Nick Wright's actually just got ahead of the Christie BMW there. Christie's car is a Class B car, whereas Nick Wright's actually a Class C, so doing a little bit of giant killing there.
Simerson's moving in on the number 1 car, I notice. Number 1 being Oliver Harris in the BMW, but Simerson, the Porsche has caught him. and they're into lap 3 now, and the speed differential is quite something. Scott Parkin goes around the outside of the little Ginetta, and now goes to the right of one of the Mazdas going up towards Rocket, and Wayne Lawson picks his way through with the car of Luke Woodhouse in there as well. That's the fabulous Area Motorsport Golf.
And there you can see the race leader already getting into the traffic. What are we on? Lap 7, and already the race leaders, Simon Mason and Scott Parkin, getting in amongst the traffic. Scott Parkin going past Richard Hammond there as they turn away. Phil and gets a big slide through the corkscrew. Manages to control that and will come through to complete another lap. But his deficit is building already to the race leader Simon Mason. It's now up to 4.3 seconds at the end of 7 laps of racing.
Oh, that was tight as Wayne Lawson went up the inside of Richard Hammond into target.
Fortunately avoided him. Would have made good tally. Scott Parkin has cleared that BMW as well. Class B, we've not seen much of Class B front runners yet, but it's Ben Brooks in the number 34 car, the Lotus Elise. The drive from Wakefield leading in that class, from the number 14 car in second, which is Stuart Mead and Tim Hartland. That's the duo that are ahead in the championship at the moment in Class B. And there is Wayne Lawson, and he's got Luke Woodhouse right behind him now in this all VAG battle. Turning their way through Peel. You can see Will Pottergill in the background, and then behind them you've got the number 1 car of the teenagers, Oliver Harris. Going through. Over the line goes the Wayne Lawson car again. Still running in 3rd place, that number 19, the orange BMW. Orange Audi, I should say. Prepared and run by Motion Motorsport. And that 100 car is the Area Motorsport car just behind, the Golf TCR. Being driven by former Time Attack racer Luke Woodhouse.
Extravagant wings on some of the Mazda MX-5s. Open or closed, it seems they can run with big wings. I wonder how that varies the aero of the 2 specifications of car formats, if you like. The closed one's probably got to be better.
Yeah, you should think so. As we're watching Luke Woodhouse there, not too far behind Wayne Lawson, keen to try and find a way through, almost overlapping through there. Simon Mason splits 2 back markers as he goes across the line.
One was the M3,
the car.
Which is the Senna Osman car. Will Pottergill has got himself back onto the back of the tussle between Lawson and Woodhouse.
Yes, absolutely. So that's the fight going on for 3rd, 4th and 5th position. And just behind them you can see Oliver Harris in the BMW number 1, and then Paul Simerson number 55 in the Porsche GT4 RS Club Sport. Here comes Luke Woodhouse, tries to move on the outside at Rocket, but can't find a way past Wayne Lawson there. Wayne Lawson due to hand over to James Pickford in the 2nd part of the race. Very rapid driver James Pickford in a variety of machinery, including the precursor to F1000 quite a few years ago now. Also raced the Seat Coopers that had their TV series made about them 20 years ago now. Coming up to a quarter of an hour gone in this race, and it's Simon Mason leading by 5.2 seconds in the car is shown with Chris Byallen. Scott Parkin 2nd, number 13, 3rd, number 19, Wayne Lawson. In Class B, it is the number 34 car that still leads, which is Ben Brooks, showing with Lee, Tim Hartland and Stuart Mead second, and Alex Wilkinson Hughes and Dave Connell third within Class B. Class C at the moment is being headed by the championship leaders, Johnny Hayes and Paul Sibioni. Johnny Hayes at the wheel at the moment, with Charlie Hayes in second and third in that class at the moment, Thomas Stedman in his Mazda MX-5.
Yeah, that Hayes and Sibiani partnership, Canadian-Italian, aren't they? Sort of in the window of the car.
Yep, and been successful in this championship on and off for a while now. They were third overall in the championship last year, so they've got some pedigree behind them. And so watching the number 14 car going through at the moment, so that is the car that leads, or is second I should say, in Class B. Tim Hartland at the wheel at the moment of that Volkswagen Scirocco. How far behind? About 8 seconds behind the class leader, which is Ben Brooks, number 34, in the class leading Lotus Elise. Tim Hartland, long time racing VW machine. I remember seeing him in the VW Golf Mark IIs quite some time ago. It's a bit more modern now with that Scirocco. Smart looking car. And there is the 97 car. That's the car that's third in Class B. So that's Alex Wilkinson Hughes, who started the Mazda MX-5. We just saw a shot of that going through. Shares the car with Dave Connell, who has listed necessarily a bad luck they've had with that car. Running out of fuel at Croft last year, having a fire at Silverstone last year, and they spent months rebuilding and rewiring the car to then win at Alton Park and finished third overall there. This year's aim, I say, is not to have any fires and not run out of fuel, which is probably setting your bar fairly low, and you won't be too disappointed. There's that Heartland Scirocco going through. Stuart Mead, it is that shares that car, will be out later on after the pit stops, which can't occur until at least 30 minutes into the race, the mandatory stops. Scott Parkin seems to have pegged the lead at about 5 seconds now. Not getting too much further away from Simon Mason in the lead of the race. One car just being past our commentary box. That's the car being driven by Carlo Turner initially. That was the car that brought an early checkered flag in the road sports race yesterday when it was leaking fuel, and it stopped at the exit of the final corner. The checkered flag flown about 3 minutes early. There's Will Puttergill trying to get past one of the back markers. But you can see now he's got the number 1 car of Oliver Harris, the German Auto Works car, right behind him. And 55 Paul Simonson in the Porsche not too far away. And separating them is the treble 3 Mazda MX-5 there.
Oliver Harris has worked really diligently to pick his way back to Puttergill and is able to capitalise in the traffic.
Yep, so 5.7 seconds the gap between the two leaders. About 10 seconds back then to Pickford in third, to Walt Lawson in third, who we just saw go through a shot there.
Paul Simonsen's trying to catch that group, and maybe with 4 of them ahead of him to slow themselves down into the corners, may be able to make some progress now in the Porsche Cayman.
Yeah, absolutely. Paul Simonsen, sometime Ferrari racer as well. Out in that number 55 Porsche though, running in 7th place at the moment. Next car in that class, a little bit further back, is Joe Williams in the number 88 Cooper TCR for the driver from Leominster. But there is Simonsen going through shot there, you can see, in the number 55 car. 49-year-old from Leicester, started racing 7 years ago. in Roadsports and Club Enduro the last 2 years. Has done Ferrari Challenge UK and Ferrari Challenge Europe as well. And it's a car prepared by Simon Green Motorsport. And it was purchased specifically to race in the Club Enduro Championship. Racing single-handed this weekend. There's the race leader, Simon Mason, number 23. Lead now 6.1 seconds. We'll be handing over to Chris Byallen in the second part of the race.
I think I saw Puttergill just get demoted by Harris in the BMW at Rocket.
Okay, let's have a look out of our window, see if we can pick that up. Well, they're side by side actually as they head through the corkscrew, but it's the BMW ahead, yes. Here they are on screen now, ahead of the Audi. And Simpson's with them as well, so the 3 cars together for 5th, 6th and 7th. It's now Oliver Harris, Will Puttergill and Paul Simpson right together, BMW, Audi and Porsche. Absolutely fantastic. Sounds like a big GT race, doesn't it? With those 3 cars battling it out. And they are turning their way through the banking to absolutely together for 5th, 6th and 7th places. 10 seconds clear of Joe Williams, who's next up in 8th position. And we can see here the car of Harris, German Auto Works car, the number 1 car, just ahead of Puttergill as they're turning their way through Rocket once again. See the 42 car, that's being driven by Dan Jude at the beginning of the race. The Lotus, that was a late entry to the programme. Here you can see them just going past the Ginetta now. That's the Class C entrant of Daniel Gibson and John Dundee. Where is that running? It is running in 28th position and 7th in Class C at the moment. Just ahead of the treble-driven car, the only treble-driven car in the race, which is the 207.
Better change to 3rd, haven't we? Because Woodhouse is up to 3rd.
Yes, yeah, he's up to 3rd, that's right, ahead of Lawson. So that's just happened on that lap. Car number 100 getting up to 3rd position. See if we can break away now. Is 13 seconds behind Scott Parkin. I think the success penalties could come into the equation here, but Baker and Woodhouse, they're going to have 30 seconds. Parkin doesn't have any penalty this weekend, so that's helpful to him. Simon Mason and Chris Byallen don't have a penalty either this weekend. So with that car out in the lead at the moment, that's boding very well for that duo. Simon Mason, the leader, 55-year-old from Manchester. Started racing in 1999, multiple 24-hour race winner in racing the BMW 2002 Challenge. He was the class champion in 1992, Brit Car class champion in 2008. Nearly won the British GT4 championship as well. Lives, eats and breathes motor racing, he says, and has done for 36 years. And able to keep racing thanks to the kindest man he knows, Chris Byallen. Able to race this amazing Cooper TCR with the wonderful Motion Motorsport team. There's the 481 car, a bit further back down the order. Edward Christie in the E36. He's got the 269 car just behind him now. That's Richard Hammond. And this is the battle for 26th place overall. So it's a Class B car, the orange BMW, just ahead of the Hammond's Class C. Smallest cog, 269. Mazda MX-5. Still at Class B is the domain of Ben Brooks in the number 34 car. He's at the head of that class at the moment. had 23 minutes of the race. Simon Mason still leading in car 23, also got the fastest lap of the race as well. Number 13, Scott Parkley in second. Number 100, Luke Woodhouse now third. Number 19, Wayne Lawson is fourth. Oliver Harris, number 1, is fifth. 83, Will Puttigill is sixth. Ben Brooks leading Class B, number 34 from number 14, Tim Hartland, and the number 97 car of Alex Wilkinson Hughes. Class C, still Johnny Hayes, number 66 from Charlie Hayes, number 24, and Thomas Stedman, the treble 3 car. Fantastic backdrop of the mountains of North Wales. The background to the Anglesey circuit here, located between Rusnigate and Aberfoyle on the southwest coast of Anglesey. It's a former army base. It was originally used for motorcycle racing and rallycross. As the 169 car comes into the pits, that's going to head straight into the garage by the looks of it. And that is Matthew Simonite's MX-5. So it looks like that car has had dramas. The 38-year-old from Sheffield started racing in 2012 and prepared by Mansell Racing, that car. And it's the battle for second in Class B, because Alex Wilkinson Hughes in the bereaved Mazda MX-5 has caught number 14 Tim Hartland. So that's an exciting scrap.
Simonson has just cut the grass that Rocket trying to get on terms with Puttigill. He's slipstreamed up the hill behind the Audi. We're on 20 laps now here on your screen.
Yes, 20 laps down after 25 minutes of racing. So what are we going to get? We're going to get probably 90 or so laps in this race, aren't we? In the 120 minutes that we have available to us. And we've got to allow for 3 minutes pit stop, so that's going to cost best part of 3 laps for the quickest cars. 3 minutes stationary in the pit lane. And of course there's the possibility of a safety car intervention as well. Yesterday's 90-minute race, for the GT Sports Car Cup, for the classics cars of the 1960s, we had 3 safety car interruptions. But touch wood, so far it's been good, clean racing with no need for any intervention. There was at one point some concern over some smoke from Jan Whittaker's Porsche, but that's been looked at, I think, and they've concluded that one's okay. There is the 333 car, that's Thomas Stedman. Welsh name, but based in Stratford-on-Avon. He is running 3rd in Class C at the moment. Quite a way clear of Nick Wright's Honda Civic, that's 4th in that class. Points are scored in the individual classes, of course, rather than based on overall finishing positions in the Tequila Club Enduro Championship. And teams can drop 1 score. So it's best 5 out of 6 scores that count at the end of the season. There's those 2, Hartland and Wilkinson Hughes, putting a lap on Michael Downey's car, which is from the same class, number 76. They're now, 1 lap ahead of the orange Porsche. The drive from Scotland. Also within Club Enduro, as well as the main competition, there's also the Clubman Cup, and that is for cars that produced before 2010 with H-pattern or production DSG gearboxes. There's cars from any of the classes. Stuart Mead and Tim Hartland. Scirocco actually leading that class at the moment. Wayne Lawson here has been caught by Oliver Harris. So this is for 4th position now. Always suspected that Lawson may drop back in the earlier stages because James Pickford is expected to be the quicker driver of the two. But Wayne with the hand controls going well here, putting a lap there on Hammond. And yeah, Lawson now under threat from Oliver Harris. The Harris car lapping a couple of tenths of a second faster at the moment, although Lawson's fast lap is half a second better than that of Harris. Scott Parkin's going past our commentary position to put his 23rd lap in the books. She's now 10.5 seconds behind the race leader. Dark Side Developments car as we're watching the Motion Motorsport car. The RS 3 TCR of Wayne Lawson doing its best to keep the BMW of Oliver Harris behind. It is a tricky circuit to overtake at Anglesey compared to some others. We've been hearing other drivers telling us that during the course of this weekend. Coming up to the point at which the pit lane window opens, so we'll start to see drivers come in to make their pit stops. Those that are going solo, will they go for an early stop? So the element of strategy brought about by being able to stop in the safety car not really available in this race, because it's not permitted to make your mandatory stop behind the safety car. If the safety car goes out when you're in the pits, that is okay, but you can't make your stop once the safety car has gone out. You could sort of anticipate that there might be one though, but at this point, because that might gain you an advantage, or it might just put you at the end of the pit lane waiting for a safety car queue to clear. The red lights will typically be on at the end of the pit lane until the safety car queue has gone past.
Great battle that between Lawson and Harris and Passagill and Simpson, isn't it? That's very colourful. 4 great cars, really well driven, and they're circulating swiftly.
Watching Scott Parkin at the moment in the number 13. For the Ryan not racing here this weekend. It's Scott.
Simpson closing in on Passagill as they come up the hill, and the Porsche looks just a little bit quicker through the curve beforehand, but Passagill brakes and holds him back.
Yes, so still holding on to 6th position, that will be. Camera shot, so there is Parkin going through.
Into the second half hour now of this 2-hour race.
There's the car that's in 3rd position, that's the Golf of Luke Woodhouse, 15 seconds behind Scott Parkin, and a good chunk of time again ahead of Wayne Lawson as well. Yeah, 8 seconds ahead of Wayne Lawson. Yet to see anyone come in to make their mandatory stop. I saw Matthew Simler into pits to retire from the race about 10 minutes or so ago. So here's Class C MX5, not going to make it to the checker flag. It was very definite that that was race over for him. He drove straight into the pit garage. No working on the car in the pit lane to get it back out. There's Luke Woodhouse sharing that car with Rob Baker. And the last time out at Silverstone it was Alistair Camp that was sharing with him. And he puts a lap on the Mazda MX-5 there. going to catch, or has caught, the 481 car of Edward Christie as well. And he goes through on the inside. So, great racing as ever at the T-World Club Enduro Championship.
That area motorsport golf on your screens is just immaculately turned out, isn't it? Can't remember the area cars coming out in the Civic Cup. They were the Type R Trophy years ago, and then building into these PAG cars from the Honda EP3s, etc.
Yes, and had a few different cars down the years. And of course, Rob Baker's had success with showing with Carl Swift in particular in the T-World Club Enduro Championship in the past.
Just through again, number 23.
Yeah, Rob Baker won the championship 3 straight years from 2020 to 2022, showing with Carl Swift in the Seat Leon throughout that 3-year period. It's the 269 car still of Hammond. Continuing on for the first half of this race. Change.
Harris is now the head of that group, isn't he? Up into 4th place is Harris from Puttergill.
Yeah, Wayne Lawson lost 2 places on that last lap. So he's dropped down. It was a slightly slower lap, not disastrously slow, but a 1:18 it was for Wayne Lawson. That's also conceded track position to Oliver Harris and to Will Puttergill now.
He'll try and pick them back off again. He's got Simerson now all over that, and Simerson goes past into Rocket in the Porsche, the Cayman GT4 Club Sport.
I wonder if the tyres on that car have passed their best now, more than half an hour into this race. It's been, or with some other issue with the car, because it's been quite a sudden deterioration in terms of its track position. Oh, we've got one into the pits. It's Dan Jude coming in the number 42 car. So he's the first to stop. He's showing that both Mark Rayner, the Lotus Elise. That car was 7th in Class B when it came in. There's the 88 car of Joe Williams. He's running in 8th position at the moment. So he's about a minute behind the lead. So that's the thick end of a lap behind, because the lap for the leaders is less than a minute 15 on the best lap. It's about 3/4 of a lap behind. Scott Parkins just coming through to complete his 29th lap. He's just put a lap on the front running Class B cars. That's the 14 car of Tim Hartland. There we can see Joe Williams in that 88 car. Good to see Joe out there, the 37-year-old mechanic from Leominster. Started racing in 2020 in Motorsports and Club Enduro. He's done some autograss racing as well in the background. It's a 2019 Cooper TCR, 2-litre turbocharged engine, raced in TCR UK by Bruce Winfield. Joe bought it in late 2024. So it's now their 2nd season with the car. The Williams race team supported by Valin Motorsport. Sponsored by Leominster VAG Tech, the Volkswagen Audi Group specialist in that part of Herefordshire. Listed his favourite circuit is Alton Park. Well, that's where the next round of the championship is going to be held. A 100-minute race on the 25th of July. That's part of BMW Live. Bringing that to you on Alpha Live, of course.
30 laps down for our leader.
Yes, and Simon Mason's had a very strong start to this race. Oh, and Richard Hammond has had a moment, I can see, on the far side of the circuit. He's just got back onto the track now. He's off on the grass on the exit of Church Corner. But Richard Hammond now back into the race, number 269. So he's had a little moment there on the exit of Church. Didn't manage to make contact with anything, fortunately. Yeah, at the end of 30 laps, it's an 11.8 second lead for Simon Mason over Scott Parkin. There's the recovering Hammond.
Siverson had a look at Puttergill into target, but thought better of it. The bewinged 333 Mazda is into the pits.
Yeah, so that's from, I think, third position in Class C, Thomas Steadman. So only the second car to come in, actually. Still plenty of pit window remaining. It will stay there until 15 minutes ago, so there's more than an hour of window remaining. And now the 269 car comes in, so that is Richard Hammond into the pit lane. And he's going to join the MX-5 that's already there, the Treble 3 car of Thomas Steadman. Is it going to be a driver change for that Treble 3 car as well? There's Hammond in the pits. Now he's not getting out of the car, so I think he must just be concerned that there's a problem. That's possibly what put the car off at Church Corner on the previous lap. It doesn't look like they're going to do a driver change at this juncture. Richard just explaining to the team what he thinks might be wrong. And they're looking at the left rear. They're looking to take the wheel, loosen the wheel nuts on that. Tyre pressure is being taken elsewhere. They're going to put him back out into the race. So yeah, tighten the wheel nuts, I think. They're going to send him back out into the race. So that's the 269 car of Richard Hammond. An unscheduled stop then for him. They'll go back out into the race for a bit longer at least. So we've got just under 80 minutes of the race left to go here. About a third of the way through. It's 23 Simon Mason that leads, 13 Scott Parkin is second, 100 Luke Woodhouse is third, number 1 Oliver Harris is fourth, 83 Will Puttergill is fifth, and 55 Paul Simerson is sixth. Class B, that's being led by 34 Ben Brooks, from number 14 Tim Hartland, and numbers 97 Alex Wilkinson Hughes. And Class C, being led by number 66 Johnny Hayes, from number 24 Charlie Hayes, and up to third in Class C will go Nick Wright in the Honda Civic, Thomas Steppen having come into the pits. He's back out on track now, I think, in the Treble 3 Mazda MX-5. I don't know whether they executed their driver change or not to hand over to Michael Hooper. Interested to see if we do get any more pit stops anytime soon. Settle down a little bit at the front of the field, so maybe that's what we need to mix things up a little bit now. So it's a mandatory 3-minute stop. Refueling, of course, is permitted under carefully controlled conditions. That looked like that was a recovery from a spin for William. For Will Puttergill there, William Puttergill. So he had a moment up at Rocket. Now he's rejoined just ahead of Wayne Lawson. So I think he's lost out to Paul Simerson there. Yeah, Paul Simerson's gone through in the Porsche, up into 5th place now. So Puttergill, who is the class championship leader coming into this weekend with Christopher Nyland, has had a moment there, and they've been on the podium in both of the races so far this season, 3rd place in both of those, but they're going to have their work cut out here if they're going to do the same again. There's the 24 car going through. That's Charlie Hayes. That's the 2nd place car in Class A, the BMW E36 328i for the two drivers, Charlie Hayes and Marcus Bruce from Shrewsbury. Good to see them out this weekend. Now there is the 297 car, that's Jan Whittaker in 14th. He's just been lapped, I think, by Wayne Lawson in the orange hand-controlled Audi. There's number 3, that's the car of Daniel Gibson and John Dundee, the blue Gilletta G40 with a 2-litre engine. Was a Gilletta Racing Drivers Club car. Dan prepares the car and shares it with John. From Stevenage and Peterborough respectively. That car running in 25th overall at the moment and 5th place in Class C. A relatively humble model of Gilletta. Usually pretty reliable. Hour and a quarter left in the race now. And there's Joe Williams again, the Leinster man. He's just going to put a lap on that number 3 car, the Gilletta. And there goes that 24 BMW of Charlie Hayes again. So I'm just trying to see, is that the first time that car's been out this season? No, it's not. They were out at Silverstone as well. Recording a finish there. So that was a good first event for them. They weren't at Croft for the opening meeting of the season. Silverstone was a chance to race on the Grand Prix circuit.
Lawson back ahead of Puttergill.
Yeah, so he did make it through in the aftermath of Puttergill's off up at Rockies, I think. Didn't sort of get ahead immediately in that incident, but maybe Puttergill's car not behaving as it should do 100%. Into the pits comes Scott Parkin from 2nd place, so the first of the leading contenders. Also coming in this time is the 207 car. That's a car being shared by 3 drivers. That's the Tom Illingworth car. He'll come over in tandem either to Rhys Cashmore or Oliver Evans. But Scott Parkin, a significant pit stop for him, so he's going to be stationed for 3 minutes. No pit stop success penalty for him. So that means that Luke Woodhouse is now up to 2nd position on the road.
Yeah.
Well, we've got a car stopped here, Marcus. That's the 171 car, and that is Senna Osman in the E30 M3, the blue and yellow car, and that is stopped, I think, at Rocket. Yeah, so it's on the edge of the circuit, so only probably a car's width away from the edge of the track. So the marshals might have a look at that.
Puttergill into the pits.
Yeah, in the number 83 car. And I wonder if others might make a move. Seeing that car at the side of the circuit, they might almost try and anticipate a safety car here. Can't make a stop once the safety car's out, but you could possibly try and sneak in before it does come out. There's just no guarantee that it will go out. So the car is cleared. And they're doing some work on the front left. They're going to change the wheels and tyres there. Looks like they might be doing that. Put some fresh rubber on for the second part of the race. You can see the wheel that's undone individually. It's much slower change than in Formula 1, of course. And making sure it's on firmly and then reattaching all of the nuts one by one. I can't help but feel that Formula 1 would be immeasurably improved by wheel changes like this. But there we go. And now the safety car does come out, Marcus.
Okay, so leader's done what, 37
laps.
37 laps, yeah.
So this means that no drivers can, well, they can come into the pits, but it won't count as a mandatory stop if they do. You see, the safety car's not yet exited the pit lane, to wait there to pick up the leader. Where is the leader at the moment? Simon Mason. He's just coming down through the corkscrew, I think.
This is his 38th time, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Simon Mason.
And the Golf has gone, the safety car has gone,
yeah,
to pick up Simon Mason.
Yeah, and Simon Mason's seen the yellow flags, he's seen the safety car board, so he'll be expecting the Golf to be around the corner. You can see Scott parking, so he got this pit stop in now. Whether that was fortuitous timing or he'd spotted the car there and thought there might be a safety car here, not quite sure. It feels like a long time, 3 minutes stationary in the middle of a race, doesn't it?
Had the Golf come in as well?
No.
Well, I'm trying to see where that is, because we've got Oliver Harris now showing as second.
There's still got Woodhouse showing second here, and then
Oliver
Harris,
yes,
so Woodhouse has just gone past,
yeah,
and Harris is just coming through. I was keeping well away from the rescue or recovery truck that's now headed out onto the circuit to hopefully recover that that car up at the top of the hill at Rocket. So with 49 minutes of the race gone, the leader is number 23 Simon Mason. In second place is number 100 now Luke Woodhouse. Third is number 1 Oliver Harris. Fourth is number 19 Wayne Lawson. Fifth is number 88 Joe Williams. In sixth place is our Class B leader, number 34 Ben Brooks. Seventh is number 47, that's Robert Greenwood. Eighth is number 97 Alex Wilkinson Hughes, second in Class B. So he's got ahead now of Tim Hartland, number 14, who's third in Class B and ninth overall. And coming into the top 10 is 101, which is Carlo Turner. A bit further back in Class C, it's the number 66 car of Johnny Hayes in 17th overall, ahead of Charlie Hayes, 24, in 19th. And Thomas Stedman has retained actually third place in Class C, despite that pit stop in the 333 Mazda MX-5. Now, a few cars there waiting at the end of the pit lane, including Scott Parkin and Paul Simerson, I see, in the Golf, in the Porsche
and the
Puttergill
Nyland car
yeah.
is there as well. I didn't see whether they did a driver change or not.
I imagine they would have done. And they'll have to wait here until the safety car queue has gone by.
Just one mandatory stop.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, for these 120-minute races, it's an extra up in the if we have a longer race. So there's a few more cars still to come through the corkscrew before the 4 that are at the end of the pit lane can be released. Light should turn green at the end of the pit lane. Joe Williams, I think, is going to be the last car still circulating. Yeah, green light at the end of the pit lane. And Scott Parkin heads out with the 207 Mazda and Paul Simerson Porsche and Chris Nyland now in the number 88 Audi next up. And we could see there the recovery truck was on scene and ready to pick up the Senna Osman number 171 E30 M3. Great shame that car has expired. Probably the oldest car in the race, I would think.
Yes, I would think so. Yeah.
E30 is from the early 90s, I guess.
I remember driving one back from an Evolution version from Doon Hill Climb to Hampshire.
Quite a trek.
Which was a one-stop strategy. It was absolutely wonderful.
So hopefully the safety car is not going to be out for too long. And I imagine they'll be able to tow that BMW back. That certainly looks to be the intention. So it might only have a relatively short safety car interlude. There's the German Auto Works team. They're ready for Oliver Harris to hand over to Jack Collins. That's the car in third position. Now, of course, you can't follow the safety car in. You have to wait for one more lap after the safety car has come in to then be able to make your stop. So it's going to be at least 2 more laps, I think, before they can do a driver change. The Senna Osman car's on the move now, not under its own steam. The Kent-based team of Senna Osman and Jodie House. Bit long trip back to the southeast for them. Drivers waiting their turn in the pit lane.
The House family has been involved with building competition BMWs for many a long year. I remember Barney House doing them as well. And the M3, such an iconic car in touring car history throughout the world.
Here's an unscheduled stop. It's for the 297 car of Jan Whittaker, and he will be handing over to Mark Enoch for the second half of the race. But it looks like they've covered the tyres because they're planning to fuel it. But of course, this cannot count as the mandatory stop. But maybe it's just running out of fuel and that they needed to put some in. So this is obviously going to compromise their race.
We're pretty much
fourth in Class B.
Pretty much on halfway, aren't we?
Yeah, just 6 minutes shy of halfway. So you have to have the extinguisher on standby. The wheel and tyre covered, obviously in the event of a fuel spillage, and the hot brakes, of course, there could cause a fire, which we're obviously keen to avoid. One jug of fuel has gone in. Is that going to be deemed enough? Will they put more in? Some activity in the pit lane. Safety car lights are off meanwhile because the Osborne BMW is back in. So safety car pulling in, and Chris Byallen is going to see the green flag. So only really two and a bit laps behind the safety car there. So a short interlude, and racing back underway. Simon Mason's lead reduced to 7.2 seconds as a result of that. It was much healthier than that, of course. Always the hazard in an endurance race like this. So let's see where Parkin is now 19th, 3 laps behind. Simerton is 3 laps behind. Pottergill is 3 and a bit laps behind. I did think a pit stop in this race would cost you 3 laps. It's 3 minutes stationary. I'm not sure they've actually gained anything from having part of their pit stop served while the safety car was out. And there's our race leader though, number 23, Simon Mason, the 55-year-old simulator expert, as he describes himself, from Manchester, supported by his wife Kate, son Keith, and dog Pepper. More fuel going into the Whittaker Enoch number 297 Porsche Cayman. I imagine that will probably do in terms of fuel. And off on that first lap, 3 seconds has been made up by Simon Mason on Luke Woodhouse. Into the pits has come Alex Wilkinson Hughes from second in Class B in the Mazda MX-5. Oh, and there's been some contact there, and that is Wayne Lawson.
Yeah, it's Lawson up the inside of the yellow E36 BMW. So they went into target. There was a tag, and both spun out.
So that is drama because it involves the Class C leaders. They've been involved in that as well. Johnny Hayes and Paul Scipione. Johnny Hayes at the wheel of that at the moment. And yeah, Wayne Lawson still in the car because that car was yet to make its stop. So yes, a bit of contact there at target, turn 1. And as you can see, a bit more activity in the pit lane now as well. There's Richard Hammond out of the 269 car and on duty with the extinguisher, just in case of any fire. Hopefully won't be called into action, but a precaution that's required as part of the refuelling regulations. Into the pits. Oh, that's quick into the pit lane for number 1, Oliver Harris. There is a pit lane speed limit, and Scott Parkin was among the drivers yesterday who fell foul of that in the road sports race and had a penalty added to their time. There's the 269 car of Hammond being refueled. And he's going to be handing over to his co-driver for the second half of the race. That's Lewis Packham. It's a 269 car. And in now comes Wayne Lawson to hand over to Pickford, and also Johnny Hayes to hand over to Paul Subiani as well. So that is several of the leading contenders now in. Simon Mason and Luke Woodhouse still out there. Simon Mason's certainly going to do at least one more lap before he hands over to Chris Ballon. We're still not quite at the halfway mark of the race. 61.5 minutes left to go. Is Luke Woodhouse going to come in this time? No, he's not. He's going to stay out as well. Back into the pits goes the new driver, Lewis Packham, into the 269 car, having taken over from Richard Hammond. Feverish work down in the pits by a number of teams here. Get their cars back out for the second part of the race. The Ginetta is coming in, that's the number 3 car of Daniel Gibson. Ginetta G40, you'll just see that coming through the back of shot there. That will be to hand over to the car, to his teammate John Dundee. So the Lewis Packham car is pushed back, and that goes out into the race after making its 3-minute pit stop. So we're just exactly halfway through this race now. An hour to go. Simon Mason still the leader from Luke Woodhouse. He's just coming through to complete his 45th lap, and there's 13 seconds between them in this race. We've got Scott Parkin and Chris Nyland. They're close together, of course. Those are the two leading drivers that have stopped now. They are in, where are they? 13th and 14th position. Paul Simonson a few places further back behind them, actually, in 17th spot. There's the 97 car. That's Alex Wilkinson Hughes. So he was the Class B leader. He's made his stop. Lost 5 places as a result of doing so. Just under an hour to go in the race, and the leading cars out there, probably about half of the teams have made their mandatory stops at this stage. They've still got another just under 45 minutes left to be able to do so in the second half of the race. There's the 34 car going through. That's the Class B leader. Not seen too much of that car, the Class B leader. That's Ben Brooks. He's still out there, isn't he? Yet to hand over to Leigh Brooks. Yeah, looking to 4th place overall, that Lotus Elise. It's just been through to complete the lap. It's only a couple of cars behind the 2nd place car overall on track. That's Luke Woodhouse, but in actual fact it is a lap adrift of it.
I think the touch on that between the Audi and the BMW was just so marginal. You can see virtually nothing on the car in terms of damage, but it's just literally enough to unsettle it and spin it into the grass. But they've refueled it now, changing drivers, and the Hayes and Subiani BMW will be back into the track shortly.
Yeah, is that a longer stop though than it should have been, potentially pushing it back into the race now?
I would think it was stationary for more than 3 minutes, yeah.
Yeah, well, it's supposed to be anyway, 3.5 in that case because of the penalty, but whether they've actually sort of lost any time as a result of just making any checks to the car, not quite sure. What's that going to do to the Class C battle? It will promote, yeah, it's Charlie Hayes now that's taking the lead of Class C. But will that result in a change to the final classification? We'll see. There's Scott Parkin. Gradually heading back up the order now, but he's got Chris Nyland right behind him. Those two Audis, over the line they go towards target start of the lap. The diesel Audi and the conventionally fueled Audi RS3 TCR behind. Dark Side Developments car, the winged, quite a piece of equipment.
The Sirocco's just come in. Car was well up in its class, 14.
Yeah, it was second behind the Lotus of the Brookses. So that's Tim Hartland coming in to hand over to Stuart Mead. Fueling going on. Now the drivers are out of the car. Chocks into the front wheels to make sure it doesn't roll away. On the inset you can see the all Audi battle. Those cars just going past the Class B leading Lotus, the number 34 car, Ben Brooks, sandwiched between the two Audis in fact. The second Audi will now clear the Lotus. We've got a decent lead in Class B over the Heartland and Mead Scirocco. World Club Enduro Championship, reaching its halfway point this weekend. It's a 2-hour race here, an hour and 40-minute race at Alton Park next month, 4 weeks from now. Snetterton on the 31st of August, that's going to be a 2-hour race on the Bank Holiday Monday. And Donington Park on the 18th of October, the final round. Hopefully we'll get to a final round this year and we won't be afflicted by fog as we were at the end of last season, which meant that the final round did not take place.
Leader now on to lap 50, I believe.
Yeah, that's right, 49 down. Scott Parkin, of course, was last year's Class A champion in the Dark Side Developments car. But we're going to head down to pit lane now, and Ben McCarthy's down there.
I'm here in the pit lane, none other than Richard Hammonds. Richard, a pleasure to see you here at Anglesey.
It's great to be here. It's a fantastic circuit. I love it here.
What was the drawing point for you in terms of, was it the series, was it 750 Motor Club, or like you said there, the circuit?
Well, a mixture of all of those. For us at the smallest cog, we've decided to carry on racing. We haven't had the best of times, so we started again with a little MX-5 because we know the car works, so I can learn to be a racing driver and the team can learn to be a team with it. And it's going really well. It's great fun.
What's the experience like? Obviously, in the pit lane, we can see in terms of the intensity of getting ready for you to come in. But there's so much on top of that happens.
Yeah, it's busy. It's funny. My co-driver, Lewis, he's done a lot of track days and he's faster than me. But he's never done a race when it's under race conditions. And it's very different. Suddenly you've got assembly, you've got Parc Ferme at the end, all of those things you've got to do right. And suddenly we become aware that it is a team effort. You know, you can be turning in good times out there and keeping up, but if they mess up in here and we get a penalty, it's blown. So you can win or lose it in the pits. So it's really, really good that we're bonding as a team finally, I think.
Is this the start of something, or is this a one-off, do you think?
It could be, but if and when the lads in the workshop see me spinning off down there earlier on, I don't know if you saw it, I went for a little venture. They may just kick me to death and then they'll all come back.
Well, we're glad to see you back safely in the pit lane, Richard. Thank you so much. Back to you, Ian and Marcus.
Thanks very much, Ben. Good to hear from Richard down there, and he owned up to his little spin at church as well. So, yeah, I'm sure there was going to be plenty of evidence of that. So we have 53 minutes of the race left to go. Still not yet got Simon Mason into the pit lane, or indeed Luke Woodhouse in second place in the golf, Marcus.
No, that's right. And looking at another battle out on track as 51 laps notched by Simon Mason. The tussle which is brewing between Paul Simerson's Porsche and the Audi, the Lawson and Pickford Audi.
Yeah, I've got a feeling Simerson just went a bit wide but Rocket at that time and may have lost a little bit of ground. Yeah, here comes the now James Pickford driven Audi down the hill, and there is a bigger gap opened up, isn't there, to the Porsche? So we're watching that through the corkscrew as here they come over the line. There is James Pickford now, and there is Paul Simerson.
Yeah, who's lost quite a chunk of time on that lap.
Yeah, so just looking to see where that goes. It's 13th at the moment, the Pickford car, after making its stop. So, but that's one that I suspect will go well in this second half of the race.
We've got that Parkin and Nyland duel, which is interesting. We had the Simerson and Pickford one, and one or two others across the field. Quite entertaining. Here's our leader again.
Yes, and he completes lap 52 of the race in the Cupra, number 23 car, the South Cooper TCR. Mancunian Simon Mason.
Second place, number 100 coming through, which is Woodhouse. And then we've got the Parkin and Nyland pair down in 10th and 11th.
Yeah, Class B at the moment, that's currently being led still by that car that's yet to make it. It has now made it up, hasn't it? The Lotus, I beg your pardon there, the 34 car. And so it's now the Alistair Lindsay Audi TT number 46 that's moved into the lead of Class B, yet to make its stop. Ben Brooks and Lee Brooks' car, yeah, that is into the pits now. And I think just probably is headed back out into the race as well. Class C, yeah, having the pit stops having shaken out there. I think all of the Class C drivers have made their stops now. It's Paul Subiani that's back into the lead of Class C by 10 seconds over Marcus Bruce, who's taken over the number 24 BMW.
Second place car in.
Yeah, that's right. The 100 car is in. That's Luke Woodhouse in the Golf. He'll be handing over to Rob Baker for the final 50 minutes.
That's at how many laps? 50.
That's 53, yeah. There you can see Alistair Lindsay, number 46, in his Audi TT for the driver from Chichester. And he's assumed the lead of Class B because he's yet to make his stop. Others have done. 2 litre car, the Audi TT. See from the stickers, he does also race it in other categories as well that aren't as good as the Tiki World Club Enduro Championship. The number 13 car leading the way through that shot. That was Scott Parkins. He's now back inside the top 10 as pit stops have shaken out. And I think he is second, is he not? Effectively, yeah, because Oliver Harris and Jack Collins, they are the de facto leaders at the moment of the race in the number 1 car. And they are 24 seconds ahead of Scott Parkin. So it's Jack Collins now at the wheel of number 1, the driver from Richmond, the BMW M2 CS racing car. He has taken over the lead, the de facto lead, I think, from Scott Parkin. We need to see how the pit stops shake out for the drivers that were ahead on track before the stop started to be made. Parkin's got 83, Chris Nyland right behind him now, and this is for position. Not seeing it on screen, but they're absolutely side by side as they climb up towards Rocket with back markers ahead of them. And Scott Parkin has just managed to hold on up at the top of the hill. About to get them through, or no, I think we've just had them through shot. And but yeah, believe me, that's a close battle between those two. And in comes Simon Mason now with 47.5 minutes to go. Having completed lap 55, Simon Mason is into the pits to hand over to Chris Byallen. And it's a 3-minute stop for these, no success penalty to serve. So you would think that Chris Byallen should come out back in the lead of the race. There you can see Simon Mason's car. The fuel going in. Quickly those jugs empty. There's another car coming in as well, which is... Let's just stop beneath our commentary.
47.
See what it was. A 47. Oh, that's the...
Sirocco.
Robert Greenwood car. So a few cars in the pit lane, including the second place car of car 100, which Rob Baker will be taking over. So I think the only ones that we need in the pits are number 88, Joe Williams, the treble 8 car of David Hudson, who will be handing over to Nigel Greensall, who was heroic yesterday in the second half of an endurance race. And went on to win in the Jaguar E-Type, and indeed that car is coming in as I speak. That's the treble 8 car into the pits. David Hudson, the man from Cobham, handing over to the multi-talented Nigel Greensall. Just about any race car he can pedal very quickly, ancient or modern.
Rob Baker out into the race, and he's going to come out just as Parkin and Nyland come past the exit of the pit lane.
Yes, they've just gone out of the pits. I was watching Michael Downey's Porsche go through. They're right together, aren't they? So you've got Baker and Parkin right together on track.
And Parkin trying to go around the outside of Baker, but Baker's out onto the grass goes Nyland. He was wide out, all four wheels over that curb on the Exeter Church. So dramatic stuff.
Yeah, and Baker, of course, on colder tyres, having just been stationary for 3 minutes or so, but managing to cling on to the position. So that's everyone now having been in to make their stops. We'll just give it another minute or two before we run down the new order, because there's a few of them still in the pits, including Joe Williams, who I think was the last driver to come in the double 8 car. Driver from Leicester, driving solo, having been leading on the timing screen at the end of lap 56. And there's Park in that dark side developments car. So we're going to have about 40 odd minutes of a straight race to the checkered flag then. No pit stops to worry about. Sometimes it can be less than that, because you can stop anywhere up until 15 minutes before the end. So here comes the Simerson car over the line as we're watching Scott Parkin on the cameras. But we'll get a better view of the order in a moment.
Yeah, Baker's held Parkin and Nyland off.
Now here comes the Oliver Harris car down through the corkscrew, which is Paul Simerson on screen heading towards Church Corner there, but Oliver Harris, he now comes through. So he's done the same number of laps now as Simon Mason and Chris Byallen, but they've gone back out into the race, so it is going to be Mason and Byallen, I think.
That car is now approaching Rocket.
Yes. So I think that will lead by perhaps about a third of a lap or something by the time they come through.
Which will be the end of their... which lap?
That will be the end of their 56th lap.
Yeah.
Joe Williams pitted at the end of his 56th. He's still in the pit lane, yet to go back into the race. So yes, Chris Byallen covers it now, is just coming down behind this group actually. They've just gone through the corkscrew, including Simerson and Dave Connell. And there over the line goes Chris Byallen then to complete 56 laps, and so he will be the leader once Joe Williams heads out. He'll tumble back down the order. He's going to lead by probably less than a third of a lap. There goes the second place car over the line of Jack Collins, as it now is, and the gap between them is 14.2 seconds. So 14.2 seconds between the two leaders. So I think actually a net gain there for Oliver Harris and Jack Collins in the pit stops.
And a whole gaggle of traffic for Byallen to work his way through shortly. There is Baker.
Yeah, and he's going to be third.
He's fourth is Parkin in 13, and fifth is going to be Nyland,
Yeah,
the Patagill Audi.
and then James Pickford in the orange hand-controlled alley. And Simerson's off the road up at the corkscrew. That's on the exit of PR on the run down to the corkscrew. The Porsche getting onto the grass there, able to rejoin without too much delays. Just to rejoin ahead, directly ahead of Chris Byron. Actually, he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cars to deal with over the next lap or so. Comes through to complete lap number 57. Into the pits, I'm afraid, comes number 7. We don't have a number 7, so what number is it? It's the...
one of the Elises, but number...
It is
number 7.
Oh yeah, it's the addition, I beg your pardon, yes. That's the Nathan Stevens and Andrew Boland Lotus Elise, and that is for second stop, so that's not scheduled. Interestingly, on that lap, and it was obviously Chris Byron's first lap out, Jack Collins took about half a second out of Chris Byron. And
what's that about?
The gap down to 13.8 seconds.
Some kind of emergency siren went off behind us.
The ambulance's lights and the sirens suddenly started going off, but it hasn't moved from the position it's parked in the paddock. But yes, alarm me for a moment as well. So, probably worth giving you a rundown on the order now as things are starting to shake out. We've got 40 minutes of the race left to go. Number 23 is the leader, that's Chris Byron. Second is number 1, that's Jack Collins. Third is number 100, Robert Baker. Fourth is number 13, Scott Parkin. Fifth is 83, Chris Nyland. Sixth is number 19, James Pickford. Seventh is number 88, Joe Williams. Eighth is number 55, Paul Simonson. Ninth is, 47, Robert Greenwood. 10th is our Class B leader, Lee Brooks, as it now is. Second place in Class B is Dave Connell, number 97. Third in Class B is number 14, Stuart Mead. In Class C, the leader, Scott Parkin, is into the pit lane. That's not scheduled. Class C is being led by number 66, Paul Subiani. From 24, Marcus Bruce, and 333, Michael Hooper. But the Dark Side Developments car in for an unscheduled stop here, Marcus.
Yep, with what about towards 3/4 of an hour to go?
Yes, 2/3 of the race left, and they've got the bonnet off on that car. So that was from 4th position, I think it was. Yeah, 4th place it was.
Yep, 4th.
And we've got a black flag being shown. Someone's getting a stop-go penalty, and I'll try and figure out who that is. It's going to be, again, it's a number. Can you see the number on the board? Well, it looks like a single-digit number, and it says on my screen that it should be car 4, but we don't have a car 4. So I'm not quite sure what that's all about. I need to have go with a different number. But the
what we can see is the back of the pit board, so we can't see the number on it.
Yeah. Well, there's only 3 one-digit number cars in the race. That's
one of them's already in the pits.
Yeah. So anyway, we'll see if we can sort that out in a moment. Furious work going on under the bonnet of the Dark Side Developments Audi for Scott Parkin, who coming into this weekend was 3rd in the championship, won the opening race at Croft but had a non-finish at Silverstone a month or so ago. There's Joe Williams. He was the last driver to make his stop. He's there in 6th position now, having gained a place from Parkin and also from Simerson when he had that off down between Peel and the Corkscrew a few laps ago. The car now being driven by Lewis Packham seems to have hit a bit of debut. That's the number 269 car that was started by Richard Hammond. So let's see if that car needs to make it back to the pits for any remedial work. As Richard was saying, it's Lewis's first race. He's 27 years of age. Started racing last year, did the VSCC Pomeroy race, did some drag racing as well. Part of the smallest cog racing team, as well as we've said. There is that car, and it's just actually being lapped by the race leader, Chris Byallen. What's the difference in laps between those two cars? 7 laps behind the MX-5, behind the race leader.
Just watching Scott Parkin, doesn't look in any hurry to get back in. I think he's unbuckling his crash helmet. No, it's all over, unfortunately.
That's a great showing. It's the balaclava being pulled off, and that means that Scott Parkin is out of the race. See if we can find out from the team why that is. So, yeah, that's Ryan Parkin that's having a look, and and a big lock up there for Lewis Packham in the 269 car up at the top of the circuit. He's being passed by another of the Mazda MX-5s, the Class B car of Dave Connell. Dave Connell there having taken over the car from his teammate.
James Pickford still reeling in Nyland, isn't he? Just a little bit nibbling away.
That's right. There's the car in second position. The gap is down to 7.1 seconds now, because Jack Collins is closing in on Chris Byallen quite a rate of knots.
And that's at 61
laps now. So that gap down to 7.1 seconds. It was 13, I think, not so very long ago. And now Jack Collins in pursuit of the leader.
There goes Byallen. He's got Simerson ahead of him. And here's Jack Collins in the big BMW, number 1.
It's actually gone out to 8.3 seconds on that lap, but Collins did have a bit of traffic to deal with.
Yes, there were 3 cars right behind him battling, and he'd got worked his way through them.
Yeah, a bit of a moment at target, I think, for Collins there as well.
Rob Baker goes through. He is in 3rd place, car that started by Luke Woodhouse.
On that lap, he was the fastest of the first 4, but not of the first 5, because James Pickford was faster than him. A 1:15.0. Pickford is 12 seconds behind Baker, and 35 seconds behind the leader. There is the leader.
He's got Nyland between them, hasn't he?
That's right. Chris Byallen there.
Williams is 6th in the TCR. Joe Williams in the
There's Chris Byallen then, race leader, 59 years of age.
That was the black Cayman left in a flurry of sideways activity. A bit eager.
Yeah, Chris has been racing since 2001. He was the European champion in VDV in 2008. He's competed in over 300 races all over Europe. And he's raced a variety of cars, and now racing this Cupra in the TCR Championship alongside Simon Mason. There's the 13 car. It's still being worked on in the pit lane, although I think Scott Parkin has given it up as a bad job.
Not for an afternoon tea, maybe.
Yeah, absolutely. 23 then, Chris Byallen leading the race. The gap was 8.3 seconds at the start lap. It has stayed about the same for the last 2 or 3 laps. And see if he manages to keep this gap. He's actually coming up to lap Paul Simerson now in the Porsche.
Yeah, he's got 3 cars to get through, and difficult into this first corner, particularly as there's an MX-5 on the outside.
And also the Class B leader, Lee Brooks, in there as well. And the 6.5 second gap, so it came down by 1.8 seconds on that lap, with the leader delayed. There's the 297 car now being driven by Marquis, not having taken over from Jan Whittaker. There's Rob Baker, his area motorsport Golf in third. And then just behind the Lewis Packham car, which you can see on screen at the moment, you've got the car of Chris Nyland as well.
He's just about to come into our picture. And he is being caught. There's Chris Nyland just going through that group of cars. You'll see the orange James Pickford Audi not far behind.
Yeah, and they're all lapping in the 15s, apart from Chris Byland, who's lapping in the 17s. The next four are all lapping in the 1 minute 15s. So lapping a bit quicker. I think there's a slippery surface flag being shown at the top of Rocket. From this distance it looks like a red lighting panel, but it's a red and yellow stripy lighting panel accompanied by a red and yellow stripy flag.
Difficult when you get the sun behind those panels because it can look red. So I'm told it's called phantom aspect. Thank you, Alrena, for that.
Okay. Blue light panel flashing there. That'll be to warn slower cars that quicker ones are coming through. There's Chris Byland on the screen now, having put a lap on Paul Simerson in 7th place. They're top 6 now, only on the lead lap. That gap has come down again. We saw the BMW of Jack Collins going through shot there, the number 1 car. That car's been 4th in the 2 races so far this season, and at Croft and at Silverstone. Are we going to see an improvement? Well, we're almost certainly going to see an improvement before it gets to the end now, because it's running in 2nd place, but can Jack Collins close in and take the lead away from Chris Byland before the end of the race?
Still plenty of time. See Byland there, coming down to complete another lap. And the BMW, General Auto Works BMW, is relentlessly on a charge.
Yeah, 5.5 seconds now the gap, so the gap's come down again. And I think we've got an interesting conclusion to the race in prospect there. The 23 car that's leading the race was 2nd in the opening meeting at Croft, and a non-finisher last time at Silverstone. There's our Class B leader, that's 34 Lee Brooks, but he's only 7 seconds clear now of David Connell in the number 97. The headlamps on that Lotus are permanently flashing as a warning to slower cars that is coming through. But a bit of time being taken out of the Lee Brooks lead by David Connell on the last lap, a few tenths of a second, so we'll keep an eye on the gap there. Situated in Class C, there's 17 seconds now between Paul Sabioni and Michael Hooper, who's moved up to 2nd place in that class at the expense of Marcus Bruce. Michael Hooper, the 38-year-old from Drybrook in the Forest of Dean, an automotive engineer who started circuit racing 3 years ago in 2023. Has also done off-road Land Rover trials in the past as well.
We've got, here comes the BMW, goes past the 333, goes past the 36 Honda EP3. So Simerson ahead of him, and he's not far adrift of the race leader.
Gap's come down again to 5.3 seconds now.
Next one could be a bit trickier because he's had to get through the traffic. The gap between the Audis is the gap between one turning into target and one joining the start straight. So James Pickford in the orange Audi closing on the predominantly kind of petrol blue one.
Took more than half a second out of it on that last lap, did James Pickford. But neither of them was, well actually, Rob Baker was faster than Nyland as well, and was faster too than the 2 race leaders. So Simerson now is going to be lapped here by Jack Collins in the number 1 car. But that's not going to be easy because these cars will lap in very similar speeds. So it'll be tough for him to get past. Saying that, he drives straight past into the corkscrew in that German Auto Works BMW. So let's have a look at the gap this time. I think it may have gone out a little bit this time with Jack Collins delayed. It was 5.3, it's now nearly 5.8 seconds.
Yeah, and he's only just managed to get past Paul Summerson in the Porsche, the number 55 Cayman.
Blind screen fastest lap of the race is with Simon Mason. The early part of the race, a 1 minute 13.479. Lap record for these cars, 1:13.20. I think probably that was set by Simon Mason, sharing with Luke Schlavitz last year. 13.20, it's not too far off that pace. So Chris Byron has taken over from Simon Mason, leading the way. There's a sort of shot of the car in second, Jack Collins hunting down the Cupra. Through the corkscrew they go. 5.8 seconds on the previous lap. What's it going to be now? Collins comes up and over the line, and it's 5.8 seconds. It changed that time by 23 hundredths, the gap, so not a lot in it. But I suspect Rob Baker, yeah, he's taken another 6/10 out of them, so he's now within just about 10 seconds of the second place car, so we need to watch out for him.
And Nyland's got two, going to be fairly difficult to get rid of before the banking when he laps them, and closing in all the while is James Pickford in the orange car that started on pole. He put it there, car number 19.
Yeah, Pickford took 8/10 out of Nyland that time. Class B wise, the lead's gone out between Lee Brooks and Dave Connell, between the Lotus and the Master MX-5. So that's gone out. Oh, and there's a car off into the barriers. That's the 207 car, the Mazda MX-5, that's gone straight on at the corkscrew. It was either Reece Cashmore or Oliver Evans in the car at that point, because that was a 3-driver car, but it's reversing back out of the barriers, and it might well get back into the race. Just wonder there whether we might need another safety car, but I don't think we will, although the car's still stationary, but it should be able to, yeah, it's rejoining, and it should at least get back to the pit lane.
That rector barrier stuff is quite remarkable, isn't it? It does absorb a lot of impact and doesn't seem to do a lot of damage to a lot of the cars.
That's right, and he'll try and get across to the pit lane entrance, and he does so. So might be an opportune time for a driver change anyway, because that is a 3-driver car, so it's never going to be competing for honours, having to make an extra stop.
Gap between the Audis down again, visibly.
Yes, by about a second that time, so 3 seconds the gap between them. The lead gap by Alan to Collins, that stayed pretty steady at about 5.8 seconds. Baker's closing on both of them, and Pickford's closing on Nyland as well.
How far is Baker behind?
9.0 seconds behind Collins at the moment. 14 seconds or so behind the leader. 24 minutes of the race left to go. Time through, actually the gap's gone out from first to second to 6.8. A slight lap into the 1:16s for Jack Collins that time. "23 minutes of the race left to go now. Just to give our Club Enduro Championship. Oh, and a moment there for the 269 car for Lewis Packham. Back end stepping out a bit, Rocket just in front of the BMW, which he'll let through now. That's the bright blue car, a smartly turned out car.
I'm looking at the progress of 888 Nigel Greensall, who is 9th, but he is a lap behind the 47 car.
Yeah, he was just coming through now. He was the one that was just getting past that errant MX-5.
47's come all the way through the grid from the back, hasn't it? The Greenwood Sirocco.
Yeah, Greenstall's lapping faster than the three cars immediately.
Number of laps down.
7.2 for the leader, gap's down to 6.9 again. 7.7 though, second to third, as Collins continues to be caught by Baker. And Pickford now is within 1.7 seconds of Nyland, so that's a battle we'll try and pick up in a moment. So I think we will see a change for fourth position before the end of the race. There's the third place car of Rob Baker, took over from Luke Woodhouse, who did the first 70 minutes, I think, of the race, roughly. There's the Class C leading number 66 car, being driven by Paul Sobbiani. So they'll be good to extend their lead in the championship. They've had a second and a third so far this season in that class. Their nearest rival in Class C not here this weekend, Andrew Cooper. And actually neither is the car in third in the class.
Leaders through.
Yes, he is, and the gap is still roughly the same, about 6.9 seconds back to Jack Collins. I really thought Jack Collins was starting to eat in a bit more quickly to the lead, but with just a tad going through there, you can see the orange James Pickford car, and it's down to 0.7 per second. Let's see if we can pick these cars up maybe at the banking, because we've got Chris Nyland and James Pickford right with him now, so cars 83 and 19 together. Just going to be heading, down towards Church. We're watching the second place car, Jack Collins. They're out of our window. I'm watching the two cars heading through Church corner now, just going past the Class B leader as well, Lee Brooks, and up towards Rocket. Because we've got those two right together. They're not far, maybe 18 seconds, I reckon, behind Jack Collins. Something like that, who's heading down into pit lane, into the corkscrew towards the end of the lap. Just looking up to the top of the circuit, and I can see, they're right together now. Nyland and Pickford for fourth position through the corkscrew, about to come into the shot we've got here. This is the blue 83 car, there they are, and the 19 orange car of Pickford now. Along the short start and finish straight. The gap between them down to just about half a second as they move on to lap 75 of the race. Pickford with lots of experience in single-seaters and sports and GT cars as well. In this car, has taken quite a bit of time out of Chris Nyland in the second half of the race.
And they're together through Church, absolutely together. Charging through this beautiful kink that sweeps up towards Rocket, and Pickford brakes just that little bit later. He turns in tighter, he touches the kicks up some dust. Is he going to make it around the outside? He does, and James Pickford grabs that place, which is fourth place, from the car of Nyland.
Yeah, so good move that from James Pickford. It was, I think, something we saw coming, because he was carrying quite a lot more speed. Personal best lap for car 888, that's Nigel Greenstall now, done 1:15.54.
Which is a couple of seconds away from the record, but it's still impressive.
Yeah, about the sixth fastest car out there, I think, in the race so far. So what's happening further? Well, Rob Baker is now closer to Jack Collins than Jack Collins is to Chris Byallen, so we could have a change for second as well before the end.
Yeah, I think the Collins car, it's that much bigger, isn't it? So to hustle around in the traffic. Or it's just used its tyres up now.
Yeah, so
remotely surprised.
No, not at all. There's Pickford going through the traffic, getting past the Keith Fryer, number 36 on the Civic Tripath, the driver from Marlborough. The 66-year-old from Wiltshire, Business Development Director. racing for 8 years in low cost and Mazda 7s and road sports and others as well.
Baker can now see Collins. Collins can now see Allen, but I think Allen's putting a bit of a spurt on, isn't he?
He is. That gap's gone out to 7.6 seconds. It was down to 5 point something at one point, so it's gone out by a couple of seconds. But that time through, Baker took another 9/10 out of Collins. We've got 17 minutes to go, so probably 14 laps or something like that. So at that rate of progress, Baker could well find himself up into second position for the end of the race. There is Baker, mostly these days focusing on running cars, but he's won this Club Enduro Championship 3 times, sharing with Carl Swift as well. So no mean driver as well as preparer, and had that great win with Alistair Camp at Anglesey, former hot hatch racer Alistair Camp. Was at Silverstone at the end of May. So through they've gone again, and the gap's down to 3.7 seconds now, so another 0.6 taken out by Rob Baker. Gap first to second pretty static, at more than 7 seconds. James Pickford is closing. He's less than 10 seconds behind Baker now, but probably not closing fast enough.
Yeah, that's the impression I get, Ian. The M3's back.
Yeah, it is. Oh, and recovering from a moment, I think, for Keith Fry in the number 36 car, but he's going again. But yes, that car 44 laps behind the Senna Rosman and Jody House BMW. I suppose if they've got it working again, they might as well get a bit more track time in it before the long schlep back to Kent. There's Keith Fry going through. There is Jack Collins. Not far behind him is going to be Rob Baker. Pit window closed, although that's pretty academic, because everyone that needed to stop had done.
Yeah, the 24 M3 looked, saw Collins coming, was tempted to try and pass the Honda, but it wasn't able to do it.
2.2 seconds now the gap, second to third. 1.3 seconds taken out by Rob Baker on that lap. So I think we are going to get a change here before the end.
Yeah, it's 8.6 first to second, but that was down to traffic.
Climbing the hill towards Rocket, this right hand kink, then a heavy braking out for a tight left-hander. There is Collins in the one car. We're going to get them in the same shot. I think there they are. Yes, in the same shot at Rocket. There is Rob Baker, number 101 and 100. Almost together now on track. The gap's come down again from the 2.2 seconds it was at the start of the lap.
88 Joe Williams has got 888 Nigel Greensaw behind him. He's still on the lead lap, but there is Chris Bale again. Oh, and that was a bit of a moment because the white TT had a bit of a waggle to avoid him.
And there go the next two, and the gap down to 1.9, just under 2 seconds now actually. Jack Collins to Rob Baker. So we'll stick with these two. They're heading around the banking.
7.4, 1.2 taken out by Collins, by Allen as well. Again down to traffic. Joe Williams still on the same lap as the leaders in 6th, incidentally, in the white and iridescent blue 88 car.
Yeah, last of the drivers to be on the lead lap still. Now they've got a Mazda MX-5 between them now. Second and third place cars. It's the 207 car. That was the one that was in the wall at the Corkscrew only 15 minutes or so ago. But now Baker's cleared that car and has direct line of sight to Jack Collins. Over the line goes Chris Byallen again.
Here's Baker hauling in the BMW.
Lead gap's come down as well that time, 7.4 seconds. But second to third is now only just over 1 second, and you can see it visually here. Towards the banking they go for the 81st time in the race. And it is Baker reeling him in.
Byallen's up to rocket, but here's that battle for second place. Rob Baker stalking down the BMW of Jack Collins.
And there's traffic ahead. Oh, and that's not helped Collins, has it? Because that blind car has just cleared the 14 car of that is now Stuart Mead, isn't it? There, but that has brought the Golf right onto the rear wing of the BMW, which is a little bit squirrely out of peel that time. It will try and get the Alistair Lindsay Audi TT in between them as they go through the corkscrew he has, but I think this is delaying the inevitable really. There's Rob Baker on a charge here, on a charge to get into second place. Just over 11 minutes of the race to go. And the gap over the line that time was 0.9 seconds.
And Rob Baker's had to go around one of the other TTs, and that cost him time in target.
Yeah, and now they've got the treble three, Thomas Steadman, Michael Hoophill, second place car in Class C behind him. That car now ahead of Marcus Bruce and Charlie Hayes, with Johnny Hayes and Paul Subiani still leading in Class A. In Class C, I should say. There's the 66 car, that's the one we were just talking about as leading Class C, the yellow, pale yellow BMW. So here is that car coming down towards us. Just looking behind, see Chris Byallen coming through corkscrew as well. And there's our second and third place battle. Just taking a moment for Baker to regather himself to take the fight to Jack Collins once again. This TCR Golf. White and grey coloured machine. Looking absolutely splendid. Rob Baker from Uttoxeter chasing after Jack Collins. Been racing for 13 years now, is the Civic Cup champion in 2018. Going back for one or two rounds this season. The team in Club Enduro have won 4 overall, 4 Class A, 4 Class B and 1 Class C titles with 50 class wins area motorsport over the years in the various classes. He's going to make it 51 today, this particular car, because he's got to get past the race leader Chris Byallen as well. But there is two nose to tail now through Rocket towards Peel they go, 8 3/4 minutes to go. It's been building up for quite some time, this battle for second place. Through Peel, down through the corkscrew they go. Is this the place where he's going to make the move? I suspect it might not be.
And the traffic ahead of Byallen is awesome. Among them is Joe Williams, who with the next driver potentially to be lapped. There's Collins in 1, Baker in 100, going through behind one of the BMWs. 36s.
8 seconds to the leader now as well, so if Rob Baker can get ahead of Jack Collins, I suspect he's probably going to run out of time to catch the leader as well, but who knows.
But look what the leader has to face at the moment. A gaggle of cars.
Quite a lot of traffic to deal with, but equally Collins or Baker will have to deal with that soon. Baker having a look there as they head through the right-hand kink up towards Scott. Will try and get alongside, but Collins moves across to the right-hand side of the track. Not able to do it there, carries more speed into the corner, does Rob Baker. Bit of a skittish moment for the BMW of Collins. And can Rob Baker capitalise on this and get through? Got one car in the pit lane as well.
He's up the inside.
He's up the inside here. And is he going to do it? He's going to be the outside for the first part of the corkscrew. Collins going to hold on through there, I think. But no, Baker does go through. Baker goes through number 100 to second position in the Area Motorsport Golf.
And that's lap what, 80?
84 they've just completed, yes.
Amazing.
And the car in the pits we saw was the Chris Nyland Audi TT from 5th position. Also in the pit lane is the 47 Robert Greenwood Cupra as well. So a couple of the front running cars hitting problems late in the race. I think Puttigill back out into the race now by the looks of things, but having lost a bit of time. So Rob Baker now through to second place. He's putting daylight between himself and Jack Collins. And he's got about 7.5 seconds to make up on Chris Byallen in 6 minutes or so. So probably not going to happen. But it's not beyond the realms of possibility. Here's Byallen with the Affinity Vision branding on the car. It's a charity sponsored to help children in Gambia. He sponsored school, he sponsored boreholes and tractors. Business development to self-empower communities to create self-dependence in that part of the world.
And Baker's just gone through and found 4 cars ahead of him on the way up to banking. Byallen's cleared them. He's also managed to lap Joe Williams in all of this. Rob Baker. Another quick BMW to dispose of, which he dives past.
Lee Brooks has extended his lead in Class B in the Lotus now over the David Connell Mazda MX-5. Stuart Mead third in Class B now, but it's the number 34 car that's heading Class C, still being led by Paul Subiani from Michael Hooper and Marcus Bruce as we come into the last 5 minutes. There's Packham going through the final corner, doing battle with the Ginetta of John Dundee, the 48-year-old from Kingscliff, sales director at Oracle, been racing since 2020. Finished third in the Track Day Championship previously. Four minutes of the race to go, though, you know, just seeing out what's where the Puttigill car is, and Nyland car is back out on track. Chris Nyland will be at the wheel. There is the race leader, Chris Byallen, in car 23. His gap was 7.5 seconds over Rob Baker at the start of the lap. I think it's probably still going to be around about that now. I can just sense that out of the commentary box window.
Baker's just clipped the dust on the inside of Rocket. He's trying that hard, but I sense that time is slipping away in.
Yeah, concur with that. Don't think he's going to be able to do it, but it's been a good drive in the second half of the race here, because of course he had a 30-second penalty in the pit stops. If it wasn't for that, he could well have been the winner of this race. Byallen and Mason, they didn't have a penalty to serve. So if it wasn't for that, Rob Baker, I think, sharing today with Luke Woodhouse, would have been victorious in the Tigua Club Championship race.
6.6. The gap, 6.6 seconds first to second. 3 minutes to go.
Yeah, it come down by about 8 or 9 tenths on that lap.
3 minutes means you're going to get 3 laps, isn't it?
Basically, yes. Yeah, so that'll take them to 90 laps, which I think is what I said earlier on.
You're the
accountant. More luck than judgment in that one, I think. Up the hill they go towards Rocket. That's Rob Baker going past John Dundee's Ginetta, closing in on the back of one of the other cars there. towards, it's Joe Williams, I think, isn't it, that he's catching? Yes, it is. Through Peel, down through the corkscrew. It's that part of the circuit where the international circuit deviates off down towards a hairpin before a return leg, just a matter of yards further around the coastal circuit. Gap now is 6.7, so it's gone out that time, and there's only going to be 2 laps to go. So unless there's a real late drama, I think, here for Chris Byallen, he's probably got this race won.
There's nothing between them now in terms of other cars, because Rob Baker has lapped the Joe Williams car. Singleton-driven car the whole way. Joe Williams car.
Yeah, it's good effort.
Very good effort.
So it looks like we're on course for a 3rd different winner in Class A and overall, and a 3rd different winner in Class B actually as well. This weekend, but not in Class C, because it looks like Paul Cipriani and Johnny Hayes are going to take their 2nd win in a row to have success at Silverstone, so they'll extend their lead in the championship. There's this car in 2nd place now. It's fallen Jack Collins about 3 seconds or so behind Rob
Last
Baker.
lap board has gone out.
Yeah, it has. It's gone out to Chris Byallen then. Rob Baker, 2nd place car.
7 seconds. It's not going to happen, is it?
No. Chris Byallen just turning his way through Church Corner for the final time. Simon Mason did a sterling work in the first inting, 1:13.479, the best lap of the race by anybody. But Chris in the second half has done a solid job, lapping consistently in the 1:15s, and we've had occasional forays by drivers into the 1:14s, but it's been a good performance this from Chris Byallen, who's still leading from Rob Baker as they turn their way through. There's Baker in 2nd place, number 100, but there's the leader, number 23, Chris Byallen, through Peel Corner for the final time. Clock has counted down to 0 at the end of this Tiguan Club Enduro Championship race. Into the corkscrew he goes, number 23, the Affinity Vision car. It's about to come through to take the checkered flag, and it's Chris Byallen and Simon Mason that win round 3 of the Tiguan Club Enduro Championship from Rob Baker and Luke Woodhouse in 2nd position. So the Piranha Motorsport car gets the win from the Area Motorsport car in 2nd, and German also works for Oliver Harris and Jack Collins in 3rd position. James Pickford and Wayne Lawson 4th for Motion Motorsport. 5th for is Joe Williams, the privateer, number 88, and 6th is number 83, Will Puttergill and Chris Nolan, after a late pit stop that they needed. So I think we had just the 4 cars in the end on the lead lap, separated only by 16 seconds or so at the end of 2 hours of racing, which is not too bad at all, Marcus.
I think that was an absolutely outstanding display by everybody. Fantastic cars, very well driven. We saw very little rubbing, which was absolutely ideal, and what a tight finish that was. I mean, brilliant, considering they had an extra 30 seconds to stop to serve up the stops for previous success. Phenomenal effort. 34's just come back.
That's our Class B winner.
Yeah, the Brooks family.
Yeah, Ben and Lee Brooks taking a convincing win in Class B. Well done to them. And Class C, we've already had Paul Cipriani over the line to take a 2nd win of the season for that team.
Despite a drama when the car was flicked into the infield at
That's
Target.
right. Yes, the Can It Racing have proved that well, they can, and that is a great result. Then the Tiguan Club Enduro Championship will go to Alton Park on the 25th of July, Snetterton in August, Donington Park in October. But here are the results of the Anglesey race. 90 laps completed by number 23, Simon Mason, Chris Byallen in the Seat for TCR. 2nd, the Luke Woodhouse and Rob Baker, VW Golf for TCR, 5.8 seconds drift. 3rd, number 1, Oliver Harris and Jack Collins, the BMW M2 CS racing car, 12 seconds drift. 4th, number 19, Wayne Lawson and James Pickford of the Audi RS3 TCR, 16 seconds drift. The last car on the leading lap. 88 Joe Williams was 5th, 83 Will Puskil and Chris Nolan 6th, number 83, 755 Paul Simerson, 8th Treble 8 David Hudson and Nigel Greenstall, 9th number 34 Ben and Lee Brooks, who won Class B, and 10th 101 Carlo Turner and Nick Grove. 11th was number 97 Alex Wilkinson Hughes and Dave Connell, 2nd in Class B ahead of Alistair Lindsay, number 46 in the Audi TT. In 14th place, you can see the first of our Class C finishers was Johnny Hayes and Paul Subiani. 2nd place in that class, the Treble 3 car of Thomas Stedman and Michael Hooper, and Charlie Hayes and Marcus Bruce, 3rd in that class. So, as I say, at Alton Park in 4 weeks' time, the next race for the Tequila Club Enduro Championship. Got one race to come, but first let's head to Parc Ferme and Ben McCarthy.
So then, it's victory for the number 23 of Chris Byallen, who, manages to climb out of his car. We will have a word with him now. Chris Byallen and Simon Mason winning this race. Must be said, they showed immense speed throughout. The start, chasing the leader, then in the lead, and then obviously after the safety car, Chris Byallen. What an effort, what a result, what a race.
That was, well, it was thanks to Simon and the team, because he built up such a good lap. And then the safety car came out and Scott got in, and I thought we were going to get jumped because of the safety car. But somehow when I came out, they didn't tell me, but I was 16 seconds in the lead. And then I got up to speed, and then we held it about 6 to 8 seconds. But that was tough. I mean, this is a very, very difficult circuit for these big cars with no grip. But the drivers are good, flash them, and most of them got out of the way, so you could just push on. So I'm pleased for the team. Well done, Simon, and that was a good result. That's our first this year. That was really good.
Does that make it extra satisfying then, the fact it's the first win?
Yeah, especially at this circuit, because this circuit is a very twisty circuit that favours the small, lighter cars. These big Goliaths, they're a bit slow and cumbersome, and even the little B cars can pull away from us through the corners. But we maintain pace. I mean, Simon built up a nice lead, and then we pitted, went back out, and I managed just to keep it 6 to 8 seconds in front of number 2. I don't know who number 2 was yet. I'll go and say thank you to him in a minute, because he obviously got slowed up. But that was tough.
Well, congratulations on the win. Very well deserved. Only one race remains then here at Anglesey, and for that, with no green flag lap to be taken place, so we're going to head straight back up to Ian and Marcus.
Yes, not quite got the cars out yet. I think there's just a little clearing up to be done up at the top of the circuit where there was some fluid put down in the previous race. The Tequila Club Enduro Championship, and indeed, the 101 car needs to be recovered again. Well, that was the car that brought an early halt to proceedings in the road sports race yesterday, so they've not had much luck with the Storming Camel Racing number 101 car this weekend. Unfortunately, 2 non-finishes have resulted from that. So that car will be recovered, and shortly we'll have the cars therefore brought out onto the circuit for the final race of the day, the final race of the weekend, which will be for the historic 750 Formula series. I remind that the next 750 Motor Club action after this weekend we're not bringing to you on the live stream, but that's at Cadwell Park on the 18th and 19th of July, but we'll be back with the live stream on the 25th of July. That's for the BMW live event, when we'll have Club Enduro amongst the championships for you at that event. What else do we have for you at Alton Park? Just running you through the categories that we have there for Alton. That we'll be bringing to you on the live stream. Yes, we've got the 120 Coupe Cup, we've got the 116 Sprint Trophy, Club Enduro, Hot Hatch, Type R Trophy, the Clio Sport Championship, and the BMW Car Club Racing Championship as well. So that's on the 25th of July. You'll be able to watch that all on Alpha Live. And as I say, we'll be in action before that at Cadwell Park the weekend before as well. Always a pleasure to go to Cadwell Park, and lots more to come here at Anglesey Circuit as well. But we're about to get the cars out onto the circuit for the historic 750 Formula series, backed by Race Parts. So grid based on the second fastest qualifying time. So on pole position, it should be number 80, Joe Zosso. Yes, it is. And besides him is number 6, Richard Verheyden. Second row of the grid, 16, Sam Wright, and 47, Ian Elliott, our race 1 winner. Third row, 72, Trevor Slatter, and 7, Graham Wilson, although he was in retirement from the earlier race. Fourth row of the grid is going to be 14, Ambrose Butcher, and 31, Greg Catton. At row 5 of the grid, 67, Paul Mason, and 13, Ben Bolt. Row 6 is going to be 37, John Donnelly, and 8, Peter Marsh. The 7th row will be 40, Mike Henney, and 25, Timothy Bradley, with the 8th row, Charlie Plain Jones in 22, and Gareth Cordy in number 33. The 9th and final row of the grid is going to be 3, David Rose, and 26, Phil Livingstone. The final few cars coming on to the grid now. We're ahead of this 15-minute race. Earlier on today, it was Ian Elliott that took the win by 1.4 seconds from Joe Zosso, so the Jomo winning out over the DNC. But Elliott only 4th on the grid this time, so he's got a little bit of work to do here to see if he can get past Joe Zosso and Richard Verheyden, the Continental force out on the front row, and the Village V2 of Sam Wright. Now there's a problem for Joe Zosso. He's waving his arms now as if to say, I've lost my engine. So he's letting the marshals know that he needs some assistance. The marshal rushing across to see what help he can offer. Just needs to open the gate and see if he can assist him. He might need to be pushed off the circuit, Joe Zosso, from pole position, having a word with the marshal. Everyone else is into position, I think, but there's now 4 marshals have descended on him, and they're going to push him back, I think, is the decision. And yeah, that's a great shame for Joe Zosso. Second in race 1 is going to be pushed off the grid here, unfortunately. So that's a great shame after all that waiting. So that's going to leave. Is he going to get to be able to start from the pit lane, I wonder? Going to leave Richard Verheyden on his own on the front of the grid. It's also going to leave the door open actually for both the cars on the second row, both Sam Wright in the 16 Village V2 and the number 47 car of Ian Elliott, our race 1 winner. So the marshals should I push that car back towards the pit lane entrance. So there's another 50 yards or so that they need to manoeuvre that. Meanwhile, the gate has been closed again, and yes, they'll get it cut into the pit lane entrance. If that car can get fired up, he could potentially go from the pit lane, I guess. But we're now, I think, getting the green flag from the back. The minute board has been shown. I think we'll probably go straight for the race. Yeah, 30 seconds is shown. 5 seconds is shown, so we're going to get a red light any moment now. Bit of smoke emitting from the back of the village of Sam Wright now as well. Lights go out though, race gets underway. Good start from both of them on the second row, not from Richard Verheyden on the front row of the grid, so he's going to be third by the time they get into target for the first time.
Yeah, it's Elliott, Wright and Verheyden, isn't it, as they go through. And 4th looks like Ambrose Butcher moving up from the 4th row in the number 14 car.
Absolutely not seen if Joe Zosso's managed to get the car. No, he's not got it fired up in the pit lane, I don't think. He's going to be trying to give him a push start, I think, down beneath us to see if we can get him into the race, albeit half a lap down. But and he has got going, that's good news. The leaders though, Ian Elliott and Sam Wright and Richard Verheyden through Church Corner, followed by number 14 Ambrose Butcher and Trevor Slatter, number 72 in 5th. And 6th, I think, is the 13 car of Ben Bolt as they climb the hill towards Rocket for the first time, about a car length in it. Oh, a big sideways moment for the race leader Ian Elliott, but he collects it in, and Sam Wright unable to capitalise at the top of the circuit. It is, but was not handling particularly well, that lead car, because again it had a wriggle on through the second part of Rocket.
Plenty of rubber down from the Enduro, weren't there? And some marbles, I'm sure. But yes, coming through. Slatter at the back of that group I saw in his Centaur.
So it's the 47 Ian Elliott Jomo, winner of race 1, that leads. Drive from Crawley. Another long journey home after this race for him.
Sweeter if he wins it.
It certainly will. And he's got Sam Wright behind him, Richard Verheyden behind him. Of course, they've got even longer journeys back to the continent, some of these drivers.
Butcher and Slatter and Bolt, and then Catton, I think, and then the Austin 7 Monoposto. Then the second of the race gets Merlin, and the bewinged Lotus.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely right. Two leaders. Sorry, that's the battle for fourth and fifth there.
Yeah, that's Butcher and Slatter, isn't it? Yeah.
Slatter, originally from these parts, from North Wales, but based in Banbury these days. See in the background you've got Ben Bolt and Greg Catton as well in the Dyson doing battle for 6th position. Leaders at the top of the circuit. There's that Dyson and Bolt battle. Oh, and Slatter's off, and so too is 14 as well. Ambrose Butcher exits stage right. I think he's got a problem with the car. He's headed off the circuit, parked up behind the barriers at the direction of the marshals. Just making sure he's okay. But it looks like Ambrose Butcher in the number 14 DNC Mark 6 drive from Shipston Lost Down in Warwickshire is out of the race. So Ian Elliott coming through to end the second lap. A comfortable lead over Sam Wright, so it's 47 from 16, and 6 in third place is Richard Verheyden and Miss Moneypenny. Trevor Slatter is fourth. Fifth is Greg Dyson, and sixth is Ben Bolt. There's a 10-second penalty I'm advised of for car number 40, and that's a jump start. That's for Mike Henny, who's in 10th place in the number 40 Lotus 7. So I think he was a non-finish really.
Very early Lotus 7, isn't it?
Yeah.
Charlie Plain Jones coming past in the Cowley.
Yes, and he's leading in Class A. That number 22 car. So Class A for the normally aspirated Austin 7s. Cowley Special in Charlie Plain Jones' case. Here's a fight. That's Ben Bolt against the Peter Marsh car, isn't it? Peter Marsh goes past in the number 8 supercharged Austin 7. Leader of Class B, up to 6th place overall. So many of the Austin 7s here this weekend. I saw there was a race for Austin 7s at Kirkeston this weekend. I'm not sure if that took any away.
The Irish Centre at the St Pity Motor Club, maybe.
There's Peter Marsh. Sam Wright's just done the best lap of the race in second place, 1:26.777. So that's the blind screen best lap of the race for him. He's about 2.5 seconds behind the race leader though, Ian Elliott at the moment, and that lap was just about a 1/10 of a second or so faster than him. Just get past our contra box. Is that Mike Henny Lotus 7?
Charge along behind Mike Henny, none other than Joe Zosso, who was pushed off the grid, the Swiss driver.
Yeah, he's up to 10th place now, isn't he? And lapping considerably faster than everyone ahead of him, apart from really the first two. He was in the 1:26s, so lapping very nearly as quickly as the race leader, actually. It's Joe Zosso, which is what you'd expect, I suppose. What a shame for him that he wasn't able to
get there and mix it, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It would have been a great spectacle for us as well, I'm sure. But he's about to pass Henny. On the way up to Rocket and get up into 9th place on the road.
Top 6 for Zosso, maybe. Talk him into that.
John Donnelly there in the number 37 car. Chasing after number 13, Ben Bolt, the 81-year-old from Bishop's Itchington, who started racing back in 1960, and he won his class in the 6-hour race, the Burkitt Relay at Silverstone in 1964 with his mum and his dad, and came back to 750 Motor in 2022 with a car that he raced in the 1970s. He bought this Class C car in 2023. Did lots of hill climbs and sprints, as you said earlier, Max, with Hillman engined machinery.
Zosso's flying, isn't he, into number 80, and he's reeling in a couple ahead of him, that's for sure.
Yeah, did a 1:26.5 last time through, and he should catch and pass Donnelly and Bolt before much longer, actually.
Yeah, Donnelly's now trying to slipstream Bolt.
The nose on Bolt's car doesn't seem to be quite fixed as it should be. It looks a little skew-if. Maybe it's a particular setup change for the Anglesey circuit, I'm not quite sure. But anyway, those two disputing 7th and 8th place, and as you say, Zosso will be coming up behind them at a rate of knots. These two lapping in the 33s, and Zosso lapping in the 25s. So it's still going to be with them, I think. Into the second half of the timed element of the race now. We're probably going to have 11 laps as we did earlier on, just going towards the end of lap 6 for our race leaders. And Zosso is now with them. He's got past Donnelly, and is he going to get past Bolt as well on the way into target? Not quite, but he probably will do it at the banking and get up
before.
Yeah,
looks like it.
Yeah, switches to the inside line, is going to get through, and his next target is Peter Marsh, number 8, 75-year-old exiled Scot, originally from Aberdeen, who started racing occasional graduates in 2008, so he came to racing relatively late in life. Did some autocross in the 70s. He's driven various circuits around the world. He's going to lose out here to Joe Zosso in the number 80 car, the Swiss, who was second in the first race in the DNC. And there's careful to thank anyone and everyone that had been involved in the preparation of that car.
You think it's a long way back to Crawley, it's a very much longer way back to Switzerland.
Absolutely, yes. So Zosso now up to 6th place, having got ahead of Peter Marsh. Greg Catton, how far up the road is he? A fair way, but not an insurmountable gap. Here comes Zosso over the line now.
And Bolt and Donnelly have made progress back towards Peter Marsh, I sense.
Yeah, that's true. Marsh did a 32.5 that time, and both Donnelly and Bolt were into the 31s. There's Zosso then. He's got just 12 seconds to make up on Greg Catton in the Dyson, and probably capable of lapping 4 seconds a lap faster, so we'll probably get there just about, and I think a 5th place finish could be on the cards for him.
It's a tremendous charge, Joe Zosso.
In some ways, you know, it's almost more fun, isn't it, to sort of have to charge your way through the field like this.
Absolutely.
Do some overtaking.
And the leader's in traffic. He's got the little Lotus, and he's got the Cowley of Charlie Plain Jones to deal with, and that might allow Sam Wright to get a little closer.
Yeah, and that gap was, well, it has come down drastically. It's come down to 1.6 seconds. It's come down by about 3.6 seconds on that lap. So Wright is certainly closed in, and I wonder if this is just a traffic issue, if there's a reliability issue with the Ian Elliott car. Greg Catton's got ahead of Trevor Slatter now as well, so that's another thing to throw into the mix, because Zosso could probably catch both of them and get to 4th. He's under 9 seconds behind Catton now in 4th position. And on that lap, lapped, yeah, about 4 seconds faster than them, so I think he just about is going to make it. There's Elliott now. 1.6 seconds was his advantage over Sam Wright at the start of the lap, and it feels like that's actually gone out again a little bit over Wright in the Village V2, previously driven by John Village.
You watch the speed of Zosso through Church, and you compare it visually to those two ahead of him, and he's really pushing hard.
fired up, I guess.
And he can see the next pair now at Rocket.
Yeah, he's certainly got them in his sights, hasn't he? That will only encourage him to push on even more, I think. When he realises that there's a chance. Meanwhile, Elliott's going through to complete lap number 8, so probably 3 laps to go in the race. And 3 races to go this weekend. And Elon is just the best lap actually, 125.792. He's got the blind screen fastest lap of the race. And that is not as quick as he went in the first race before the lunch break. .31 car of Dyson has got his Slatter behind him now. Joe Zosso on that lap has done a personal best, a 1:26.180. Yeah, it's 4 seconds faster than Slatter, but about 2.8 seconds quicker than Catton on that lap. I think he's going to get Slatter, and he might get Catton.
What's brilliant about this race is that as it evolves, groups of cars, little groups of cars form, and this is be fun for everybody.
And that's what Historic 750 Formula is about, as much as anything else. It is about fun away with your friends, racing some great historic machinery that's the paddock camaraderie is something else in Historic 750 Formula. So the Lotus of David Rose gets ahead of Charlie Plain-Jones there for 11th position up there at the top of the circuit. Those two unlikely bedfellows, those two cars, having a great scrap. Charlie Plain-Jones is going to get back up the inside of him into Peel.
The Marsh and Donley tussle is impressive. A little lost in 7 special, the Monoposto, and Donley in the race kits, Merlin, are very close.
Yeah, that Peter Marsh car has got 1936 mechanicals, 90 years old. 750cc supercharged engine, built by Pigsty Engineering in the 1980s, that car. It's released by Paul Lawrence and Bernie Atkinson. It was in a garage for 10 years in a sorry state until Peter Marsh acquired it and rebuilt it. And it now runs not bad, he says.
Zosso is past Slatter and therefore into 5th place, and he's about 4 seconds adrift of Greg Catton.
Yes, meanwhile the last lap board is about to be shown. It's going to go out to Ian Elliott when he comes through to complete his 10th lap. A great scrap this is between Charlie Plain-Jones and David Rose. They've been watching for a couple of laps now. They're absolutely having a whale of a time around this Anglesey circuit. There's Ian Elliott though. He's just coming through the last corner on the penultimate lap. Gets the last lap board this time.
And Wright's come back at him again. Has closed a bit.
Oh, and Zosso's had a spin. Joe Zosso's had a spin.
Oh dear.
Up at the top of the circuit. Oh, that's such a shame. He was on the verge of potentially getting 4th away from Greg Catton, and now he's lost a bit of ground again. Yes, it's down to 2 seconds, the lead gap. There is the second place, or the third place, of Richard Verheyden, number 6. He's just rounding the bank. He's about 7 seconds behind the 2 leaders. We're on the back stretch now for the final time, just coming to lap Mike Henney's Lotus 7. Up to the left-hander they go at Rocket for the final time, and Sam Wright is with Ian Elliott now. Could we get a very, very late change of results here into the second part of Rocket towards Peel, and a few car lengths between them and the Lotus 7 as well. Into the right-hander at Peel for the final time. It was 2 seconds the gap at the last start of that, but I think Sam Wright made a bit of a mistake there through Peel and has lost ground again. Yeah, he's not as close as he was, so Ian Elliott I think is going to come through and do the double here this weekend, and that would be his 3rd win of the season in the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series. He takes the checkered flag, and the gap in the end, 0.8 of a second from Sam Wright. And Richard Verheyden, who in the first race finished in 6th, he comes across the line to take 3rd position.
International Historic 750 Formula. with Verheiden and Zosso in the field.
Yeah, Greg Catton's going to come through in 4th in the Dyson. The number 31 car, so congratulations to him on taking 4th and another class win in Class D, the best of the 3 cars in Class D this weekend. And Joe Zosso is, I think, going to come through and still take 5th place in the number 80 car. I think Trevor Slatter, yeah, he dropped out. He stopped somewhere on circuit towards the end of that race, which explains why we didn't see him. And 6th place is going to be Ben Bolt. We've got this Plain Jones and Rose scrap that's been going on. Plain Jones winning Class A, but then Ben Bolt comes through to complete the top 6. So that ends the weekend's racing, Marcus. And what a couple of days it's been here at Anglesey.
It's been fantastic, and the conditions could not have been better. We've seen such wonderful racing, such great camaraderie, a lot of camaraderie in the pits and paddock as well as on track. And it just is a wonderful advert for the 750 Motor Club, which has provided accessible racing forever, seemingly. Brilliant stuff. Can't wait for the next one.
Yeah, I think we're working to them again at Silverstone, aren't we?
Silverstone in August. Yep.
Also.
Very much
look forward to that. Thank you, Marcus, for your company this weekend. Let's have a look at the results of the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series. Number 47, Ian Elliott, took the win in the Jomo from number 16, Samurai. He was 0.85 seconds behind in the Village V2 in the end. 6th, Richard Verheiden was 3rd. 31, Greg Catton was 4th, winning Class D in the Dyson. 5th was number 80, Joe Zosso. Flew through from a pit lane start. 6th, number 13, Ben Bolt. 7th was number 37, John Donnelly. 8th was number 8, Peter Marsh. Mike Henney was 9th in number 40, despite a 10-second penalty. And Charlie Plain Jones was 10th in the number 22 car, having had a great scrap with David Rose. Charlie Plain Jones winning Class A. Behind David Rose was Timothy Bradley, Phil Livingston, and Trevor Slatter and Ambrose Butcher on finishers in that race. So as I say, that's it from this weekend. I will be back with you for BMW Live at Alton Park on the 25th of July, 750 Motor Club in action. Again, the weekend before that at Cadwell Park. From Marcus and me, thanks to all the marshals, and we'll leave you in the company of Ben McCarthy in Parc Ferme.
Thanks so much, Ian and Marcus, not just for your commentary and insight throughout the day, but indeed the entire weekend. Right then, we have some podium sitters to find, not least our race winners from the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula. Ian Elliott triumphed this morning, and he's triumphed this afternoon. Ian, have another hatch. You're building a collection. Both of the races today, 3 of the last 4 in total in this series. I mean, what must it feel like?
I lucked out that time because managed to get a really good start. Got a lead straight from the beginning, basically. Just had to keep it consistent. I kept seeing them, but as soon as we got near traffic, could see them all gaining on me. But luckily, managed to hold them off. So.
What does it feel like to have momentum in general? Is this something that surfaced from previous rounds, or is it something you've clicked with the Anglesey circuit?
Just something. I love this circuit. It's brilliant. Yeah. Considering it's the first time I've been here, seems to within half the track qualifying session got the hang of it, and yeah, it's now my favourite circuit.
Well, we're glad to hear, and it's been a privilege watching you throughout the day. Right then, number 16, Sam Wright is still in the car right now. I don't really want to get in the way of these cars, but tell you what, if we come over here, Tim, just so we're not blocking anyone else, and Sam with a 2nd place there, as he gets out of his car, we'll let him, of course, take his helmet off, and we'll speak to him now. Sam, 2nd place. How pleased are you with that?
Massive improvement over this morning, over the first race. Thought I was reeling him in at the end, getting lucky with some back markers, but yeah, very happy with 2nd.
Well, very well done for that. Enjoy the celebrations. Will there be any celebrations?
I'm sure there will.
Well, enjoy them at the very least. And then in 3rd place, Richard Verheiden in the number 6. Richard, yes. 3rd place.
Yeah, a bit disappointed, but everyone's aiming for 1st, aren't they?
Just talk me through that race. Obviously, we've seen a whole flurry of action today. Your class is the final one in that sense. Did that add not any extra pressure, but was it?
It did actually, because last race of the day, there's plenty of marbles around the edge of the track. So if you put a foot wrong, I knew I had 3rd place from about the 2nd lap. just had to keep it on the road, you know, and with all of that rubber dust and dirt on the sides of the tracks, you've just got to stay really concentrated and keep it off the slippy stuff on the sides.
Well, nonetheless, well done with P3. It's a podium. There we go. Thank you very much, Richard. And thank you for watching, not just today, but over the last 2 days here at Anglesey Circuit, brought to you, of course, by the 750 Motor Club. We will be back in 3 weeks' time at Cadwell Park, of course, with Alpha Live. But yeah, again, thank you for your company. Thank you again to Ian and Marcus, and we'll see you again very soon.